Alright. Can you rank every game you played in 1905 next? Maybe. Oh, shit. I don't want to do that yet. Alright. It's only a glimpse. It's only a glimpse. Is that the Skeletra stream? True. All right. Everything should be good. Let me just pull up my little Google Sheets here of every game here. Okay. This should help guide me a little bit. All right. Is Pillar Chase 2 on this list? I guess you're going to find out. I mean, we have 104 of them that we're going to be ranking here. First, let me color code these because I like these a certain way. Yeah, we got games of all kinds on this list. I did it again. I mean, you're going to see them anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so... You know, let me just show you. Look at all these games. Look at all these suckers, bro. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Alright. Oh my god. I don't know, man. I don't know what you want from me. But yeah, here it is. That's like 101 more than 3. That sure is. So yeah, we got games of all kinds here. We got Mobile Slop. We got... we got mods. We got fan games. We got official games. We got Flash games. We got Google games. We got... we got DSiWare. We got... Oh yeah, here's Pillar Chase. We got Roblox games. We got specific versions of games. We got... Yeah, we got everything. So, there are going to be rules to... There were rules to what I would count here. And I chose... Okay, well... So basically, I only included games that I had a fresh experience with, number one. So... Either I played it for the first time, like, let's say, the Crash games. Let's say those. I played those games for the very first time, versus games that I played before, but it's been long enough that I was able to, like, get a new perspective on it, such as, let's say, 64DS or Sonic 2, right? Another one is that I always forget my criteria for these things, but I always have them. Oh, yeah. Mods are fair game as long as they don't change up the core experience too much. So I use Sonic 2 Absolute to play Sonic 2, but I kept it all as the default settings for my first playthrough and then played it with additional stuff, right? So... As long as it doesn't change too much of the core experience, I count it as basically the same thing. So, which is different from something like this, Mario Brothers Special, whereas this version changes this game drastically to the point where it's like actually a playable game, but we'll get to that. My list was definitely not this big. I know Mario Maker 3DS is going to be top tier. We'll see soon enough. Any other ones? You know what? I'll probably just remember as I go along here. Jesus. I'm not going to be going in order that I played it in, although I do have it in the order I played it in right here, in my little sheet here that you can't see. But to make it more interesting, I'm probably going to go all over the place. I think they're mostly ordered in alphabetical. But, you know, Tier List Maker likes to do this really stupid thing sometimes where it, like, shifts around. I saw an example of this. I can't remember where, but whatever. Doesn't matter. You know what? Let's just get right into it. Oh, remembered another rule. If I didn't count games that I didn't play enough of. So I don't have Mega Man 6. This is the only NES game that's missing on the list is Mega Man 6, but that's because I didn't play enough of it. So I can't rank it. I only got to like the 4th Robot Master, and it's like, okay, if I played all the other ones, I gotta play all of 6, but I didn't do that. But if I got through enough of a game to count it, like Paper Mario, I got to like Chapter 6, which is like most of the game at that point. Like I was in the middle of Chapter 6, and I had like a good idea of what the game was at that point, so I'm like, all right, fine, I'll rank it. So there you go. And for real this time, if I think of anything else, I'll just say it as I'm ranking it, but you know what? Cut the music. Let's get on to this. 2026 will be the year Trust finally played Cycle Waluigi. 2025 was the year of FNaF World because I was playing it too. True. I forgot you played Sonic GT and World DX. Oh, yeah. Yeah. World DX briefly, but enough of it that I'm like, okay, I see it. I gotta read the chat more. Hang on. NES Tetris is here. Sure is. W rules. We haven't Trust play Sega CD games this year. Maybe Wild Woody. Who knows? Chapter 7 and 8 in Paper Mario 64 are about as short as a single chapter combined. Really? All right. Well, I guess when I finally do get around to playing it again, it probably shouldn't take me that long. All right. Let's get into it. I did say I wasn't going to go in chronological order of when I played them, but I think it's only appropriate that I start with the first series that I got into this year. So let's put them in order here. These are the only Crash games on the list, so I haven't played any more as of 3. I do intend to, though. I've had my eye on a few of them, but for now. Crash 1. So, going into Crash 1, I was like, okay. Oh, yeah. I played these on... The reason I'm using these really ugly-ass artwork is because I played it on the Insane Trilogy version. One day I'll get to the originals, because I hear that it largely depends on which game it is, like which version's better. Like for 1, people say Insane Trilogy's better. For 2, people say the original's better. And 3 is kind of like a back and forth thing. Kind of just depends on what your tastes are. But going into 1, because I previously didn't really like Crash 1 that much when I played it like way back when I had this game on the PS4. I was going into it thinking like, okay, I'm probably going to enjoy it, but it's going to have a little bit, maybe a little rough around the edges, like people like to say it is, right? So I went into it with that mentality, probably not expecting it to make very high on the list, right? It was probably going to be like a B, right? Other games are probably better. I hear these 2 are the fan favorites after all. So I played it. And it ended up being one of my favorite games that I played this year. Right off the bat, I started this year off with a banger. In fact, I would even go as far as to say it's actually my favorite of the trilogy. And I'm being completely dead ass when I say that. Because, look, the thing I love about Crash 1 is that it's just a platformer. It is just a platformer. It doesn't try to do any of these like experimental things that could probably, mess with the flow of the game a bit. Like 3D Mario games tend to do that from now and then. They just do like this gimmicky level where that doesn't work nearly as well as the other platforming sections, right? This game, as far as I can remember, doesn't really have anything that deviates from just really tight, really well-designed levels. And I love that about it because it just keeps such a nice flow throughout the entire game. And also, okay, the only thing that might count into that are auto scrollers, which are like, I put that in like quotes because it's usually like a boulder running level. Let me look it up. Crash Bandicoot boulder level. Where it's like, it's something like this. Well, this is the PS1 version, but you get the idea. Where you're just running away from a boulder, but it doesn't really it doesn't break the flow of the game in this case because you're basically just playing a Crash level except you have to move forward. But because the game is designed around that anyway, it doesn't really hinder it, right? Unlike the 2D Mario auto scrollers where you have to where the camera scrolls at a snail's pace and you have to wait for everything to appear on screen. These levels aren't like that. They like actually complement the game. And I don't know, man. I really like this game. And people say it's like challenging or whatever, like it's really hard to 100%. And they do say that the Insane Trilogy fixed this. But still, like I had a really good time going for all like the gems, I forget what they're called. All the gems in the levels, just kind of getting all the boxes. I had a really good time with it. Like, I consider this game kind of like a hard but fair game, kind of like Celeste, where there was really not very many places in this game, despite being difficult, that I found frustrating. Because it's just fair. Crash 1 is easy to get into, is what I'm hearing. I mean, yeah. Although a lot of people wouldn't agree with that. Maybe some people might say like start with 2 or, something like that. I've been playing Crash for a while now. These games are all very good. Spoiler alert, these games are ranking very high, all 3 of them. But I think Crash 1 especially gets like a medal from me for just being just a consistent, challenging but fair game. There are some points like hang on. Turtle Bridge level, Crash Bandicoot 1. People talk about this level a lot, and this is probably an instance of where this game might go a little far sometimes with like how specific you have to be, like when jumping on the turtle and landing on that platform. It's not often, but there are times where it's like, okay, maybe that was a little too precise, right? But I mean, other than that, I mean, it's just a really solid game with an art style I don't mind. A lot of people don't like the art style in Insane Trilogy. I don't mind it. I especially love Coco's design personally. But yeah, highly recommended Crash 1. It's honestly one of my favorite platformers right now. It's so good. But now on to the fan favorite Crash games, which a lot of people... This is kind of like... Okay, so this is kind of like a comparison kind of thing, where it's like Crash 2 versus Crash 3, or Crash Bandicoot Warped, otherwise known as, is kind of similar to Mega Man 2 versus Mega Man 3, or Sonic 2 versus Sonic 3, or Mario 3 versus Mario World. It's kind of like that kind of comparison where these are like the top tiers. It's like if you're going to have a favorite, it's probably usually either one of these. And I played Crash 2 almost immediately after I finished 1. So I was like, okay, that was the warm-up though. I think maybe, hopefully by Crash 2, they somehow ascend past this, although it'll be difficult to do. I have my faith in them, right? Well, yeah, they definitely did. Dude, Crash 2 is great. I also love this game. I also think it's an excellent game. It's honestly up there with 1 in terms of just about most things. I think the level design here is also extremely good, extremely concise. The mechanics are utilized well, right? It's a very simple, with a few more like nuances to 2, right? You get the little I'm pretty sure you get the slide in this game, right? Or am I just thinking of Mega Man? Hang on. Crash 2. Form a body slam. I forget what was in this one. But anyways, there's just a little bit more nuances to like you even get the ability to like do a higher jump if you're like you do a slide and then you like do like a little spin jump, which is really cool. Some people think it might like break the level design. I don't think it did too much. I think it was still fun. I bought Insane Trilogy last year, still have yet to try it. I think it's a really good collection of games. Not perfect. There's some stuff that is like a little weird polish wise, but otherwise I think they're all great ways to play these games, personally. So why is it not an S tier then? Well, I think remember how I was saying how in Crash 1, like what I liked about it was that it didn't really do a whole lot of gimmicky stuff. It just focused on the stuff it just did the best. Well, Crash 2 kind of ventures a little bit into that area sometimes where now you have like a little jetpack level, which isn't like bad and it's not unfun necessarily. But it is at a much slower pace than the platforming gameplay, and I just don't really consider it as fun. You're kind of just flying all over the place. You're flying like you have more freedom over your actually let me pull up what I'm talking about. Jetpack, Crash 2. Yeah, so you have like these well, not this final boss, but that final boss is ass. But it's basically you can just move Crash anywhere and you get to move forward, but it's kind of it just controls weird, which is like not my favorite, but it's fine. But then you have the ice levels in this game. I don't know if it's the same in the original, but in Insane Trilogy, the ice physics are ugh. I am not a fan of how this game, and I'm usually one to it's kind of like a personal like inside joke where I don't like ice physics in games that much. It's usually a bit. With this game, it's not. These games' ice physics are like actually probably the worst I've ever seen. So anyway, those are just examples of stuff that I just think, in general, like it's just stuff that brings it a little bit down from 1. And also, I just don't think the level design, it's up there, just not as up there, right? Just like maybe like, because here's the thing, this is like an extremely high A tier. Like, it's probably going to stay at the top of A if I'm being honest. Like maybe throughout this entire list, like it is a very solid game. Just doesn't quite reach those highs. And now to close it off with Crash 3, Warped. So, going back to the question, Crash 2 versus Crash 3, which is better? Well, this was a little anticlimactic for me because I knew my answer to this immediately. Crash 3 is like it is on the same tier as 2. I'll talk about that in a second. But it is far and away my least favorite in the trilogy. Like by far. It is like way below 2. In fact, I think really the more games we add to this list, the further these two are going to be apart from each other. But anyway. Crash 3, I played a little later than Crash 2. I actually no, sorry. I initially played it after 2, but I stopped because, to be honest, I wasn't really having a very good time with Crash 3. And it's weird because I don't know what happened. Like, these two games were great. So for this game to suddenly kind of derail for me, and I don't think it was Crash Burnout. I mean, I thought it might have been. But when I played this game much later, all the way towards May, when I gave this game another shot and did beat it this time, I realized why I just wasn't having that much fun with it, because it's just not nearly as well designed as 2 or 1, in my opinion. It doesn't even come close. I did still manage to find enjoyment in it, like enough to put it in A tier, but because like I said, this is like an extremely high A tier, almost S. This is like a low A tier. Like, because I guess the thing that was not okay. So my initial impression of this game was that it seemed to be a very style over substance game, where it would involve Crash like traveling to all these different locales, but the level design itself, from what I was seeing in most of them, was just not very interesting and not very robust. Not nearly as much as these two. And that alone would like put it way down here for that alone. But that wasn't even my biggest problem with it. My biggest problem with it. So with Crash 2, I gave it mostly a pass because the gimmicky levels it did have that didn't really work as well as the platforming were very few and far between. Like, it did not take up most of the game, right? It was like little one and done little mini games, and that's about it, really. Well, not mini games, but you get what I mean, right? Crash 3 doubled down on that. Like, to the point where literally like half of these levels have to be some kind of gimmick that deviates from the platforming. And again, I'm okay with that as long as you make it fun. But with Crash 3, I'm not as lenient with, because they're just not very good. Like, okay. One of the better ones is probably the motorcycle one where you're kind of racing on a little track here. Atrocious gameplay. Okay. Atrocious gameplay. I wouldn't call it atrocious. I think that's a little far, but I think it's nice mic, my guy. Sounds really good. Oh, thank you. But basically, it's kind of just mediocre Mario Kart to me. Like, the track design is never really that interesting, and plus, like, it's just, you kind of just race past people and not. It's just, and it doesn't feel that great to race on. It just, I don't know. Not the worst, but not the best. What else have we got? We got the jet skis, right? And these sections, I came around to these sections later on when I was 100%ing the game, but they still control very awkwardly if you don't know how to handle them. And even though I found this process relatively fun later on, it still kind of dragged a little bit with how long some of these levels could be. And then as we're going down the rabbit hole, there's underwater levels, and Crash's controls here are also not very good. They feel incredibly sluggish. And in general, it just does not feel good getting around. And then to top all of that off, we have the worst variant, that being the plane levels. These I don't know why this isn't on Atrocious Gameplay Wiki, bro. Because this would make it on there, honestly, in my opinion. Because here's the deal. On these levels, you go at like a snail's pace. Okay, well, I guess this guy's making it look a little more interesting. But you basically have to shoot down all these planes and also shoot down all the crates. But here's the thing. This is kind of all this is what you're looking at right here is basically all you get in this gameplay. It's just this looped over and over and over and over and over and over again until you get everything. And it's just, the pacing is just ass on this, and I don't even get why they put this one in the game, honestly. Like, this one easily could have used the most polish of any of them here. But no. So that's kind of why I initially like quit playing on my like initial playthrough, because I was honestly just bored. Like, I don't know. I was incredibly disappointed with Warped. I think it could have been so much better than what it was. And then I went for the 100%, and I was like, okay, you know, I was initially going to put this like B tier, maybe even lower. But then I was playing it more, and I was like, okay, it's not that bad. Like, it's still, the platforming is still really fun. I was a little wrong on the platforming. Like, it's not that style over substance. It's just like, it seems to focus a lot more on the theming and just the variety than actually fleshing out the gameplay, which I think these two did very well. Reminds me of the Pac-Man World submarine level that lasts for like 10 minutes. Oh, God. I'm curious about the Pac-Man World games. Atrocious gameplay week. Yeah, that was wild. This should have been on there, not that other thing. But I don't know. Long story short, I think this game is still very fun. I still recommend it. It even has a unique little level introduced only in Insane Trilogy that is very good. It's honestly probably the best design level in Crash 3 if we count that. Oh, here's another thing that annoyed me about Crash 3. In order to truly 100% it, you have to do the time attacks. And I believe these are the relics, if I'm not mistaken, in the form of these. Basically, the better looking the relic, so basically the platinum is obviously the highest. You got to be basically pixel perfect on your run, which I'm not really into. I think, because here's the thing. Time attacking, I feel like, well, actually, this is going to be relevant for another series we're going to be talking about in just a second here. But I'm not huge on time attacking because I feel like it just makes it so you have to be perfect. But one wrong move and you have to restart the entire thing, which I think is really annoying, personally. Not that I'm calling it like a bad thing. Like, I'm not like saying it's like, oh, it's terrible. No game should ever have this. I'm just not into it personally because I just find it too annoying. But here's the deal. The reason I'm bringing this up is because Crash 1 and 2 did not make you do this. But 3 suddenly does, which is weird. And I did it. I did all the runs for 3. I didn't love it. That's actually kind of how I learned to appreciate this game more, because I was like, okay, it's actually not that bad. But I still didn't like love speedrunning it, because I just felt like, yeah, I got to play through the levels, which are fun and cool, but I don't know, man. Because like these two games, you don't have to do anything like extra like that to get the most out of it. But here, for some reason, you do, just to access like maybe a few more gimmick levels that just aren't that great, right? Anyway, sounds like I'm harping on it, but it is probably an A tier. Again, very low A tier. These two are going to be farther and farther apart the longer we go here. So whatever. All right. And that's the Crash games. I cannot wait to play the rest of them though, because all 3 of these games are very good. 3 is a considerable lengths away from those 2, but otherwise the series is very good. And 4 is one I've had my eyes on. Wrath of Cortex, people don't even like that much, but I'm curious about it. Even the GBA games honestly look pretty good. So, yeah. Can't wait to give the Bandicoot a future look. Until then, let's see what we have in the chat. Kid Icarus has multiple videos on Crash, and even at one point did every relic on every game in the series. You might find that entertaining. Maybe so, yeah. I mean, the reason I guess I'm not as into, I feel like even for like Crash, I'm just not that into like, I just feel like time attacking just feels very samey to do in Crash, because in Sonic, the games are built specifically around that. So like you take the higher routes and you get a faster like path, right? That doesn't really, Crash, it's a very linear game where you're traveling through like hallway like stages, so that doesn't really change much. You're kind of just playing the same thing, which is why I'm not really into the, like, I feel like even for Crash, I feel like other games just handle the time attack better, right? Because they're just built for it. But Crash just, you're basically just playing the game again, but perfectly. That's what you're doing. But whatever, it's fine. It's not like an objectively bad thing. I just wasn't into that, and I just don't like that Crash 3 makes you do it. Anyways, enough about Crash. I've rambled long enough about Crash. We're already at 30 minutes. Oh my god. All right. Okay. Let's do should we just get the Marios out of the way? Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. All right. Honestly, maybe I should do this in chronological order. Because here's the thing. I was originally just going to go all over the place, but I feel like eventually I'm just not going to know what to do next. You know what? No, let's do Spelunky. Because that was the second game I played this year. I'm not putting in B. Hang on. Just, okay. No, I hate Mario. Okay, good. No worries. We're doing Spelunky then. No worries. Spelunky, I'm gonna sandwich it between the Crash games. I think Spelunky, mainly Starrymon got me to play this, and I'm glad I did. Because Spelunky, oh boy, is an addicting game, but a great one. It's randomly, it's kind of like an arcade style game where it's like everything's randomly generated. The levels are randomly generated, and you just have to get through the caves, right? Deal with all the enemies, get some neat little upgrades, and yeah, it's just a very well made, like, I guess you could call it a roguelike in a sense. Hang on. Well, obviously I played the didn't play the original, but I played the one on Steam, which was 2013. That's, oh yeah, the remake. Okay, yeah, I played the remake. That's what I played. Yeah. Not a whole lot for me to say, I don't think, other than I think the thing okay, so here's the thing about Spelunky. It is a great game, and I had a lot of fun with it. It's a very good, fantastic game even, I think, just for what it is. But here's the thing. This game is like the most addicting game I've ever played. And I don't entirely mean that in a good way. Not that it's the game's fault or anything, but I had to put this game down, like force myself to, because I could not stop playing this for like this for the week I started playing it. It was nuts. Of course, that probably just goes to show how good it is, probably, because it's so good you can't put it down. But I don't know. I just and I have not picked this game up since like January, but I just remember like it is a very solid like game for what it is. Oh, yeah, it's roguelike, right? Yeah, roguelike. Okay, I was right. Good. I was right. I know what I'm talking about. I swear. I know what I'm talking about. I swear. Okay, so here's my actual critique for it, though. I think when it comes to unlocking the other levels, this can be annoying because while the game is randomly generated, and I think it mostly does this really well as like an arcade style game, I think when you're actually trying to unlock the caves that you want to unlock, like to unlock the last section, which I forgot the name of, but you have to like carry this key to the end, but you have to do it from the beginning. So you can't take a shortcut from like the jungle or ice biome. You have to do it at the beginning. And because the game is designed in such a way that, well, no, it's not designed in any way. It's randomly generated. Sometimes it hates you so much that sometimes there are things in this game that can one-shot you. Like if you fall on a spike, you die immediately. Sometimes you get exploded, and I think you get exploded and you die immediately. Sometimes you get comboed, like an enemy hits you and like let's say you fall into some spikes and that kills you immediately. Like there are just sections in this game that I feel like are the RNG nature of it is, in my opinion, what keeps it from being S, because I feel like this game gets really irritating at times. Just to like try to unlock try to unlock stuff in, because I want to see the final section, you know what I mean? But I didn't do it because I had to force myself to stop playing, one, because I was addicted. But number two, I was just getting too irritated. I feel like it just wasn't going to be worth it by the time I did. So all in all, Spelunky is a great game, highly recommended for those who have Steam, but just try not to take it as seriously and just play it as something like, just play it as like, you know, you would any other kind of like arcade style game, right? All right. Shipwrecked 64. This game I streamed and did not finish. But I played most of it to the point where I was like, okay, I think I played just about most of it. I think I was just on the last section of the game that I needed to play. What did I give Shipwrecked? B. Okay. So I gave it a B initially. This game is very it's basically an analog horror but put into video game form. It does not even have a Wikipedia page. Okay. Shipwrecked 60. Are you sure about that? It does not have a Wikipedia page. All right. But yeah, basically it's just inspired by like that analog horror aesthetic. And it's very well made aesthetically. I think aesthetically this game is awesome. Easy S tier in terms of aesthetics. Gameplay wise, there's intentionally not that much to it because it's like, you know, it's built as like kind of this like beta that was never released, right? And of course, when you're playing the main game, you're like, oh, wait, that's it? No, of course that's not it. There's this whole like, you know, this whole section of the game where the real horror element starts getting into it, right? It starts getting into like the horror element. And I'm using fandom because screw you, I can do what I want. Yeah. So yeah, it's like normal, but then there's oh, sorry, no, that's the 97 version. I'm stupid. Yeah, this is the horror version. Basically you're going through the layers and you uncover all these like disturbing truths of the, you know, the lore behind the company who made this game that's now demented, right? Again, all of that is very well done, and it sneaks some really interesting like little ARG elements, which I'm not into personally. I'm not an ARG guy, right? I just find that exhausting personally. Again, personally, not an objective thing. It's like the time attacking. I'm not like critiquing that. But for what it is, it's super well made. But here's the thing about Shipwrecked. The number one thing I remember about it is unfortunately something that I didn't like. And I think if you remember the stream I did of this game, you might know what I'm talking about. It's that section where I forget what you have to do specifically, but hang on. Shipwrecked, dark, something. I don't know. It was dark. It was like, it's a freaky ass game, dude. Holy shit. Jump scare. It's the part with a lot of jump scares in it. I know that, where you're like trying to like do like certain tasks, but this game has a really jolting jump scare. Like this section specifically, anytime you encounter like a critter that's like, you know, trying to kill you, every time they come within sight of you, they do this like really like jolting jump scare, and then they chase you, right? For the first time, yeah, it scares the shit out of you, right? But again, it's every bloody time. And it took me, this is a section that took me by far the longest to get through out of anything in this game. Because maybe I'm just stupid, but it just took me a while to figure out that like dark section. And also you had to hide from them, which also took some time because then they walk really slowly and you have to wait for them to leave the room. Yeah, it was not fun. It was super annoying. I eventually did it, but it was not fun to do. And it's much more annoying because again, that jump scare happened like every 3 seconds. It happened too often. There's an art to doing jump scares, I feel, and that's not it. It's very creepy. Yeah, it's very, very creepy. I think that's well done, but I think that section really took it down for me. Like, it just, I don't know. And also, keep in mind, this is not an objective list. So what I'm about to say is not an objective thing, but also I'm just not a fan of like the ARGs. So whatever. For what this game was, I still highly recommend it for those wanting to check it out, but I don't know. It's not perfect. Very interesting stuff, but oof. Too many jump scares. All right. Your list is missing the censored version of Mario vs. Diddy. That's true. I should have put this on there. You're right. Trust try to finish a game on stream. Impossible. Yeah, there's another game on this. I'm looking at another one. I'm looking at another one that I didn't finish, but I still played thoroughly enough to rank. All right. I already did Crash 2. Okay. Sonic 2. I played Sonic 2 before. Obviously, I've played this game a couple times now. More than a couple, but you get the idea. I also played Sonic 1, but I don't feel like my opinion really changed enough on Sonic 1 to really warrant it being on the list. Good. Plus, I also played it like in recent memory beforehand. Sonic 2, however, I haven't touched in a very long time. And my opinion kind of went down on it, unfortunately. Because I used to think this was like an easy S tier, like up there with Generations as one of the best of all time. But now that I play it, it's again. Yeah, it's probably a high B. Like a high B. Close to being A. But funny enough, I used to think that Sonic 1, or sorry, I used to think that Sonic 2 was like far and away just Sonic 1, but better in every conceivable way. Like there was not an aspect of 2, or there's not an aspect of 1 that I liked better than 2. But now here we are in 2025 where I actually had a slightly better time with 1. Funny enough. Sonic 2 is an interesting one because in terms of like the fan base, a lot of people flipped on this game. Or okay, I don't want to do the whole switch up thing, but I've noticed a lot of people like really critique the shit out of Sonic 2. And I feel like that's for good reason because I feel like 2, well, I think it's partially exaggerated. Like some people have it like as like a C or a D and some people have it like an S, right? I'm kind of in the middle where I'm like, yeah, it's a good game. I had fun with it overall. But I do think there are certain things about Sonic 2 that aren't quite as well designed. Well, actually, no. Here's the thing. I only prefer Sonic 1 by like a hair. Like these two are like very close together for me, and I think what helps that is the fact that I played them back to back. So but yeah, I think they're both like on the same tier of fun. Like I don't think their level design like when you're just playing through it, I know it's a different story when you're going for like the roots, but I think when you're just playing through it, there's really not much that separates it. At least for me. Like I found the game to be of similar difficulty, of similar like a similar difficulty curve, similar level design, right? But also people like to say this game is just kind of holding right to win. That is not true at all. What the hell are you talking about? No, absolutely not. It's not a hold right to win. There is absolutely depth there. Good depth. But I just don't think the level design just wowed me that much. And to be fair, a lot of it could just be that I'm not a huge 2D Sonic guy. I've just never been that into it. They're good games. I'm not taking that away from them, right? But for me, it's like a high B, right? Like it's a good game, and I recommend anyone plays it like the first game. Oh, actually, here's the main thing that I didn't like about Sonic 2. The Death Egg. I already thought Sonic 1's final boss was kind of shitty. And it is. It's terrible. But Sonic 2 somehow is worse. I don't even know how they made it worse. Because it's technically better in that they have it. It's a more interesting, like, it's like a more interesting counter with the Death Egg. But here's the thing. The hitbox on the Death Egg is bullshit. There are times where I literally, because you have such a tight window to hit the front of him without touching his arms that are covered in spikes, right? And also, you're given 0 rings for the Death Egg zone at all. So, meaning if you screw up not only the Silver Sonic encounter, but also the Death Egg, you got to start over. And I think that sucks. Like, the rest of the game was not super hard up to that point, but that, like, really stopped it dead in its tracks. And, yeah, I did not enjoy fighting the Death Egg. And I didn't even really enjoy fighting Silver Sonic all that much either, because, I mean, you could figure out the cheese strat where you can just spin dash in front of him and you'll just get repeated hits off him before he has a chance to do his attack, right? Even then, it's not a very interesting fight. Not that I'm shaming 2D platformers for having bad boss fights, because I feel like a lot of them don't, but they're usually not enough to like harm the pacing of the game. And Sonic games are no different. I think they're just there as like a neat little spectacle, and that's about it, right? But I think this final boss in particular, I feel like was a bit much. And also, I will say one thing I did have on Sonic 2 Absolute, the one thing I made a little different was that I had infinite lives, because I'm sorry, I don't want to, I have a life to live. I want to beat this game and move on, right? Anyway, let's see what y'all have to say. I would say I prefer Sonic 2 over 1 because of the level design. See, I thought that way too, but I just feel like in terms of like the highs, these two, Sonic 1 and 2 are like right next to each other for me. But in terms of the lows, I think 2 actually has lower lows than 1, which is something I never thought I'd say. But I don't know, man. Also, but then again, I'm one of those weird people that doesn't think Metropolis is that hard. Like, I first tried both of them. I first tried Metropolis on both playthroughs of the game, and I don't know how I did that. It's not what most people think. Most people think it's a very annoying stage. I actually quite liked it, personally. I thought it was, like, I thought it was fun. But, whatever. What'd you think of Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Oh, boy. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I played like a little bit of. Not enough to rank it on the list, but that I feel like I'm not ready to talk about that one yet because I haven't given it enough time. But when I was playing through it on like Sonic 3 Air, not entirely, but just briefly, I wasn't that into it. But I guess that's for another day. That's when I maybe my outlook will change once I actually play through all of it. But until then, I have no opinion on Sonic 3 and Knuckles anyway, because I haven't really ever given it a full playthrough. Because when I was a kid, I had like the handheld, like I had like a handheld Sega Genesis, like officially published Sega Genesis emulator that had Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles like separately, but never as one thing. And I never got very far in either of them. But whatever. That's for another day. Oh boy. Okay. If you didn't like that take, you're probably not going to like my take on 64DS. Oh boy. All right. Here it comes. Honestly, Sonic 2 having worse lows than 1 is interesting. I still think the highs outweigh 1 a lot more though. I do think Sonic 2 has a better soundtrack. That'll die on that hill. I'll die on that hill for sure. I think Sonic 2 definitely has a better soundtrack than 1. Okay. Does it have anything else over 1? I don't really think Tails is like a plus. I think he's just a neat little guy you can have. Not really a pro over 1, just a neat little guy. Oh, the bonus stages I liked a lot less than 2 compared to 1. That's another thing. Anyway, enough about Sonic 2. We gotta move on. Mario 64 DS. This game pisses me off. This game pisses me off so much. And you want to know why? This game is fine, okay? On an objective level, it's fine. It's not what I can really call a bad game necessarily. Because it at its core, it's a really solid version of Mario 64. And mind you, I actually played this game before, like a little bit before I played the original, like back when I was like 7, right? I had access to this one first. So keep in mind, I feel like I've earned the right to say this. This is not a good version of the game. I'm sorry. It's not a good version of the game, dude. I can't put it in F because I think there are too many decent things about it to put it in F. But I think here's the thing. It's really only one thing that messes it up. I think the fact that there are multiple playable characters is really charming and cool. I like that they each have their own little attributes. A little flawed on the execution. I think Yoshi was easily the most interesting character to play as outside of Mario because the game was just kind of built for Mario, right? But for Luigi and Wario is where it really becomes a noticeable like balance problem because Luigi is broken versus Wario is useless. That's basically how they're summed up in this game. Because Wario's strength is supposed to be his, well, strength, right? But because the other characters have no problem dealing with enemies with one hit anyway, it really doesn't mean a whole lot unless you're going for like those black brick blocks that like cover up a power star or something. So other than that, he's kind of just there because his attributes are worse in every way. He doesn't jump as high. He doesn't run as fast. His swimming underwater is actual torture with Wario. How did they do my boy so badly? I usually love playing as Wario in these games, and then they just screw him up. What the heck? I feel like the devs just did not understand I feel like they didn't play a Wario game, but they understood Yoshi and Luigi, but they never played like a Wario game to really understand what this guy is more than just a fat Mario. You know what I mean? Luigi, on the other hand, is broken as shit. He not only jumps higher, but he also like not only are like his athletic stuff just way easier with him in general, but he also has this like copter like backflip that basically lets you just cruise over every part of the game that's even like every part of the platforming that's like challenging at all. And that's not a good thing. That just makes it so like it just makes it so you can cheese everything if you wanted to, which I just don't personally consider as fun. But okay, outside of the characters, that's still like not a part I'm too mad at. I can still forgive, right? Like the mission, there's like some new missions which are pretty cool. Like I actually really like the idea of the switch stars where you have to hit a switch and then you have to get to the star in a certain amount of time. That's a cool idea, and they don't execute it in the worst way. There's also like little mini games. New Super DS would include like multiplayer for the mini games, but 64 DS still has them, and they're still fun. Like you can still play, you can still gamble with Luigi, and it's still pretty fun. See, there's so many cool things about Mario 64 DS that make it like maybe not like better than the original. I probably wouldn't say even if this one thing was fixed, it wouldn't be like better, not guaranteed. But I could at least like recommend it alongside it if it wasn't for how this game plays. This is not an original critique, obviously, but this game plays like shit. It plays so shit. Like enough to kind of ruin the game. And I hate to say that because, again, I grew up with this version. This is the first version of the game I played. So it's, I don't know. So here's the thing. To explain what I mean by this, Mario 64, the original, might also have rough controls like when you're just playing it. Like, I felt that too. Like, for a while, it definitely wasn't great at Mario 64 in any version. But with Mario 64, the game was designed with 360 directional movement in mind. And not only that, but the moveset and like the general feeling of the game, I don't think a Mario game personally has controlled better than Mario 64 DS. I don't think any Mario game has ever controlled better than 64. If you were to ask me personally, I think the physics, the movement, the options, I just think Mario 64 rounded it all out perfectly. Like Mario Sunshine has FLUDD, right? Which is cool. It's neat for like exploring the 3D sections, but it can make it so that you can basically correct any jump you want, right? Mario Galaxy has the spin move, which is cool, but again, it makes it so like, but it didn't really have many movement options to take advantage of besides that, due to being like a more linear platformer. And Odyssey's movement can really just be boiled down to cap throw, dive, jump off cap, cap throw, dive. I remember doing that like that'll be like your best friend, I feel like, when playing Odyssey a lot of the time. And plus, I feel like Mario's momentum in Odyssey just isn't really that satisfying. I don't know. I have to replay Odyssey. It's been a while since I played it. But Mario 64, I just feel like the way it feels and the way the options you have genuinely like elevate the game from being like maybe like a high B, low A to an S tier easily. You know what I mean? That is not present in 64 DS because the game's movement by itself already feels shitty because it's on an 8-directional D-pad. So if you're trying to do any cool move that is very not only useful, but like you can use any movement you're trying to use to like beat the level a certain way or like get past this obstacle the way you want to do it. I gasp for air trying to ever do it on 64 DS because it just the side flip. One of my favorite moves to do in 64 because I think it has a lot of application. I can rarely ever get to work in 64 DS. Like it pisses me off, dude. Like not only just that, but like whenever I'm trying to do something specific, like let's say on like a Bowser level, I'm trying to do like a neat little maneuver, right? Or I'm just trying to like move off to the side a little bit just to kind of better position myself. I just go off the course a lot of the time when I'm trying to do like anything cool because it's just the game just does not function well. Like I tried so hard to like this game. I got all 150 stars. I finished this one. I 100%ed it because I believed in this game that I feel like eventually I was going to appreciate it. That did not happen. That's why this game pisses me off. I feel like I'm in the boat of people that's like, if this was on the 3DS with the circle pad, I would not be singing this tune. I feel like I would have a much better experience with it. But, oh God. Anyways, I'm not going to harp too much longer on it, but all in all, I think there are decent things about it, but it's just bad controls can ruin a game. It really can. And I feel like this is one of the examples, right? This is basically just Nintendo jumping the gun. I feel like is a good summary of this game. They just jumped the gun. I feel like they chose this game because it's like iconic game, but you can play it on a handheld without actually taking into consideration that it doesn't really have one of the key elements that made it as iconic as it is. Like, whatever. You guys can disagree with that. I think casually this game is fine, but once you learn to master 64 and like you really come to terms with how the game feels to play, I can never go back to 64 DS after that. Like I don't think it's possible. Like I said though, the game is like objectively fine. It's just that one thing that ruins it for me entirely. And I blame Co-op DX for that because I think Co-op DX is easily the best way to play any 64. Right. But we're not here to talk about that. Anyways, let's see what Chad has to say. Oh boy. They took the best part of OG 64. That's what I'm saying. Like, that, the movement literally made 64 for me. Like, the game is already, like, pretty good. I think the structure is pretty neat. But I think the movement is really what elevates it to that high tier for me. Otherwise, again, it'd just be like a, maybe like a low B, high A. Excuse me. Like, without that extra thing it has, you know? Should have been a 3DS game. The D-pad doesn't do the game justice at all. It doesn't, man. It does. It pisses me off. It pisses me off more than it should, but it pisses me off. The biggest problem with the 64 DS is using the D-pad and having 8-directional movement just does not work, and it doesn't. It doesn't. And the turning isn't even that tight to compensate. Oh yeah, so they added like a little run button because I think they knew because the D-pad just was not capable of what the joystick in the 64 was capable of. So they just added a run button. So you can basically go at like 2 set speeds. Which, well, if you walk for long enough, you go at like a faster speed, but it just does not feel nearly as good. The decomp port of 64 to 3DS also makes it obsolete as a concept in 3DS. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, one more thing I'll say about 64 DS and I'll move on because we got to get moving here. People have said repeatedly, this is something that really annoys me. People, not that I'm shaming them for this, but I feel like it annoys me. So what they say to like fix the control issue is that just play it on the 3DS because it has the circle pad. Do these people not realize that it doesn't reprogram the game to suddenly work in that many directions? It feels better to do, sure, I'll give you that, but it's like you're still just playing in 8 directions, but it just feels like you're going in more. It doesn't like fix any of the issues I have. It's just you can play it on a more comfortable feeling like pad. I'm genuinely really tired of people making that argument. Like it pisses me off maybe more than my thoughts on 64 DS. Okay, all right, moving on. While I was playing 64 DS though, I was playing FNaF World. And this game unironically kind of kicks ass. Kind of kicks ass, dude. It's one of my favorite FNaF games, unironically. I think this game gets kind of a bad rap because of a lot of things. It's basically, to a lot of people, it's Scott's failed attempt at like his passion project of like an RPG, because a lot of people did not like the gameplay and just everything about it. I think Scotty himself even has a quote of him calling the game a piece of shit at one point, which I think is absurdly funny. But it also got removed on Steam, I think. You can add it on Steam, but it's like a worse version, I think. Or not a worse, but it's like a less updated version. So I just played it on Game Jolt. And I believe I played a mod. I forgot what it was called though. I might still have it. Let me just search for a second. FNaF World QOL mod. Quality of life. I'm stupid. Quality of life mod. Yeah. Because I played FNaF World before, and I really liked it. Thought it was a neat little game. And now I like it even more. Here's the thing about FNaF World that I've actually come to really appreciate. The gameplay. I actually really like the system of like... of just... it's... the RPG battle system where your pedal is always on the gas. Like, enemies are going to attack you whether you like them to or not. They're always going to have a set time to attack you, so you got to make your decisions quick or you're going to die, right? I like that system of urgency, of like just when it's your turn, oh, all right, time to hit a move, boom. I like it. It's fast, it's frantic, it's fun. It makes the boss fights pretty fun. Yeah, dude. I think it's a really neat, cute little game with like a really interesting little art style that doesn't look too shabby. It's got like a neat little world to explore, which I didn't mind. Thought it was like some cool little puzzles there. The boss fights are all fun. I will say the Halloween edition, the Halloween update, where they added like the extra animatronics and like the mini games you can play to like unlock them. I think once you unlock those animatronics, you basically kind of just win the game at that point because you're just too overpowered. In fact, I even remember beating Anim Dude like really easily with only them. So, but you do have to go out of your way to do it. To be fair, like you do have to put up a really good like. You mean you have mini games like Foxy.exe, right? Which is like it's literally just a Sonic EXE like mockery of it. But then you have like the plane mini game, which I remember doing something specific for that. Hang on. Foxy Fighters, that's what it's called. I remember having to do something specific. Hang on. Players are rewarded, new characters. If a rank of oh, that's right. If a rank of A, that's right. That took me a while. Unlocking Nightmare Balloon Boy just to get like a rank of A. Because you have to like not get hit, basically. And you're doing this like really long shooting section. Yeah, it took a while. But and then of course Chica's Magic Rainbow, that goes without introduction, right? That needs no introduction. I enjoyed Chica's Magic Rainbow. I thought it was a neat little challenge, like a neat little muscle memory challenge. It was hard, but I eventually did it. Yeah. Yeah, great game. I liked the thing is you have to go out of your way to do those things to unlock the more overpowered characters, so at least it gives you like a good fight to do so, you know? Yeah. Other than that, I really like FNaF World. I can definitely come back to this game in the future. I really liked this game. Super charming game. Great soundtrack too, by the way. And I think Scott was way too harsh. I hope he makes a FNaF World too, honestly. I would, or I mean, even if he doesn't, I think it would still be nice if he did, you know, just to kind of like learn from the stuff he did wrong, right? And just kind of make it even better. I think he absolutely has the potential to do that, right? But alas. All right. We're at an hour now? Jeez. Okay. Now, thankfully, I shouldn't have a lot to say about like all these games, but Donkey Kong Country. I don't think I need to talk about this one much because Yeah, dude. Country 1 rules. I still have yet to play the other ones on Super Nintendo. I've played a little bit of 2, but not enough to like thoroughly rank it. But yeah, Country 1's great. Highly recommend it personally. Um, it's, in my opinion, probably still my favorite game that I've played on the Super Nintendo to this day. It's just a really well designed, like tight platformer with great feeling controls. A challenge that's for the most part pretty fair. Although there are some sections that are a little annoying to replay if you die. But I mean, that's probably the worst of what I've got. Oh, no. The worst I've got is the 100% process. Because there are certain. The secrets in this game are very cryptic. So you'll have to usually like burst open like a wall in like this level, or you'll find like a little bonus room, right? And then you got to get all the Kong letters right. Like you have to do like, I don't think you have to do this all like at the same time, but you have to do like a bunch of this criteria per level. And again, some of the rooms are like very cryptic, and some of the secrets are like you have to. I don't know how anyone would have figured out unless they were to like, unless they had like way too much free time. One room in particular is kind of a bitch, where if you don't, there's a bonus room inside of a bonus room, and I'm not making this up. I don't know how anyone would figure this out without a guide. I sure as hell didn't. I'm glad I had a restore point because Jesus, I was not restarting that entire game. How it works is you basically have to use a barrel in that room. You do the bonus room, right? But just before you're about to land, you have to hit that wall on the right, and then it unlocks another passage, and then you get another bonus room. If you mess that up, you are not given another chance to retry that. You basically have to start the entire game over. like no other secret is like that. Like what what were they doing, dude? What do you mean? But you know, other than that, I really like Country 1. There's really not a lot for me to say. I mean, it's a great looking game for the time. It looks aesthetically, it's very pleasing. I think the soundtrack is really nice and well done. Yeah, I never have a bad time playing this game. Well, usually. But yeah, dude, highly recommended. Not a whole lot else to say. Anyway, I have not been seeing what you guys have been saying. Movement is amazing, and not only you can fulfill the job of being rather accessible and having a high skill ceiling compared to like Galaxy's movement, which limits its movement a lot. Yeah, that's kind of why I really appreciate 64s, because it's just it, it not like not absolutely flawless, obviously, but like it's the best any 3D Mario has felt, in my opinion, to this day. Thumb stylus might make this game better. I tried that. It didn't. It didn't. It honestly probably felt worse, if anything, because, well, it just feels awkward on whatever hand you're using it with. Like you kind of have to use your left, and you basically have to put the system down. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Never really liked it. Wokie Kong pronoun tree. True. All right. Ooh, all right. So you want to know the worst? You want to know the worst game I played this year was? You want to know the absolute worst? There is only one other game. There's only one other game that compares to this, and we'll get to that later on. But so here's the thing. My first exposure to Mario Brothers Special was through Super Mario Brothers Crossover. Very classic, very interesting little fan game that incorporates like all these different characters from all the different NES games into Super Mario Brothers. Lost Levels, and Special. 3 games. Very good game, right? And obviously, Special was a game I'd never even heard of prior to its update. So I was like, I kind of want to play this now, right? Because it looked interesting. It had like a little, it incorporated like the arcade enemies for some reason, but that was neat. It had like the little hammer from Donkey Kong. It had a little wing power up that lets you just fly over the level, right? There are some neat things in this game that wasn't really done anywhere else. So I was like, I kind of want to play the original. I don't care if it's bad, right? I just want to play it. Surely it can't be like, but everybody from what I've seen years later just does not. They basically just shit on this game for being very like outdated and just looks like ass, right? I was willing to put all that aside. Keyword being was. Because this game is like objectively the worst game I played this year. I don't think I hated it as much as the game that I would actually. It's not my most hated game of the year. It's not even really my most hated game, really. Because, I mean, is it worth critiquing? Like, yeah, of course it's F tier. It barely functions. Like, this game controls already, like, complete shit. But also, this game also has, like, a screen transition. You know what? The only way I can sum it up, hang on. Let me just show you gameplay of it, and I feel like you will understand everything I am talking about in one image. Shut up, Crash. I already talked about you. This is how the game plays. So you have this fixed screen, right? It controls a lot worse than it looks, trust me. But, yeah, so you have... I'm just waiting for him to do something. Every time you move there, you have to wait for this, like, black screen to, like, process loading. Which doesn't seem like it'd be that bad, right? Maybe a little annoying, but, like, not, like, the worst thing ever. Well, I thought that. But here's the thing. See, this screen's actually a great example. Because you would think that you might just walk onto the same platform on the next screen. Well, no, you have to jump over it because there's a hole there. So if you didn't know that, you're screwed. Another example, you think there'd be another like little thing you could land on because it looks like it goes on. Nope, there's actually a Koopa there. So it's like you're just constantly, well, maybe not like that constantly, but it's like there are some really annoying sections to replay. That and also the game is really hard. Like among the hardest platformers I've ever played. And I don't mean that in a good way. I'm being dead ass. I have beaten Lost Levels several times without using save states or rewind. I could not even get past the first world without save stating on this. Okay? So believe me, I know my way around harder platformers. I could not even get past the first world without save stating. I save stated like every level because this game was driving me nuts. And I would have finished it. Really, I would have. I was I was suffering, but I would have finished it if it wasn't for the fact that later on in World 4-3, I can recount this. It's probably not going to be in this version. It's probably just my version of the game that got messed up, but a platform, I think it was here actually, yeah. So I jumped. This platform would not show up. It was just this. I would always fall to my death because I never had enough distance to clear it. And so I stopped playing because the game basically soft locked me. So I couldn't even beat it. But yeah, long story short, yeah, this game is complete ass. I cannot name a single positive about it, even if it's not really worth critiquing in the grand 2026. I had Evil Mario Special, true. It probably just hated me specifically. But yeah, I fell for it, man. I fell for it. There's some games you probably just are a little too curious about until you actually play it and you realize, oh, wait, okay, I was better off not playing it. Setting this up on an emulator was also kind of a pain in the ass, so whatever. I don't recommend it. If you're gonna play Special, see, I would have said this, but something special came out later that year. No pun intended, but something special came out that year, which we'll be talking about later. But anyways, 20. If you're gonna play, this is also like an adequate version of the game, right? Here's the thing. I think as far as this fan project goes, it is without question better than the original in every conceivable way, right? And I commend the developers so much for basically. I think they did a great job like replicating Special into SMB1's engine, right? Because of course it wouldn't be in any other engine. Of course it had to be on that. So it's like, I think they put clearly a lot of effort into it, and I think they did a really good job putting this project together. So what I'm about to say has nothing towards them, okay? But I think Mario, this game made me this, because here's the thing. This one I'm going to critique more on the level design department because the game's controls issues are gone. The screen transition is gone. The disappearing platforms out of thin air are gone, right? And it doesn't look like complete shit anymore, right? So with those gone, now I can actually like critique some of the game design, and it's not great. It's not nearly as well designed as Mario 1 or Lost Levels, if you were to ask me. Like, it's a lot of the time very barren. I feel like you wouldn't have even seen it through this original, though. So let me pull up 35th. There are a lot of times in Special where the level design just either feels empty or it makes no sense. Like, like every once in a while they'll do this like weird like block decoration. And I mean, I probably won't be able to pull up a good example of it. But it's just the way they design these levels, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Here's just an empty example, right? Where there's just not a whole lot there. You're kind of just like jumping through it. Here's a pipe. See, like that. Why is that there? And then it's like, okay, right? I think there's a level you can straight up beat in like 10 seconds. You can just skip the pipe transition and go over the roof. And then I recall a castle level specifically, why does the castle look like that? But this level is kind of a piece of shit. Probably would be able to figure that out. You go back in that pipe, and then you go back in that pipe, and then you can proceed. Do you know how long it took me to figure that out? That level laughs directly in your face. But anyway, there's also the wing power-up I was talking about earlier. It's literally just underwater. So it basically just turns into Mario Kirby at that point. But unlike Kirby, this doesn't work because the game was not designed around that. So Lost Levels wishes it had tricks that freaky. That's what I'm saying, dog. That's what I'm saying. World's first video game with a Windows Movie Maker transition. True. It's literally just a PowerPoint presentation. True. It's a really shitty looking one. Oh god, you played this version. I thought a deluxe. Oh, you mean like GB? Oh, I thought you meant remastered for a second. No, I think you mean like Mario Brothers Deluxe on Game Boy Color. I don't think that was on Deluxe, but Yeah, all in all, I don't know, just was not impressed with this game. And even when I replayed it for Mario Brothers Remastered, I just wasn't that intrigued by it. However, we're going to be rating that as much more than just special. So we'll get to that. We're only on game 10, dude. Oh my god, how long has it been? All right. Mario Gravity Adventure. You might be asking, what the hell is Mario's Gravity Adventure? It's a Flash game that plays very similarly to VVVVVV, if you've ever heard of that. Nope. I don't mean that. There it is. This one. Low quality, obviously, but that's kind of what you get with games like these. Yeah. I think it kind of speaks for itself, honestly. You can rotate the gravity, try not to land on the enemies, try not to fall off the level, you know, stuff like that. It's a relatively fun game for what it is. It's very short. You can beat it in a very short amount of time. It's not that hard either. There you go. That's Mario's Gravity Adventure. Not much to say. But I recommend it. It's a cute little game. Then I played, while I was on Flashpoint, I played Bloons Tower Defense. Which one, you might ask? The original. The one with the most simplistic strategy ever known to man. Just place a bunch of monkeys and you win. There you go. You beat the game. I think for what it is, it's still fine. Like, it's not, I don't think it's like, I think putting in D would be kind of harsh because, I don't know, it's the first one. Well, not that I'm saying like, oh, the first one should be excluded from being D tier because legacy purposes. But no, I mean, you can do that, I guess. Then again, there's really no reason to play this game nowadays. So yeah, fuck it, screw it. I'll just I don't know, man. I guess I'll put it like beneath 35th. I mean, I'd rather play this over doing this again, I'll be real. But yeah, whatever. It's a game. Okay, this next one I have to look up because I'm going to be honest, I kind of forgot what it's called Multicartverse. It's very obscure, and I don't think it ever got finished. Oh my god, dude, you go fast in this fucking game. Good lord. Yeah, it doesn't look very polished from what I remember. Oh yeah, playing as this game as Luigi was really, I think I remember playing this game as Luigi was really annoying because his jump is so big. My boy be taking big boy jumps in this game. Look at him, bro. And I don't think you have very much control over your jumps either. So, I don't know why he did that, bro. He's going to make it a lot harder for himself. But oh, it's a game. It's not very... I rated it as a D tier because I just did not have fun with it. But then again, that might be a little harsh because this is clearly an indie project, so... Whatever, I'm not giving it an F. At least it's not like the most egregious thing I've ever played. Where even is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. I want to put this at... maybe like that. I think that's fair. This is going to be a very rough ranking, by the way. Don't expect me to put like too much thought into any of these rankings, all right? Because then we'll just be here all night. You just have a way of talking about game design that's really nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I just kind of talk about stuff at the top of my head about like what I think works, what I think doesn't. But also just trying to be as fair as possible in terms of like, I don't think Crash 3 is like one of the best games ever. I think it's overrated for what it is, right? I think Crash 2 clears in like most ways. But it still maintains like fun gameplay, at least at its core. Like it still maintains that fun Crash gameplay. Right. Anyway, I don't have a lot to say about Multicartverse. So let's move on. Yo, everybody's favorite video game. And I'm sorry that I'm going to put this game low. I know a lot of people like this game. I'm sorry. I don't think 2048 is that good, bro. It's like a junk food game. You know what? I could pull this game up right now, actually. Screw it. This is 2408. This is how you're supposed to play it, right? You're supposed to match the numbers up with the stuff, right? That's the game. This, okay. That's the game. This is how I play it. This is the game I play when I'm bored in class. Never mind, you tis 2048. I take it back. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. This game's a game. I don't know what to say about it. It works, I guess. C tier. Donkey Kong Land. Ooh, this was an interesting one. Okay. Donkey Kong Land was an interesting one because it's obviously like a diet Donkey Kong Country, and sure enough, that's basically how I'm going to reflect it in my ranking. But I think that this game, okay, I'll say this. I'll say this about Donkey Kong Land. It plays a lot better than it looks. Just to throw that out there immediately. Do not judge this game on its looks. All right? It tried its best. You got to give it that. But, you know, it's a Game Boy. Couldn't really do it. But honestly, it's not a bad game. I had fun with it. It's still got that like Donkey Kong-esque level design. A little bit more annoying. There's this one level where you like have to guide a platform, but you're like in this little like maze or gauntlet or whatever, and it basically it changes direction every time it hit a wall, and sometimes these levels get really tight, so you have to like learn to jump at like the right times, otherwise you'll just never go where you want to go. So that was a little annoying, but I mean, other than that, I don't recall very many like negative moments for Land. Like, it's not like one of the best games ever, obviously, but I don't know. I think it's neat. It's no Super Mario Land, right? I think it also does have a screen crunch, so that could be annoying sometimes, right? I think it has many of the same quirks that Country 1 does, in that you have to like find all the rooms, you got to collect all the Kong letters, all that, you know. It's Diet Donkey Kong Country. That's basically what it is. But it's a cute playthrough, and I recommend it. Would I put it above Shipwrecked? No, probably not, because that's an experience. It's kind of hard to compare those two because they're very different. Super Mario Land is W Games. That's what I'm saying. Real ones stand Mario Land. DK Land is Nintendo's Sonic Blast, but it's good. Yeah, basically. It's actually not too bad. Okay, but 2048 better than that one mobile slot word game where you have to match letters to make words. Fair enough. I won't argue that. It's probably the most mind-numbing game on this list. just on an objective level though, because the way I play it is so stupid. But I like it. It's funny. Speaking of mobile slop, let's talk about Bus Escape Traffic Jam. Um, I mean, I'm sure you've seen these games before. You just move the bus to, you know, to where they're not blocking it, and you win. So here's the deal with these mobile games. All right, I play these because I'm bored at school, right? I need something to pass the time with, and I don't have anything else decent to play, because some of it might turn into something more long term, like Plants vs Zombies, right? So I can't play stuff like that, right? So when I'm bored, I just pop out these suckers. And for what it is, what did I give this? A C? Yeah, that's fair. I think after a while, it again becomes mind numbing because you kind of just cycle through the same kind of puzzles over and over again. But it's kind of fun for what it is. Makes you think. It's neat. Not a lot to say. Blood, let me get you a Game Boy emulator. Get you set up with a roguelike or something. All right, I wouldn't mind that. But I like my mobile slop sometimes. These games are not ranking very high. Don't worry. These games are not ranking very high. Like coin sort, block fill line puzzle games. Yes, that's the actual name. Go Escape, Gun Sprint, Hexa Away. Like they're not. None of them are ranking very high. Okay. Okay, so now for the one and only Kirby game on this list, I'm pretty sure. I have yet to play Air Riders. I feel a little bad about that, but I did just get it for Christmas, so haven't had a lot of time. Plus, I've also been busy playing CrossWorlds, so that's the racing game I chose to spend my time on. But later this year, or earlier this year, I chose to spend time on Kirby Superstar, and it is a very good game. And that's about all I can say about it. I think it's very good looking game for the SNES. The SNES, I can't believe I just said that. The SNES. Kirby controls rather well. I like the little mini games. So choice of mini games you have. I think that's neat. The fact that you have all these like different games, and they all work. Most of them work reasonably well for what they are. Let me just remind myself, because I know I'm gonna have something a little controversial to say about one of them, but Spring Breeze is basically just Kirby's Dream Land 1, but much shorter and much more like refined. Although I don't consider it as interesting to play. I think, funny enough, yeah, even though that's the one without the copy ability. But yeah, I think it's still a neat little playthrough. Not too bad. Gourmet Race is pretty fun, where you get to race DDD. Dynablade is that honestly, I actually really enjoy Dynablade. That's a really fun one. Revenge of Meta Knight was fun. Milky Way Wishes was fun. I didn't do the arena, but still a solid mode for what it is. The sub games, I mean, they're like little mini games. They're neat, but not worth commenting on. The Great Cave Offensive was one that. The Great Cave Offensive, it was neat actually playing this because it was basically Subspace Emissary before Subspace Emissary. Like, and I mean, case in point, this is literally a Sakurai game, so of course it is, right? You can see you can always like spot his DNA in games from like a mile away. But Kirby Superstar feels like the best controlling SNES game in my opinion. Really? Huh. That's not my number one. I feel like my number one's probably Donkey Kong Country. I mean, it still feels fine for what it is though. Not to like diss it. My boy hasn't played Super Metroid. One of these days I'll get to that. But anyway, the Great Cave Offensive was like a neat little mode, but to be honest, I did get kind of bored of it. And I don't really know if it was the game's fault. I think I just really, I don't know. I just found exploring it kind of, you know, I don't know. Honestly, I feel like it might boil down to how I feel about certain things in this game, like, or just in Kirby in general. Um, ooh, actually, wait. Here's something about this game I don't really like. I I'm pretty sure there's a parry option in this game, if I'm not mistaken. Um, oh, okay, yeah. Kirby gains the ability to guard, so he can defend himself from weak attack. Okay, so it's only weak, to be fair, but ugh, so it's either you can fly over everything if you want to, if the level allows you to, which doesn't always, to be fair, or you can guard yourself from weak attacks if you don't want to go through the effort of avoiding them. I have this really bad feeling about Kirby games down the road that the more I'll play, the more I'll realize, oh god, wait, is this really a good idea? I know the games want to be easy and that's fine. But I don't know, I think there's a way to do it without it coming off as like, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't played enough Kirby games. Maybe it's not this bad. And it's by no means ruined the game. It's just like it made certain encounters like a lot easier than it probably could have been. Which to some people probably isn't a bad thing, because again, Kirby games are meant to be easy. It's not like that's inherently just a shitty design choice. But I don't know. I'd put it below all the games above it. Just because I just feel like it's just a really solid game and nothing more than that. Like I had it's a cute game with lots to do in it. Although I do hear that Ultra is like kind of puts the original to shame. That's at least what I've gathered from the Kirby fan base. Not about to disbelieve him on it. Probably not my favorite Kirby game. I think that still goes to like Forgotten Land. But I also haven't played very many, so I don't know. More to come. But Superstar gets a thumbs up. Very low A tier, though. I wouldn't be surprised if it just stays at the bottom. Anyways, oh, God. I play Quick Cave Noir since it's solid, but also something that isn't too demanding. Mobile Slap can unironically be fun for casuals play. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like for, like, kind of just being entertaining is sometimes all you need. So it's like, yeah, just give me something fun. Catch App. Feels like the best controlling Kirby has. Kirby is set up in a way where you can decide how easy it is with the floating mechanics. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I feel like the Great Cave Offense. I like the Great Cave Offensive because it feels more challenging than most of the other games overall. That's fair. Yeah, actually, that's completely fair. Yeah. Ultra is the best way to play a Kirby Superstar. I'd put it below all the games above it. Yeah, you agree? I honestly could never sit through Superstar. Maybe I'll try Ultra since I got a 3DS. It's a good game. Yeah. Should probably play more Kirby games so I can get more of a perspective on Kirby as a whole, but until then. Run. Oh boy. We love Run. We stand Run in these parts. We stand Run in these parts. This is one of the games that made me on the Flash days, bro. Above FNaF World. Maybe beneath above Spelunky. That's as far as I'm going with it. But dude, Run is so like is still fun to play to this day. I love this game, dude. Run. Crash, you had your time, bro. Why do you keep showing up? All right. Run, dude. It's very simple. It is a very simple game with not a lot to it. But it is fun. Like I love the box layout seems like it would get repetitive, but it really doesn't. I think it's like they really find ways to like mix it up and keep your attention span, you know? You can set it to fast mode, which is really cool. You can choose your skin. Yeah, dude. Not a lot to say. There are times where it can feel a bit clunky. Like you might think you hit the side of a wall, but you really didn't. But Other than that, dude, that's really all I got. For a game as simple as this, I think it's really... It just does a really good job. And I think it's completely fair, too. Like... Mostly fair. Maybe I should say mostly. But also, when you die, you just start right back up again. You don't even get, like, a whole, like, game over screen or do you want to try again screen. Nope. Just back at it. Anyways, I won't harp on that too long. Play it if you haven't already, though. It's a cult classic. I used to play Run on the library computers all the way. Dude, that was me. Like, even, like, I think through middle school, I still played Run, like, a lot whenever I could. Like, on my personal laptop, I used to boot up Run, like, all the goddamn time. It was, like, one of my go-to, like, Flash games back in the day. Knuckles Chaotic special stages, but a full game, basically. And probably better from what I've seen, but I haven't played Chaotic, so I don't know. On the library computer went hard. Yeah, dude. It was a different era. Oh boy. All right. Ooh, we got kind of a silly one. And you guys might be a little shocked to see my ranking of this one, but Mario Kart with a C kind of bangs, dude. Kind of bangs. I'm listen. Okay. I'm gonna try and sell you guys on this game. I'm gonna try and sell you guys on it. Okay? It looks like a very shitty Flash game. Clearly. I'm pretty sure this is like the Mario Kart DS model, because he has like he just fucking melts into a void. But this is the game. Listen. It looks very shitty. And you might be right. But here's the thing about Mario Kart that I really like, with a C. Excuse me. I should probably emphasize this is with a C. This is not the same Mario Kart we all know and love. This is a different Mario Kart that we should all know and love. The thing I really like about this game is that it's got a nice flow to it. Like, I think speedrunning this game is surprisingly fun. Like, when I tried it, I was like, why am I having fun with this? What? Wait, this should just be like a very average C tier game at best. Why is this like actually kind of fun? Because obviously when you go off-road, there's no like slowdown, right? You're just always at the same speed. But you can also find the mushrooms, and you can position yourself to like go at the greatest speed imaginable. You can maintain that speed by like continuously cutting corners and hitting the mushrooms in the ways that you should. Not hitting the bananas. I mean, they don't really matter too much. You can course correct pretty easily, but not much to say. But it's really short, but I think for what it is, it's surprisingly fun, dude. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a guilty pleasure, but I don't know. I just find it fun, dude. My favorite Mario characters. Yeah, dude, you can race against green Mario, purple Mario, and yellow Mario. Like, come on, dude. Do you need another game? Do you need sex when you have this game right here? I'm just not well versed in the world of racing Flash games. This is really just feels like an asset flip of another racing game. You're probably right, to be fair. You're probably completely, like, dead on target. But I don't know, man. All right, another mobile slop game. Stickman Hook. It's a grappling game where you press the screen and he grabs onto a dot. What did I give this? A C. All right. I guess I enjoyed it more than Bus Escape. Let me just show you what the game is. I mean, I can show you like 5 seconds of it, and you'll probably be like, "Oh, okay, I know how this game plays." Pretty interesting levels sometimes. Yeah, there you go. That's the game. That's basically the game. I wouldn't be surprised if I played Revolt or something. Wait a goddamn minute. Papa Louie, When Pizzas Attack. A pretty neat platformer. Not a whole lot to it. It's a very standard one. It plays kind of how you would expect it to. It's got that classic Newgrounds quality that we all know and love. I didn't finish this game initially, but then I played it again and did finish it. And it is definitely a platformer. You just gotta carry the pizzas to the end. Gotta attack enemies with the smallest hitboxes known to man. There's not a lot to say. I guess him accelerating, yeah, because you can kind of see like if you have this initial speed, but then you accelerate to like you go faster than Sonic, it feels like. Yep. There you go. And you get this neat little border for the entire game. You're just constantly, I love games that do this, by the way. You just have the constant reminder of what game you're playing. It's so funny. In reality, it's probably like a C tier. It's fine. It's a game. One I recommend. That looks like the best game of all time. It probably is. Maybe I'm just woke and I'm having the wrong opinion. Maybe it's up here. Maybe it deserves that. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the sequel of everyone's favorite Mario Kart. Okay. Now, this might surprise you, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you don't give the slightest shit. But I actually don't like this as much as the first one in terms of like gameplay. Because I feel like the speed running is just not quite as fun here. Because, you know, that's kind of why I really like one. But here they're designed much more like actual tracks with like obstacles and, you know. And also the layout just isn't really that memorable a lot of the time, so you're just kind of, yeah, aesthetically more interesting, sure, but I don't know. Didn't like it quite as much, although it is cool that you can race against like different, like you can race against Metal Mario, Shadow Mario, and fucking Evil Mario. Or I guess just Flying Mario from Galaxy. But I'm going to put this game in a C tier. This is honestly kind of how I imagine Mario Kart 1 would be. But I don't know. I'll give it like I feel like right here, I guess. I don't really care. Bro talking like he's going to offend anyone or have a hot take in that the sequel of Mario Kart doesn't hold up. It's really heartbreaking reality, guys. I can't believe they would fumble. They would fumble such a such a well-regarded game that everyone has heard of. Papa Louie is a speed type confirmed. True. That actually might be true. Shit. We love speed type Papa Louie. All right. Another mobile slop. Gun Sprint. I don't know why I keep closing YouTube. Crash, you've had your time, bro. I'll see you in Crash 4, bro. Give me a second. Noob versus pro versus hacker. All right, so the game is you shoot the gun, right? Just a sentient gun. And I think you get the gist. Wherever you shoot lifts the gun in that direction. You can kill a person if you want. I don't know. I guess points-wise. This guy is a noob. What the hell is he doing, bro? Bro, no, come on, bro. I want a hacker to play this game. Oh, it does have a neat little I forgot about that. It has a neat little slowdown every time you like hit a guy. That's neat, at least. Nintendo isn't surviving 2020. Can you shut? Can you shut? Yeah, you get it. It's honestly kind of a fun. I actually kind of liked it, but whatever. I mean, it's also getting a C tier because why the hell would it get anything else? Where is it? Oh, did I already put it up here? I did. Gun Sprint is... I don't know, man. I enjoyed it more than 2048. I'll say that. The enhanced visuals of Mario Kart 2 don't make up for the lack of gameplay focus on what made them what made the original so enjoyable. I'm saying, bro. Like the sequel didn't quite live up, bro. It didn't quite. Oh, okay, but now we have a genuinely like good game coming up here. We have another sequel, Run 2. Okay, people. Okay, this time I actually kind of mean it though. This one I actually don't think this one I don't think quite lives up to the one. I know that's kind of a trend going on. We have Crash 2 not living up to Crash 1, Kart 2 not living up to Kart 1, 64DS not living up to the original. Sonic 2 like ever so slightly not living up to the original. And then we have Run 2. What did I give Run 2? A B tier. Yeah, I don't know. I found this one a little clunkier than I remember it, which is weird because I thought I would put it above 1 for sure, but not surprisingly, I just wasn't feeling it. Well, I was having a good time, and I enjoyed going for the collectibles, but I think what really threw me off was that the detection was oddly worse in this game. I don't know if this video is going to show any of it. He's probably going to be a boss, but I don't know. I just wasn't jiving with the level design as much here. I don't know what it is. It's technically more varied. Like, it's technically better. But for some reason, I didn't like it more. I don't know why. I feel like it really was just the polish, though. Because there were some parts in this game that just kind of like... I don't know. Didn't hit. Hit as much. I still had fun. I especially like the skater one. I like that it gives you a different mode. So yeah, no, I still really liked Run 2. I don't know why I gave it like a B. I think it's still very much worthy of an A, but I just don't think it's like... I'll put it like, I'll put it underneath. I think that's fair enough. But is Run 2 a better sequel to Run than Mario Kart 2 as a sequel to Kart 1? Yes. Because it still very much has what makes the original so enjoyable. Oh, all right. Now we have the Ethan game. Finally, we can talk about Pillar Chase 2. Okay. So I'm kind of cheating by including this one. I understand that this game technically shouldn't even count because I couldn't... Because if this game counts, then why doesn't all the other Roblox games count? I made a special exemption for this one because I spent a lot of time playing this game, like back in March. Oh my god, we're only still in March? Oh my god, dude, we're only a fourth of the way there. All right, whatever. Pillar Chase 2 is one of the games in a genre of popularity. Now, I have not played this game since like maybe half a year ago, so things are probably have changed. But basically, you play as these little horror monsters. This guy's, I think, made up completely by the devs. But you can also play as a bunch of other characters. You can play as Aoni. You can play as MX. You can play as Valum or Valum. You can play as AO1. I think this guy got added in a new update because I don't think I've ever seen him before. And you can play this piece of shit, Stricken. I hated this guy. But yeah, basically you're just a survivor trying to survive against the monsters in these little maps, right? But, I think they also added like abilities for the survivors, but when I played, it was literally just survive without getting, killed or demolished. It's a really fun game, dude. I don't know about... I think for the time I played it, I would definitely give it like... It's definitely not perfect. I would probably say I recommend you try it out if you haven't already. But some of the maps did kind of suck. Some of the monsters kind of suck. Like just dealing with. And also just using. I don't know where I'd rank this actually. I gave it like an A, right? Yeah, I gave it like an A. Shoutouts to Samsonite, best character in the game. True. Samsonite was pretty neat actually. Some characters are definitely more technical than others. Oh yeah, Baldy's in this game. Springtrap was in the game. I don't know when he's coming back. Maybe he's already back. I don't know. I haven't played the game in a while. But for the time I played it, I'll put it there for now. Ooh, okay. We have an experience game coming up here. Ladies and gentlemen, the otherwise known as Coronation Day. This is also an ARG like Shipwrecked 64, except it doesn't have a section in the middle that is completely unlikable and doesn't stop the pacing dead in its tracks. It's a very short game at first glance. And I think no matter how you play it, and no matter what ending you discover, right, it's not a very long game. But it's an ARG. A very well-made one. Although sometimes it feels like the clues are literally just given out to you in like some sort of writing prompt. But yeah, it's a neat little game about Mario and Peach. But like, something went horribly wrong with Peach. Oh yeah, speaking of this version of Peach, she's in Pillar Chase. And that's what inspired me to play the. Did you play the update? On Pillar Chase or Coronation? Was it Coronation Day? I don't know if there would. I did hear a sequel came out. I did hear that, but I haven't played that. But yeah, it's a neat game. Neat little horror elements. I think the sound design is used very well here. I think it visually looks super impressive. Yeah, dude, no, it's a super impressive game. I think consistency wise, I would definitely put this above Shipwrecked. But I don't know, man, the effort that went into this is like insane. I would probably say maybe A tier. I feel like these are just they're gonna rank rather unfairly. Because the thing is, I'm just not an ARG guy. So I feel like in terms of like just games I enjoy playing, it's probably just going to be in the bottom of A. But I'll put it in A for like respect, for respect purposes. You haven't seen it yet either? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll get to it eventually. Because again, the guy who made this is extremely talented. Very, very well, very good at making these. Because I'm pretty sure people to this day still don't have an exact answer what was going on in this game. So I guess that's how I did something right. Five Nights at Wario's 2. Where is that? There it is. You know what? Let me do Five Nights at Wario's 1 first, even though I played it after. What did I give 1? I gave 1 a C. Okay. Wario's 1 is like, it hasn't aged the best, even though I have a soft spot for it, since it was like, I think the first FNaF fan game I ever played. I'm pretty sure I played this game before I played an official FNaF game, so this game definitely holds a very special place in my heart, but yeah, it's not. I think now that the rest of the games exist, like this one, it's kind of at a very unfair disadvantage. That and 2 as well. I think 2 is also looped into that, although I do like 2 a little more. The narrative and experience focused games, I think, is going to be a lot more subjective. Debating whether it's technically better than Kirby is going to be more of a personal thing than comparing other ones. Yeah, like I wouldn't put it above Kirby if we're talking gameplay, because I just think I'm just a gameplay guy. I rank games for the gameplay. But I think out of respect, I'm going to put it in A because it's very well made for what it is. But I just don't think it's beating any of these games for me. Five Nights at Wario's 1 is like basically kind of just FNaF 1, but with Mario characters, except it doesn't even have the nuances that FNaF 1 has. Like, it doesn't have a Foxy. It doesn't, it kind of has a Golden Freddy, but basically, 4 of the 5 characters do the exact same thing. They just go to your door, and you see them at the light, you close them. And then Mario, oh yeah, the 4 characters are Wario, Waluigi, Luigi, and Peach. And then Mario is the Golden Freddy, except he appears way more frequently and has way less tension and is way more annoying. The atmosphere is very well constructed in Wario's 1. That's something I will give it. I think gameplay wise, it's kind of basic. And I don't know. It still works fine. Like, it's definitely not a bad game. But I will say, I think, oh, actually, here's the one thing that kind of brought this one a little lower for me. They somehow, okay, so here's the thing. This game used to be extremely easy, like unbelievably easy. Like the power just was not strong enough. So you could beat all these games without, or you can, sorry, what the hell? You could beat all these nights without having to worry about power even once. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, on a playthrough I did in 2020, like, I just got through the entire game without dying once. Like, even 2020, even the 20 mode I just first tried because it just wasn't hard. But in a recent update, and yes, there is a recent update, they fixed the power, quote unquote, but now it has the opposite issue where now you struggle to beat any night without, like, basically making sure you do everything the least as you possibly can. Do not ever check the lights unless you are absolutely sure something's there. Actually, better yet, just don't check the lights, right? Ethan, I think, had the idea of, like a while back, of just playing the game without, using the lights and just using only the cameras. And honestly, that might honestly be the way to play this one now, because it's really... I beat night 6. I don't know how. I guess the game was just nice to me that run, but good lord. Yeah, they really messed up the power on that. Otherwise, I'll put it at the top of the C. Like, it's still very respectable. It's a very respectable C tier for what it was. It's good for the time, but now it's a little outclassed, by other stuff. Objectively, there's more to Kirby, but there's going to be more to Kirby than most narrative titles, unless it's something over the top like Telltale or Quantic Dreams titles. You're so smart. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Subscribe to Ethan. Subscribe to EL Studios, the best YouTuber on the platform. Five Nights at Wario's 2 I enjoyed a little more, only because I think the gameplay had a little bit more nuance to it. Plus, it had more modes that you could check out. Like, it had the classic mode, which was basically just Wario 1 defying 2. Wasn't as RNG, somehow. But the actual gameplay is very reminiscent of FNaF 2, where instead of putting on the mask, you go hide in a room until they're gone. The music box is basically the generator. There is a Foxy in this game. Toad. But yeah, you can develop a very ultra specific strategy for this game that basically guarantees a win like every night. if you time everything, you can do math. Oh wait, fun fact, this is the first game I ever streamed on this channel. Fun fact. Forgot to even mention that, but yeah. No, this game also holds a very special place in my heart for that. And then I replayed it last year. And I still enjoy it. I think I enjoy it enough to put it at B tier. But it definitely still has some kinks to iron out because, it's very exploitable. Kind of. Like, you don't have to use the cameras really at all. Like, you don't have to use, like, any other camera besides Toad. And even then, you might need to... No, you only need it for Toad. What am I saying? We got to keep Mario at bay. He's a little bit more difficult in the recent update, I think. Whatever. You get it. Five Nights at Wario's 2 is better than 1 in my opinion, but, like, not by that much. I would say Above Kart. Yeah, probably above Kart. I don't want to be. That feels mean if I put it beneath Mario Kart with a C. But I think because I think Land is just a solid game on its own. But yeah, whatever. I'll leave it there for now. All right, what's next? Five Nights at Wario's Tower Defense. Where is that? There you are. This is a tower defense game. What did I give it? A B tier. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's not a complete game, but I played enough of it, and it's got like a mishmash of just regular Mario characters, but also the Five Nights at Wario-fied Mario characters, and they work together to take down something. I actually completely forgot. There's a tower defense 2? What? What do you mean? Oh, you're taking down whatever those things are. Yep. Definitely looks like a WWW or a triple Wario game as he's known by now. Definitely in his style for sure. It's a neat game. Would I put it above? Probably not. I think I probably put it right beneath 2, but above 1. Yeah, I'll put it right there. I think that's fair. All right, continuing the trend of FNaF fan games, we have Five Nights at Candy's Remastered. Still holds up. I really like Five Nights at Candy's Remastered. What did I give it? An A tier? Yeah. I'd give it an A tier. I think this gameplay loop isn't as dull as like maybe FNaF 2 or 1 because it it's definitely one where you have to pay attention for sure, like no matter how you slice it. The cameras aren't used very much. You don't necessarily. I think for the 20 mode, you don't. Well, no, you do because of blank. But I have a video on my channel actually just beating the original Candy's 20 mode without even checking the cameras for the doors because there's like a sound cue for the rat and old Candy. Very subtle, but you can hear it. And yeah. But anyway, but you could also just I feel like even then like playing this game like the gameplay loop is just inherently fun to me. Like I don't know, I just like it. Plus the building feels very tight. It's like small, so it's like and there's a lot of animatronics you have to look out for in this one. So you're basically always on edge in Candy's one, which I appreciate. I don't know if I'd put it above Kirby Superstar, but it's and the atmosphere is very well done too. I also really like the Knoll Knight with Shadow Candy, I'm pretty sure his name is, which is I think is exclusive to Remastered. If I recall correctly. Yeah, no, just all around great FNaF fan game. I think it holds up. And fun fact, I've never played any of the other Candy's games. I've heard that 2 is shit. I don't know anything about 2. I always thought 2 looked a little interesting, but people say 2 is like shit. And then people seem to like 3. And I hear 4 is still in development because of the fanverse stuff, whatever. All in all, really like Candy's 1. Think it's neat. Insane Kart Wii. This is a game I streamed. Or should I say a mod? It's got some insane levels in it. Or courses. Definitely not of the best designed variety, but where would you rank Treasure Island if you played it this year instead of like 4 years ago? Probably an A tier. Although honestly, my memory of it is really running thin. So my best guess would probably be around Five Nights at Candy's remastered level. Anyways, Insane Kart Wii. It's a funny game. You definitely don't want to play like every single level, but of course, I don't know why I keep saying level, but I guess they are levels in a certain way. I put it above the Mario Kart, obviously, because it just has a shitload of content you can just explore in it. Probably put it above these. Not above Land. Probably right here. I think that's fair. I think Insane Kart Wii is also one that has like you can swap out the regular characters in the game with with like custom characters. So you can have like PD Piranha, King Bob-omb. What the shit is that skin? I've never seen that. um bunch of other stuff. I think they have Shantae in here. Oh yeah, the biggest Mario Kart mod ever, by the way. Way too many courses in this bitch. Yeah, they have all the regular Mario Kart Wii stuff, like modding stuff, online time trials. By the way, probably one of the best ideas they've ever had. Online time travels, not for me, but I think as far as like appeal goes, that is easily one of the best ideas they've ever had. I'm surprised that wasn't done sooner. Input viewer, which is nice. Okay, and this is where so you can even change the font, you can change the weighting music. Like you can change a whole bunch of shit in this mod. So actually no, you know what? Just for the amount of content in it, I think it's like obviously not the highest quality consistently, but I think it's neat. I think probably right there. I'd probably put it right there for now. The global warming course is peak. That's true. I forgot about the global warming course. You can even play a global warming course. I mean, come on. You got to play it at that point. All right, FNaF 1 Remake. Where is that? Aha. And it's not an actual like remake of the first FNaF game verbatim. It's actually a wildly different game. Why is his forehead so fucking big? Yeah, I'll just let you see the game for a couple seconds. I know some people are sensitive to like horror. Sorry. Jesus Christ. I guess this is an all jump scares thing. Hold on. Yeah, so as you can see, it is very much not like the FNaF you might know. It's based off this like trend of like the FNaF malware trend. I don't know if any of you have heard of that. But it basically just it's in the style of those kinds of games where you like just download something random and it turns out to be this like really off-putting like thing and the character designs are all fucked up, like Bonnie here. And then Chica looks like he's on the Epstein, and then Chica looks like she's on the Epstein list, right? So it's like it's wild. Oh yeah, this is what. Okay, so here's the thing. I did not finish this game because of this. This kept biting me in the ass at like the worst times because the thing is you need to like you can't look away because then you're not going to know the little pattern, right? So you have to make sure everything is like as it should be. Anyways, you get it. It's a game I want to finish for sure. And for what it is, it's like really solid for what it is, honestly. I would even put it above Candy's one if I'm being completely honest. I think it's like It's also like genuinely kind of scary. Like it it irks me out a little bit. Whereas games like the ones I've talked about so far don't really scare me anymore. They might have when I was like younger, but you know, you just kind of grow a tolerance to them and you kind of learn their patterns, you can predict them more. With FNaF 1 Remake, this is a fan game that like just looking at it, I know I would probably find pretty scary. What I love about mod packs is you'll see insane dedication with new content and the like, but then when you load in the course, will look like something I threw together in Roblox Studio and yeah, because I think I played like a FNaF mod pack too that I didn't include on this list, but it was the lowest quality shit I have ever seen. Like the racetracks are just this like I'm not gonna pull it up because I'm going off topic, but it was really funny how low effort it was. FNaF 1 Remake. Anyways, where would I put it? Genuinely, I probably would put it above Crash 3. Low key, I feel like I would. That's saying a lot for a FNaF game. You know what I mean? I know some people are sensitive to horror. The first night is usually first night is never usually that bad in any of the games. He gets jump scared immediately. Anyway, yeah, FNaF 1 Remake, highly recommended. Very interesting game. All right. Super Mario 63. Obviously a cult classic. Everybody who's played a Mario Flash game knows what Mario 63 is. And yeah, dude, this game rules. I don't think I need to say much else, but I guess I'll just say that it's basically kind of the opposite of, well, in a way, it's kind of the opposite of Mario 3D Land, which we will be talking about later, where that's a 3D game that plays like a 2D one. This is a 2D game that plays like a 3D game, basically. And it's really cool. I think it controls well. It's not super polished, but it's not really necessarily in a bad way because it has that Mario 64 element to it where it's like you can use the movement at hand to do some really crazy shit. And I think controlling Mario in 63 is really satisfying. Such a satisfying feeling game. I don't think I can put it above Country because the thing about Mario 63, I don't think like the levels are like that well designed. I wouldn't even put it above 64, honestly. But no, it's still really good though. Like I think finding all the star coins is really fun. I think exploring all the levels in their linear forms is really fun. Yeah, dude, it's just a fun game. I like it. Good shit. You get to unlock. You have a level editor, which is offline now, so you can't really get levels on there anymore. You can probably trade them around with like codes and shit, but who's gonna do that? I will say though, the level designer, like when it was online, was pretty fire. This was like a long time ago. This was like a decade ago, but it's yeah, dude. 63 is highly regarded for a reason. It's easily one of the best Mario fan games of all time, I would say. Like I think to this day, I think it was made in 2009, I'm pretty sure. So, and the fact that it still holds up to this day is honestly like as well as it does is very commendable. You have the flood nozzles in this game and they controlled pretty well. Well, that guy just did an epic fail, but you know what I mean. The Rainbow Ride here didn't feel nearly as boring as the 64 variant. I'm kind of just skipping through levels here. Or, skipping through stuff. There's only 64 stars in this game, so it's, like, technically shorter than 64. But... oh, yeah, you can unlock Luigi, by the way. So, there you go. Yeah, 63 rules. If you haven't played it, play it. It's great. 63's controls are really damn fun, and it feels like they almost perfectly translated 64's controls to 2D. I mean, I think it's the closest they've gotten. I think it's the closest anyone's gotten up to this point. Maybe there's another project that I don't think the same team is working on. Or what is it? Mario 128 Redux or something? Wait, hold on. Mario 63 Redux? Is that what it's called? Oh, 127. That's what it was called. Okay. 63 Redux and then Mario 127. Both very promising projects, by the way. So we'll see how they turn out. But for right now, 63 remains the king. Well, maybe second only to 1, but we'll get to that. Second only to 1 in terms of Mario fan projects. But we're still on Flash because now we're talking about Super Smash Flash 2. Now, Smash Flash 2, I've had a very long history with. I've played this game since version 0.8. I think that's the version. Version 08. I've played since this version right here when the sprites were all taken from like video games and shit. Now they have all their own sprites, which is awesome. I definitely don't go that far back. Oh boy. But yeah, dude. So here's the thing about Smash Flash 2. I've actually in like this past decade, I've actually fallen a bit out of Flash 2 because I realized that I'm not a fan of how this game feels with a keyboard. Even though that's probably how it's meant to be played, it just doesn't feel right to me. I don't like it, you know? It's entirely a personal preference thing. Doesn't make the game worse. Because at its core, this is still easily like one of the best Smash projects ever made. Easily, without question. Like a lot of custom work went into it. Like unlike Crusade, which like largely takes from other things and then just kind of makes a Smash game out of it. Flash 2 broke away from that and basically made it into its own beast. Like it's even competitively like popular to some extent. It's like one of the only Smash fan works that actually has like a competitive scene. Even Crusade doesn't have that. But anyway, I played this game with a controller, and my opinion of it has definitely increased for sure. I put it like above Mario 63. Ooh. Jeez, that's a question. It's really good. That's the point. It's a really good game. I'll put it beneath. Only because I feel like this game, the one thing this game needs to improve, like badly, I think Crusade beats Flash 2 out in this way. Flash 2 has dog shit controller support. It does not. It is so bad, dude. Like, because Crusade works out the joystick. It's all in the joystick, by the way. Crusade's controller support, like the joystick is like perfect. It moves in the way you want to move it. The more you move it, the more it goes to your direction. Flash 2 is like it goes to like it like pinpoints like certain like it's like very particular with where the joystick or like what directions point to where. And for a while that really messed me up. And it also charge smash attacks are for some reason really hard in this game. I don't know why. Like you have to be ultra precise. But something that Crusade doesn't have over Flash 2 is online support. So, hey, every fan game has their has their shit, right? The Mario vs. Sonic 2011 sprite for Mario. Yep. I'm pretty sure that came from McLeod, that sprite sheet. And then they abandoned it for, custom artwork. Yeah, we got. Oh yeah, there's also like anime characters in there, which is really cool. Oh yeah, they added my boy D.D.D in the latest update, so that's why I played it. Hang on. Was there anything else they added? Yeah, it is incredible. This guy's onto something. Update showcase. Yep. So, oh yeah, updated Lloyd sprite, which he needed for a long ass time. Reworked Goku, which he needed for a long ass time. DDD, like, dude, come on. Can't tell me this game ain't fire. So that's why I implore everybody to check this game out because it kind of rules. And I think even the bad controller support I can forgive because it still plays relatively well. I think it functions relatively well. I think the frame rate is kind of annoying. But that's just Flash. That's just how it works. Yeah. Dude. Game's awesome. Play it. It's not the only FNaF fan project we'll be talking about, by the way. But until then, we're going to be talking about math crossword number puzzle. Where would you rank Rivals of Ether with Steam Workshop? Oh, easy A. Easy A at least, maybe S. You know what? No, S. And you know what? I'd even put it above Crash Bandicoot. Dude, Rivals of Ether with mods goes nuts. Probably one of the best feeling platform fighters ever. Like, it's so good. Rivals 2 is good too, though. But that's more for, like, competitive play, I would say. That's more in their field. Oh yeah, math crossword number puzzle. This is a crossword game where you fill out the numbers and you do math. You like math? Cool. Then this game's for you. No, it's kind of fun. I like it more than Bus Escape. Probably less than Stickman Hook. It's exactly what you think it is. I don't even need to pull up a video. Celeste 64, Fragments of the Mountain. This one was a long time coming because I played Celeste in 2024, and it is quite possibly my favorite game ever made. It would be at the top of the list if I played it this year because it's so goddamn good. Maybe even in a tier of its own. Honestly, it'd probably be like SS, right, or S plus. Celeste 64 though, very solid little game. Celeste, or God, I always want to call Madeline Celeste for some reason, but Madeline controls great in like a 3D space. They really made that work. I like the little chibi art style in the 3D environment. It's a very short game. Obviously, it doesn't live up to the original Celeste, but that's because it wasn't trying to be a follow up. It's just its own little project for fun. Yeah, dude. Finding everything was really fun. It's kind of just in the style of like it's like in the style of like a collectathon. You get these little bonus stages, which are pretty cool. Also very much in the vein of like what I loved about Celeste. The only problem I have with Celeste 64 is that sometimes I feel like the depth perception is really weird. The shadow definitely helps with that, thankfully. But there are certain points where it was just kind of, the tougher platforming sections really kind of became a little irritating after a while. But as a whole, I would definitely still rank it pretty high. Like, it's very good. And they released it like completely for free too, so you can just download it right now and play it. Probably above Spelunky, yeah. Maybe above Run 2. I'll sandwich it between the Run games. Very recommended. And also just a neat little continuation of Madeline's story and just reuniting with the friends that she made along the way. And I'm also pretty sure that Madeline has a girlfriend now in this game, and I'm just like, dude, fuck yeah. Love knowing that my God, I keep wanting to call her Celeste. I'm glad my girl Madeline is kicking it, bro. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. This next one is going to be a little controversial. Like, for real. It's time to talk about Sonic Unleashed. Because I'm going to be honest, I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off and just say it. I did not like this game. I streamed it for like the first time, and I enjoyed the stream, but did not like the game. Before I rank it, though, I'm just going to talk about it a little bit because it might surprise you where I end up ranking this. But here's the thing with Sonic Unleashed that it's just there are things it does well, for sure. I think the daytime stages, I really appreciate being as challenging as they are. I think the speed, especially, is interesting. Pretty sure gameplay wise, this is like the fastest Sonic's ever gone, bar none. So that's awesome, right? Really feels you really feel like you're Sonic. Wow, these guys are tough. In order to beat them, I need a Sonic Unleashed. Sonic Unleashed wishes it could be Sonic GT. That's honestly kind of what I'm saying. Because Unleashed is just like. I just don't think this game is very beginner friendly at all. Like, I think daytime stage wise, especially, good God, no. Which is weird because Generations is kind of like that too. But I had a much better time with Generations than Unleashed. I fucking love Generations. So what happened here? Why don't I like Unleashed? Well, one, I don't like the way Sonic feels in this game. I think I think he somehow feels worse than he did in like modern Sonic Generations, but there I gave it a pass because I think he still worked well with the level design. Sometimes Sonic just kind of, when you're trying to get him to go a specific direction, he just kind of goes off into like fuck all knows where. Like, and I thought it was too much. Maybe once I play other Sonic games, maybe I'll come back to this one and like I'll be more adjusted and I'll be able to enjoy it more. But oh man, the daytime stages were rough. Like I just did not enjoy them, dude. Like I did not enjoy like most of them. And then we have the Werehog stages, which funny enough, I actually ended up enjoying more than the daytime stages. Never thought I'd say that. But even then, like after a while, they just became really like mind numbing. There are puzzles you have to do to progress, obviously, as like Werehog Sonic. But mechanically, it's just not very developed, and you can basically just play the game by spamming buttons because you have really no incentive to do anything else. So why do anything else? Um, I won't critique the battle music because that's funny. I don't even care. That's funny. I'm gonna keep that in there. That's so fucking funny. Oh yeah, did you play Shadow Generations this year or 2024? I think I played it like late 2024. Shadow Gens would have rated like pretty high, like A tier, I would say. Like very high A tier. I love Shadow Gens. So here's the thing about Sonic Unleashed. I actually do think it's a good game. It's probably the best game I played this year that I just don't like. You know what I mean? So I'd put it like, because I think the daytime stages do work. I just think they're extremely overwhelming for a first time player. I just could not get the hang of it. I don't know why. And I was trying my damnedest to get through the game. And I was told by Shinotic that I was nearing the end anyway, so I was just like I was just not having fun. Like I was just like, all right, dude, you know what? I'm calling it. I'll just come back to it another day. And also, I'm not playing the Wii version, by the way. This is Xbox 360, so I'm not talking about the quote unquote bad version. This is the version that everyone has sucked clean, right? It's I think it's good. I'll put it like right here. Yeah, I think there's fair, like for an objective ranking, but also just kind of like how I'm personally feeling kind of at the same time. I think mid B tier is probably fair for it. Because I think it does work technically, but you if you grew up with this game, then I salute you. Good lord. Because I could probably never. And then you played Sonic GT and realized, wait, I could be playing good Sonic games right now. That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh yeah, the reason I played Unleashed is because it got recompiled came out this year. So now there's like no reason to get a Steam port, even if they make it. So hey, good for them, right? That's awesome. That's an awesome project. But hopefully I like the game more in the future. Speaking of Sonic GT, why can't 3D Sonic games be like this, bro? Seriously, why can't they be like this? I enjoyed it a shit ton more than Kirby Superstar, like enough to put it above it. Because I know Kirby Superstar has more meat to it. I know these games have more meat to it, but the thing is, this game is just so goddamn fun. Holy shit. I love the way Sonic feels in this game. I love the few levels there are in this game. I love the multiple playable character. I'm pretty sure this one has multiple playable characters. But in any case, dude, this game like actually kicks ass. The only reason I'm not putting it higher is because it's so short. It just feels like it's not complete yet. I feel like it could easily be up here. Its potential could easily be up here. But for now, I'm just going to put it like above Crash 3. If you seriously, I implore every Sonic fan to play this game. Like genuinely. Please do. It is so goddamn good. Beats the shit out of Unleashed, that's for sure. A lot of Sonic games, just because of how they are designed at the core as a concept, feel way better on repeat playthroughs. That's probably true with like every Sonic game. Yeah, you get better at the controls and you can use them better and understand the level design better. Exactly, they're like meant to be replayed, right? Like a lot of them are at least, so you can like get better times and go faster, right? The whole appeal of the Sonic games, which is good design. I just think Unleashed took it to a degree where it's like, Jesus Christ. Unleashed is one of the Sonic games I feel do that the most, at least to a game that feels it should be way better than it actually is on a first playthrough. Okay, then that actually makes perfect sense. The reception it's got makes perfect sense now. Now that I really look at it through those lens, that makes perfect sense now. Anyways, yeah, GT goated. Next, Sonic World, specifically DX. Game was very clunky. What did I give this? A C? Yeah, that's about right. Game kept crashing repeatedly. The game had very noticeable polish issues. Still fine. Probably top of C. It's fair. Got multiple playable characters, which is neat. You need to unlock them though, so you have to like time trial the game, which was not for me, right? Because like I said earlier, I'm not a time attack guy. But I don't know, it's fine. It's not a bad project. It's neat. Meant to try this, yeah. It's cool. It's cool that it's a Sonic game that like incorporates a bunch of different like characters and levels and all that. It's a cool project. Just think it's not very polished. Can't wait for Rolling Rascal. This team has been cooking. It's going to be Sonic GT, but as a full game, basically. I played the demo of Rolling Rascal. That shit fire. That shit kind of fire. Not going to lie. All right. Back to Mobile Slap. Hexa Away. Surprisingly kind of fun, though. I'm going to be real. It's... Okay, so basically... Got to get the hexagons off the plane. So it's a puzzle game. And you know what? It's a fun puzzle game. I like this. I've actually been playing this. I'm still playing this game like to this day, actually. Like some of the others I kind of just stopped playing once I got bored of it, like Stickman Hook, which is fine. Math Crossword, which is fine. Bus Escape, which is fine. Gun Sprint, which is fine. I just got bored of it. This one I actually still play, and I actually still find very fun. Like, it's just a unique puzzle. I haven't seen of this before, personally. But maybe there's billions of clones out there that exist of it. But for me, honestly, if it weren't for the ads, I would probably give this like a B. Honestly, like it's a really fun game, surprisingly. If there's one mobile game from this list that I probably implore people to play, it's that. Hexa Away is really fun. Deltarune. Oh, uh-oh. So we have a problem on our hands because remember, like in the middle of the year, I played Chapter 3, and I had a banging good time with it. Probably my favorite chapter so far, honestly. And I told myself, hey, I gotta play Chapter 4. I cannot make the same mistake on waiting on Chapter 2 again for so long. I gotta play it again. I gotta play Chapter 4. Guess what I didn't do? So I have not played Chapter 4. And a large part of that is probably just because I suck at staying with RPGs. In fact, that's a problem we'll talk about for a later game that we'll get to in a little bit. But for Deltarune, here's the deal. I would have ranked it anyway because Chapter 3 is like fresh content, so it's like, okay, I mean, regardless of whether I played it or not, I still would have ranked it. Blood did not finish Deltarune. You are cursed to always forget finished Deltarune. Yeah. But here's the thing, though. I did play through chapters 1 and 2 again before playing chapter 3. So I at least have a fresh experience of chapter 1 for sure. And chapter 2, I think, yeah. Because that time I actually finished it. And what do I think of it? S tier. I mean, come on, is that really a discussion? Deltarune rules, dude. Arguably might even be better than Crash 1. Okay, so I will say chapter 1 is like fine. I think it's a decent chapter, but I think there's a reason not many people caught onto it as they did Undertale because, well, first off, it's the first chapter, so it's far from complete, so it's not. But in that way, I just felt like the gameplay wasn't quite as there. The characters were like good. I liked Lancer a lot. Susie's cool. Ralsei's cool. They're all cool, but I feel like the game itself just did not leave enough of an, or the chapter, the first chapter just did not leave enough of an impression on me. So actually, maybe I should put this in A tier then, because I feel like because it's incomplete, we have yet to see the true extent that Deltarune can reach. Because chapter 2 and 3 came along and just completely shat on 1, and I assume 4 does too, from what I've heard. 2 definitely, I think the strong point of 2 is the writing. The writing in 2 is actually like godlike. Queen is one of the best characters Toby's ever written, period. I would even probably say she's more well written than same level. And then chapter 3 specializes on the gameplay, where it felt more like a WarioWare kind, but put into an RPG. And I honestly loved it for that. I think chapter 3 went bonkers on the gameplay, and that's why it's just my personal favorite, because it was just the most interesting to play. Tenna's a cool character too. I don't like him quite as much as Queen, but he's cool. So yeah, I'm gonna put this underneath Crash 2 for now. Maybe Under Country. I'll just leave it like that for now. Look, point is Deltarune's peak, and you should play it. All right. I find it kind of funny how it took so long to get more than in one S tier game, and then it didn't end up happening anyway. Don't worry, there are gonna be. I am thinking of one other S tier right now that I'm definitely gonna put up there, but it's probably gonna take a bit. It's probably gonna take a minute before we get there. Plants vs Zombies Fusion. So basically, this mod is basically the original Plants vs Zombies, but you can fuse plants together. I was made aware of this by Shinotic, who's very loyal to Plants vs Zombies. No commentary, please. Thank you. All right. So yeah, basically you can just fuse like a bunch of these like plants together. Can you load, please? Please. Please. I know you're a 6-hour long video, but can you please load? Okay. I might not need the video. But yeah, it's basically exactly what it sounds. You get all these like different combinations of plants, which are really cool. I could not for the life of me remember all of them. I'm already kind of shit, and well, maybe not shit, but I'm mediocre at Plants vs Zombies or these kind of tower defense games in general. So obviously my ass was not going to remember every single fusion, but you know, I think it's just a really interesting little idea, and I think it's executed very well. I put it right there. I think that's fine. Give up the facade. We all know it's Maker 3DS. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Queen is genuinely one of the funniest characters in fiction. I'm saying she's probably the funniest character Toby's ever written. Like, honestly. I don't think there has ever existed a funnier character than Queen. Metaton bows to her, dude. All right. Castle on the Coast. Now, this one you might not have heard of. Where is it? Where are you? Castle on the Coast. There you are. Castle on the Coast is a more obscure 3D platformer game, but I think is really fun. It's got that like collectathon style to it where you can use the movement. What you're collecting all these like little things, right? You're moving along. Well, you can move along the story, I think, by accessing different areas, but you can also the movement that he had a really funny name. I forgot it though. I feel bad. What's his name? The giraffe. The hell's his name? George the Giraffe, dude. We love George the Giraffe. I would call myself a true giraffe. I would call myself a true George truther, but I forgot his name, so I'm probably not worthy of that now. But in any case, this game's actually like really fun because I don't know. There are so many ways you can like break this game, which I found them very amusing because you can use the movement to access areas that you're not even supposed to access yet. And I got to an area in a game thinking like, where the hell do I go? There's like nothing to do. And then I backtracked a little and then a cutscene played. So I'm just like, oh. But here's the thing, that's not really a bad thing because it makes playing the game more interesting on subsequent playthroughs. So you can like, and even in general, you can just use the movement to do whatever the hell you want. Like, George is like very floaty, but not in a bad way because I think the level design complements it. There's above Crash 3, definitely. Maybe not above GT, but very damn near close. The story, it's also aesthetically, it's like presented as like a children's game, so you know, it's definitely there are games that I feel like most games I play in this style are definitely for everyone, not just targeted towards kids. This one is definitely leaning the most into that, I would say. So if it's not your game, I can see why, but I don't know. I thought it was kind of cute, personally. The story, I don't really give a shit about, but I don't know. Who cares? The game's fun, so Play it if you haven't already. I mean, I actually forget how much I got this game for. $3. Oh my god, $3. Yeah. So if you need like a good if you need like a cute little 3D platformer, Castle on the Coast has you, bro. They have you. All right. More mobile game slop. Go Escape. It's technically a platformer in that you're basically an automatically moving ball and you just have to jump at the right time. It's pretty fun. Although the level layouts definitely got repetitive after a while. So I'd put it above Stickman, above Papa Louie, above Mario Kart 2, beneath Five Nights at Wario's, but because it also has ads, you know, because what mobile game doesn't? Oh, it's a game for kids. It's meant to be easy. Doesn't mean it's got to be lame. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like if it's not your kind of game, I just meant like aesthetically. Like it's a very like game that quite obviously appeals to just children, but the gameplay is pretty neat, dude. I don't know. I feel maybe unintentionally, but I thought it was fun. Tress likes balls more than Mario Kart 2 confirmed. Probably. I probably do, honestly. All right. Ooh, all right. This is a contentious one. Mario Kart World. So this game has a rather controversial reception, which is, well, I was about to say it's unheard of, but Super Mario Kart exists, Wii exists, 8 on Wii U exists, Super Circuit exists. Yeah, okay. Oh, and Tor. Oh my god, how did I forget about Tor? But this was like a surprising like controversial game though, because the thing is, when this was coming out, everybody thought it was going to be like peak, easily the best Mario Kart. I thought it was going to be the best Mario Kart too. I mean, I thought since I thought Mario Brothers Wonder was going to be the best 2D Mario back when it was coming out, and personally, I think I'm right still. So I was like, shit, double or nothing. Mario Kart World's going to be the best Mario Kart. No, I don't agree with that one, but I still think it's like definitely among A tier. I think the oh my god, dude, these are like all A tier. Jesus, they have too many A's. Yeah, I just don't think I don't think any of these are worthy of S tier. I think that's a very specific award. But Mario Kart World's great. I think the routes, people call them intermissions, but I think they're actually called routes. I'm guilty of calling them intermissions. So I get it. But I think they were blown a little bit out of proportion, the problems with them. Yes, Nintendo should not be forcing them in your face as much as they are. Like, dude, come on. Let us enjoy the game the way we want to enjoy it. All right? Jesus. But I think the routes themselves are not that. Some of them are boring, yes, because some of them all you're doing is driving straight. But other ones are like there's this little bridge section where like all the different cars and stuff. You can like take specific routes to like hit a dash panel, right? And I don't know, it's just specific ways to like mix up the tricking a little bit, right? Like there's some of that. It's obviously not like great. I don't prefer that over the regular racetracks. I don't think most people do. But I don't think it's like that bad. Like I think people really blow it out of proportion. And I think they work really well on Knockout Tour, which people seem to agree with that at least. Also in general, I just really like this game's gameplay when pit up against Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Not by that much. I still think 8 Deluxe is still like probably neck and neck with it, if I'm being honest, on an objective level. But in terms of my personal enjoyment with it, I actually had a better time playing World. I don't think it's above Flash 2. I don't think it's above Run. It's not above Celeste 64, so it's between those two. But yeah, dude, I think the tricking, the tricking off the course thing, like the way you can like bounce off the course, find all these ways to like complete the course. Dude, I never thought Mario Kart could be that cool until I saw that. And I'm just like, dude, oh my god. Like, this kicks the shit out of 8 Deluxe. I'm sorry. This is like the most fun I've ever had with a not ever, but I've had more fun playing this game in like the month of its release than I like ever have playing Mario Kart 8. I just think the gameplay is so much more interesting than that game could have ever dreamed of being, because its whole shtick was doing the anti-gravity thing, which was like a neat aesthetic, but it didn't really offer anything gameplay-wise, at least not much. How much does it compare to the other Mario games with the name World? It's better than Dr. Mario World, I would say. Although, I still like Dr. Mario World. I'm still sad it got taken off. Oh, Mario World. What the fuck? I probably like it more than Mario World, although that's still definitely an A tier. I know you were probably just doing a bit, but no, I'll try. I'll try and thinking of some. Mario Tennis World. No, that doesn't exist. Mario Golf World. Mario Strikers World. Mario Baseball World. Mario Brothers World. Mario Land World. Mario 64 World. I don't fucking know. Oh, 3D World. Jesus. I don't think it's better than 3D World though. All right, I'll stop. And also, people critique the freaking character select. I'm sorry. I know your favorite RPG character isn't there. I get it. Do I think the world would probably be better if Nintendo wasn't so like limiting for that? Yeah, probably. Here's my deal though. You can play as a motherfucking snowman. You can play as Moo Moo. I'm not calling him Cow because Nintendo dead names him, bro. His name's Moo Moo. You can play as a Cataquack. I don't even like Cataquacks, but you can play as them. That's awesome. Fish Bones, a literal fish, isn't even steering the vehicle. You can play as a fish bone. You can play as Penguin, my goat. I've wanted this guy in Mario Kart for years, and I finally got him. Hell yeah. Play as a Cheep. You can play as a Goomba. You play as a coin coffer. Excuse me? You can play as a sidestepper. The bee enemy that I forgot the name of. Pianta? Like, you got to admit that has some charm to it. Like, yeah, would I have put Funky Kong and Diddy Kong and other fan favorites in there, like Petey Piranha in there? Yeah, I would have, for sure. And I honestly hope the game gets DLC like that. Maybe it doesn't have to for courses because it might break the structure of the game. But I think character DLC would at least be pretty neat, right? I think they could absolutely do that. But I think for what it is, you know, it has problems. It does. It really does. The battle mode is kind of just like whatever. It's like that I'll say 8 Deluxe probably beats it in the battle mode. But I don't know. I like it, dude. I like this game a lot. I've had a lot of fun with it. I've competed in some tournaments, locals. It's just fun, dude. I love it. Because here's the thing with 8 Deluxe. I eventually found the game too easy. Because you get to a certain point when you get good at it. Sometimes when you get to a certain point when you get good at a game, you get to a certain point where it's like, damn, this doesn't feel like this isn't as rewarding as I thought it would be, you know? And that's how I felt with 8 Deluxe, because I felt like the game just became too easy once I got too good at it. And it's just like, all right. World, I feel like I have not run into this issue even whatsoever. Like, I think there is so much to this game, like, at its core. Basically, long story short, I think World versus 8 Deluxe is kind of quality versus quantity. Because I think 8 Deluxe has a lot of courses, yeah, but I don't know. The courses that are in World, I think, are just more consistent. Not all of them are hitters, but you know, I feel like every Mario Kart game's like that to some degree. Not all of them are hitters. 8 Deluxe definitely felt like if you wanted to get really good at it, you were punching a concrete skill ceiling. That's what it felt like to me, because when I played online lobbies, I was just dominating every single one, and I was just like, if I really gotten to that point, like it just, I don't know. Because obviously 8 Deluxe is like a very played game, so obviously you're gonna have a lot of casuals in there. But I don't know, that's just a me thing. How could you forget the name of the hit Mario enemy, Stingby? God damn it, Stingby. Thank you. Nintendo tubers are gonna complain about everything. They do. They complain about like they complain about the company like once per month, maybe more. Maybe that's understating it. Is that Shy Guy's my main? I am absolutely in zero position to complain about this roster at all. The costumes! I didn't even talk about the costumes. Have you seen Birdo in that Pro Racer vest? Bro, how could you not like this? This is like aesthetically top 3 Mario games, easily. Purely aesthetic. Oh my god, the soundtrack too, like, oh my god. Come on, man. All right, we spent enough time on Mario Kart World. We got to move on. Sheepy, A Short Adventure. Thought it looked cool. So I played it. It was a platformer, and it's okay. It's a game. It's kind of an experience game, but one that just didn't really hit with me as hard as it probably could have. I'll put it like up here to be nice, because I think the graphics are very good. I didn't really care about the story. I'm going to be honest, I can't even remember the story out of the top of my head. But does it have a Wikipedia article? It doesn't. Okay, I was going to say, how does this? I was going to make the joke of like, how does this game have a Wikipedia article, but Shipwrecked doesn't? Anyway, not a lot to say. The platforming isn't really focused on, right, like on purpose. It isn't, but it's got a neat little final boss section at least. It's fine. It's a neat, cute little game. Give it a shot if you're interested. World reaches like Odyssey levels of W costumes, dude. I think they go like way further beyond than Odyssey, personally. Like, dude, they went all out on World. Like, that's something you can't deny. Like, they definitely, should they be stroking their ego that much? No, probably not. But I mean, they did. They did put a lot of effort, so that's at least commendable. So anyway, you know about all this mobile slop I've been ranking? Well, what if you got it all in one game? That, my friends, is where, Jesus Christ, where is it? Yeah. You want those games, right? So here you go. Now let's see you clear them. It's like a B tier. It's pretty good. It basically like replicates the style of the mobile games you're most familiar with. And it is fun. It's like kind of like NES Remix in a certain way. No, not really. I don't know why I compared it to that. But no, it's more like World Championships. NES World Championships, NES edition on Switch. You just beat these challenges, and the better you do, the better your rank. And it's fun for a little bit, but I will say, let me actually remind myself what those games won. Yeah, so it's shortened to those games, but I had to say the full title of it. You know I did. That's an epic title. Cash Run. Oh yeah, this is like RNG, I'm pretty sure. Like, use the stacks as building blocks to circumvent. Yeah, and gambling. That was the RNG. You had to rely on gambling to get past some of the levels, and I'm just like, all right, dude, no thanks. Color labs, obviously, you have all the tubes like match up with the colors. I think you've played those games. Number tower, player must add and subtract. You've played that. It's pretty fun. Parking lot, it's like the bus escape game I was talking about earlier. And pinball, many levels. Oh yeah, yep. So it's basically all the games you see in those ads, those fuck ass ads. All right, but now you actually get to play them, and it is pretty fun for a while. I give it a B. Can you rank the hit game Nut Sort 3? S tier. Enough said. I absolutely adore the concept of this game. We keep seeing these ads for games that either don't exist or are scams, so we threw them all together to satiate us. I 100% agree. I think conceptually, yeah, 100%. That's why I bought it, because I was like, okay, you know what? I actually kind of do want to play those games. You're gonna see me clear them. I cleared most of them. Okay. WarioWare Do-It-Yourself Showcase. So not the DS game where you make the WarioWare minigames, or microgames, excuse me, but specifically the WiiWare title where you can look at them in higher definition. And I'm not putting it there. I'm just checking where I put it. B tier. Yeah, that sounds about right. This is the WarioWare that I grew up with personally, and you might be like, yeah, that's a really shitty WarioWare to grow up with. You don't even have that much to do in it. And true, you don't have a lot to do in it. There's only like 4 sets of modes, and that's about it. And now that the Wi-Fi functionality is completely shut down, I can't even download microgames anymore. So all you have is the original stuff that came from this game. And it's fun. It's really fun. There's Wario's mode involves him having to take a shit. Well, no, sorry. He has to help other people take a shit by unlocking the door. Unlocking the bathroom door for them. Cat and Anna, I don't know, they're doing something. They're flying through the air. Dribble and Spits are in a car racing competition. What am I doing? You don't need to hear these stories, bro. You just need to hear how good the game is. Yeah, they're solid mini games or micro games. They're just like I think they're just the WarioWares. Other WarioWares are just more. You know, they offer more of what this one is. And I would say for those standards, I would say maybe beneath. Why did I put this above Sonic Unleashed? That feels wrong. Whatever. Five Nights at Wario's 2. Nah, I'll put it above. It's WarioWare. It's still fun. Like, I enjoyed revisiting it. All right. So you guys all know of the godsend. That is Mario Clock for Nintendo DSiWare. Truly a work of art. Nintendo has like tried and failed to serve as a worthy follow-up. To come up with a worthy follow-up for this national treasure. Right? We all know this. Well, there was also another game that came out alongside it called, I think even before it too, Mario Calculator. The comics are peak. Oh, true. The comics. I forgot about them. The comics and do it yourself. They're pretty funny. Me when I'm constipated and Wario comes to help me take a shit. Exactly. So you can help him do that. Hell yeah. But anyway, Mario Calculator is a calculator, but in the style of Mario. I think there's more, like, to be serious for a second, I think there's more application to it than Mario Clock, because all you do in that is look at the time. right? But you can do that by pulling out your phone, looking at your watch, looking at a clock around you. Like, do you need a DS for that? Probably, yeah, because the game's peak. But calculator, well, you might not always have a calculator around you, so you might be like, oh, okay, I'll pull out my DS. And there's actually some like neat little Easter eggs, I think, when you type in certain things, like certain like questions. I forgot what they were. Mario calculate. I just know something neat happens. Hang on. Available conversions, right? So, oh wait, that's not it. Aha. No, wait, that's still not it. Oh yeah, so you can change if the calculated result is 10/18/1985, the ground theme for Mario Brothers play, which is neat, right? That's just like a little Easter egg. Because that's the North American release date for Super Mario Brothers. Just stuff like that, basically, that I just find pretty cool. So I just think for the neatness of what it is, I'm gonna give it a C tier. Maybe not above gun. Yeah, probably right there. That's fine. You can use Mario Calculator to calculate the age of an animal. Exactly. Like, how many calculators can do that? Probably a few, but maybe not many. At least I haven't seen many. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. I am about to, well, should I? Should I or should I wait? I'm going to hold off. I'm going to save that one for the end. I'll let you guys deduct what you guys think. Well, I don't know. Unless you've been paying attention, you probably might. I'll come back to it. Prism Cross. So yet another impressive Smash fan game. Where the hell is it? Where the hell are you? Get your ass back here so I can rank you. There you are. All right. Prism Cross is very promising. I think this game, it's basically Super Smash. The devs of Super Smash Bros. Crusade CMC Plus went on to make this game, I'm pretty sure. It even has some of the same movesets from there. Like Bowser, I think, is like 1-1 the same. But with a neat little gimmick to this one that separates itself from other Smash games, even like officially. Instead of a final smash, you have like a little meter where you can do like a quick little super move. So like for Mario, for example, he might shoot like a quick little big fireball, like once it's charged up, like if you have enough like stored in your meter. And here's the thing, they have a super move for like all of the special moves, which I think is fucking awesome. Obviously, like visually, I think they might be trying to go the Smash Flash 2 route and like just making some of their own sprite. Crash 3, you gotta give it up, man. You gotta give it up. Holy shit. You gotta give it up, dude. I think Final Smashes are in this game. Oh wow. I didn't know Mario did that. Holy shit. All right. Dude, we got Roll. Okay, here's all I need to convince you that this game's good. Roll is in it. So and we love Roll in this play. We love Roll in this house. Those are mods. But yeah, this is all the characters. I think Wario actually just got confirmed too, and another character. But yeah, we got Guigi, we got Stanley the Bugman. We got some of these are mods. Yeah, MX is a mod. I don't think he's actually part of the game. We got Raymu and a bunch of Toho characters. We got Mega Man X and Roll. We got Mickey Mouse and Oswald. We got Yamcha, fucking Yamcha from Dragon Ball. The Demon Slayer. What the fuck? Doom Slayer. Banjo and Kazooie. Raiden. Okami. bitch from Okami, yeah. You know, you get it. So it's a very unique roster of characters, and I think some of the characters, like I said, like have their own like unique sprite work. I know Mario in particular has his own like unique moveset, so does Luigi. Yeah, dude, it's a cool project. Like even outside of the characters I mentioned, like it's just such a cool project that I think has lots of potential. So I'm gonna put it above. Put it above Run 2, above Celeste, above Run. I'll put it beneath Mario Kart World. No way they got this SMBZ Star Spirits for him. That's what I'm saying. I didn't even know that was his final smash, honestly. Okay. Probably another controversial one, but it's time to talk about Mario Advance. Where are we in this, by the way? 54. Okay. So we're in July now. All right. God, we're only in July? Jesus. It's already been 3 hours. Okay. Super Mario Advance. Personally, I don't think a lot of people think this is like better than the OG2. I disagree. I think this is still a functional port of Mario Brothers 2, obviously. Like it still very much works. And I guess for what it is like intuitive for new players. So I'll give it that. I'll definitely give it that. But here is well, let me talk about the good aspects first. So it maintains the SNES graphics and I think in some ways makes them a little bit more appealing. Voice acting, obviously, that's the most famous thing about Advance. The characters do not shut up, and I think that's hilarious. Birdo has a voice, like an actual like human voice with vocal cords, like actual vocal cords. And that's funny. I think the voice actor of Peach of the time voiced Birdo here.
This is as far as you go. You've come a long way.
So yeah, it's cute stuff like that. But like all the characters are voice acted. So like I think Charles Martinet did like the rest of them. I'm pretty sure. Am I mistaken on that? I might be mistaken on that. Hang on, let me look it up. I feel like Charles Martinet himself like did like the other boss voices besides like Birdo. You know what I mean? Voice actor. Where the fuck? Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Okay. And the announcer. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, there's even Roberto in this game. Oh my god, forgot about that. But yeah, here's the thing about Mario Advance. I think it's too. It was made. My biggest problem with this game is that it feels way too handholdy. Like in comparison to the original, this game showers you with health points. Showers you. Like you do, oh my god. Like you kill an enemy, you get a health point. You kill a string of enemies, you get a health point for each killed. You see one floating in the air, you scratch your ass and you get one. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like every which way. Like it's just you will never. At least I never did. I never found this game that hard solely because of that alone. I was able to take hits and be perfectly fine. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with an easy game, but there's a way to do it. And I think this was trying to combat the problem of Mario 2 where like the only way to replenish your health or to get another health bar was to use the potions to find this like area, and then you go in the subspace and then you get the mushroom and then you get all the plants for the slot machine, yada yada yada. You get it. Well, I don't think this was the way to do that. And honestly, I already kind of liked that idea in Mario 2 USA anyway, where it kind of encourages replayability. You know what I mean? Just to kind of know where everything is. And plus, I think the first time you do it is intuitive enough that I think it communicates to the player like, okay, I got to know when to use this thing properly, right? I feel like this was the wrong way to do it though, because it just took away so much of the tension you got in this game otherwise. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I was just kind of like, it's still a good port, like it's still a good game, but I think of the advanced games, at least the ones I've played, this is like probably the worst one by far, because I think it just kind of it largely misunderstands what made the original work so well, at least in my opinion. I know Mario 2 USA is kind of a contentious game. I like it personally. But I'll put it like above Mario Kart with a C, maybe above Tower Defense. That's about it. I'll put it there. I know Mario. Oh, the Yoshi eggs. I forgot about that. The post game content. Yeah, I didn't do that. Because here's the thing. You know how you find health in the little subspaces where you put a potion down in a particular area and you get it? Well, the Yoshi eggs are quite literally just put it down every section of the level until you find a Yoshi egg, and there is zero indication that it's anywhere outside of it. I did not do that for that reason. So yeah, there you go. I did not 100% that game because I was just not gonna put myself through that shit. All right, now more of an obscure Mario game. We have Mario's Picross. Going into this game, I was like, okay, I know Starrymon really likes it. She in particular plays the Super Nintendo one. So I was like, I'll probably start with the original, just to get a feel for things. And yeah, dude, this game is really addicting. Like, really, really fucking addicting. Not Spelunky addicting, but enough for me to basically do most of the puzzles in this game. Because here's the thing, I played this game for a long ass time. This wasn't just like a game where I played for like maybe until I beat it and that's about it, right? No. Like I didn't play this game for like Spelunky tier, right? Where I got to where I wanted to and I stopped before my addiction got worse. I played this game. If you know how long Picross puzzles take, like it was for a long ass time. I did most of the puzzles in this game. I still didn't finish it. It is a commitment to finish this game. And I was almost there. I was on like the final difficulty. And if you haven't played Picross, I actually recommend it, dude. It's really fun. Might not be for everybody. But I remember IGN put this, or sorry, not IGN. Screw Attack put this on their top 10 worst list. And I'm just like, are you fucking with me, dude? This game's fun. What do you mean? I don't care how badly it did. It's fun. It probably isn't going into A tier because, to be honest, it is a very samey game. Just you're doing different puzzles, so it's like it's just an addicting little game, right? So it probably doesn't make sense to put it above Unleashed or WarioWare or Five Nights at Wario's 2. I'm putting it above Mario Advance 1 though because it has tension. The Mario GBA games contributed so much dialogue to fan animations with just Mario Advance and Superstar Saga. True. Absolutely did. IGN doesn't like anything that isn't action packed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, very good game. Not much to say about it, but yeah. It's a mood. I know I'm ranking it rather low, but I do like it a lot. Speaking of nonograms, we have nonogram.com, which is basically just Picross, right? And by the way, for the longest time, I'm kind of an idiot for this. Hang on. For the longest time, I thought that this type of puzzle was just named Picross. But I think I later found out, no, that's literally just the name That's literally just the name that I guess Jupiter Corporation, but also Nintendo came up with for their series. Like in reality, I think they're just nonograms. Right, yeah. I don't think does anyone else call it Picross, or is it literally just Nintendo? Nintendo picked up on this puzzle fad, claiming the trademark for the name Picross. Okay, so yeah, it's their word. For the longest time, I did not know that. But anyway, nonogram.com is literally just Picross, except it's you're doing it on the phone and without as much joy or whimsy. And the screen on your phone is fucking tiny. So you have to press on it, but the squares you might misclick and accidentally hit one you don't want to, and you might get a miss. So that alone kind of brings it down to a C tier because it just makes it more annoying to play, but I still like it enough to be like, okay, it's still fine. So I'll put it there. I probably wouldn't recommend it, honestly. It's just kind of like, I would only recommend it if you just desperately needed more nonograms, which was me. Which was me. But, you know, if you don't, if you're fine with just playing like one nonogram game, then just play Mario's Picross, bro. I don't care. $1 billion if Lost Levels and Hotel Mario were on that worst 10 games list. Not Lost Levels, but Hotel Mario was. In fact, Mario 2 USA was on there. I'm pretty sure. So that's funny. All right. Now for arguably the greatest game ever made on an objective level, that being Tetris. Now, even though I just said that, I'm not going to be ranking it like S tier. I just mean functionally, like, there's like, what can you name wrong with Tetris? That it's not Mario Clock? Probably. You probably got me there. But Tetris, here's the thing. I was never a big Tetris guy before I played the NES guy. The NES game. NES guy. What the fuck? NES game. Because I played Game Boy Tetris and I was like, it's good, but I feel like I could just be playing Dr. Mario. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, and I know that's kind of weird to say because a lot of people think Dr. Mario is just bootleg Tetris, but I don't know, I think Dr. Mario always had like more of a strategy to it that isn't just mindlessly clearing rows of blocks. Like there's just more to it, you know? It's a personal preference thing. I'm not calling Dr. Mario better than Tetris necessarily. It's not. I just find it more interesting and fun to play. But NES Tetris, I don't know what it was about NES Tetris, but suddenly I just liked it like a lot. Would I put it above a B? Probably not. But yeah, dude, I actually had a lot of fun playing NES Tetris. This is a good game, dude. And it's weird because I don't know why the Game Boy one annoys me more, despite it being probably arguably the more iconic one. Whereas the NES Tetris one, I feel like is largely used for competitive play. Yeah, competitive Tetris. You heard me right. I would say, I don't know. I feel like I have to put it above most of A, or sorry, most of B, because just, I mean, it's fucking Tetris, dude. It just works. It works. Certain things about Shipwrecked 64 did not work. Certain things about Insane Kart Wii did not work. Certain things about Sonic 2 did not work. Tetris works all the way through. That's why I don't like to describe 10 out of 10 as flawless, because Tetris has pretty much no flaws, but I'm not picking it over New Super DS, even if I could name a few things wrong with that game. Exactly. That's how I feel. Like, it's... Like, would I play it over Sonic 2? No. So actually, maybe I shouldn't rank it like that then, because I feel like I'm just being a hypocrite. I'll put it like... I still have to put it at like a respectable B, though. Like, it is Tetris. Yeah, I'll just keep it at the top of B. It's fine. I don't care. It deserves it. All right. Doom. I wanted to get more into Doom games. Was not successful at that this year, but I played the original for a little bit, and it is really good. To be honest, I don't have much to critique on this game, to be honest, because I think it really just boils down to me being bad at it because I did not finish it. And I'm feeling like a B tier for Doom. I know it probably should be higher on most people's lists, but and the impact of Doom cannot be ignored, obviously. It's a very influential game. But for me, I'm feeling a B. I just didn't think it was like as fun as some of the others. Like I didn't think it was as fun as Donkey Kong Land personally. But I'll probably put it above these. Probably like in the B. I hit the jackpot on that placement. I just kind of picked a place and put it there. Took Annie years, but he finally got me to play it, and it's unironically a favorite of mine. Got jump scared with exploration gameplay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna come back to Doom eventually, and I'll probably put it way higher. But for right now, I'll put it in B tier, like a respectable B. Right? It's a very fun game. Not taking that away from it. It's really good. I think Doom might be in the top 5 most influential games of all time. That's fair. That really is fair, dude. It basically revolutionized the first person shooter genre, more or less. So yeah, hell yeah, deserves to be on there 100%. New Super Mario Brothers U. Sorry, Berto. Uh this game I chose to play because it randomly picked that the only time I ever used it this year, by the way. The list of games that I intend to play on like my little bucket list. And one faithful day, I used it and it landed on New Super Mario Bros. U. I also played the Wii U version and not the Switch version because I was told that there just wasn't enough differences to warrant, or it wasn't enough differences to warrant it being like a completely better version. So I was just like, yeah, I'll probably be fine with my old Wii U copy. So I dug out my old Wii U, I set it back up, and I played some New Super Mario Bros. U. I 100%ed it. I 100%ed the story mode, did not do the challenge mode. To be honest, I realized the challenge mode just wasn't really for me because here's the thing about the challenge mode. A lot of the time, it's a very neat idea. Easily the coolest thing about this game, I would say. But my problem with it is that a lot of the time it requires you to be like piss perfect if you want like the best score. And I'm going to be honest, I tried that, but eventually I was just like, all right, dude, I'm good. I don't want to fucking do this anymore. So I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll just leave it as is. And then there was also the coin rush mode, which was fine, but not really for me, you know. Straight up felt almost Metroid 2-ish. Oh, what, Doom? Like the exploration? Yeah. A lot to explore, yeah. It would be extremely easy to make a Metroidvania in its engine, along with Mario 1 and 64 and Ocarina of Time. 100% up there. Yeah. Easily. Anyway, back on New Super U. I just had to read chat for a second. But yeah. New Super U, see, here's the thing. Going into U, I was kind of excited because I had a really good time revisiting DS. I still think that's probably one of the best 2D Marios, in my personal opinion. And then Wii was still pretty good too, although significantly inferior, in my opinion. But still like a solid, respectable B, I would say. Still fun enough. So and I love New Super too. Like, that's like actually my favorite New Super game, believe it or not. So I'm just like, dude, honestly, I feel like U has the potential to be the best one. So I went into it like, all right, it used to be a B tier game. Maybe it'll rise up to at least an A. Let's see. Nah, it's still a B tier game. Nah, it's actually my least favorite of the New Supers. I like it less than Wii. It's still like a respect. It's like a low B. I don't know. I would even put it below Mario Kart with a C because I don't know, man. The game speaks to me on a level, bro. New Super U does not speak to me on any kind of level. It's kind of just a good game, perfectly decent, and that's about all I can say about it. And to be honest, it all falls on the level design. Because here's the thing. I love the new power up in this game. The flying squirrel Mario thing. I actually that's actually one of my favorite power ups, honestly, because unlike something like the carrot power up, there's like actual strategy to using it, right? There's this little like you get this little like double jump thing, right? Where you can like double jump out of a glide, but it's risky because you lose all of your speed when doing it. So it's really only used as a last resort. But instead, you can glide through the level, but you always go down at an angle, so you can't force yourself to be in the air all the time, right? Like no, there's actually some decent amount of strategy with it, and it actually kind of the level design kind of complements the flow of it. I don't know. I just think it was implemented really well. I don't know why people prefer the propeller mushroom for some fuck ass reason. I think it's a very sluggish feeling power up, but whatever. It's not what most people think. But no, and anyways, yeah, I figure there are things about this game I like. Like I like the way it looks. I think the soundtrack's pretty cute, right? The Baby Yoshi functionality I didn't care for that much, but still thought it was fine. But for me, the level design's biggest problem was the exploration. I feel like there were too many secrets in this game that were hidden inside like a hidden area, like or a hidden wall, or a hidden hole, or a hidden hole inside, or the hole inside your ass. You know what I mean? Like there were so many, not even just star coins. I mean, just getting the most out of the levels. And so much so that I found the strategy of hugging walls to be viable because half the time I wasn't wrong. Maybe over half the time I wasn't wrong. You know what I mean? Like it eventually just got to a point because none of the other new Super games do this. So why is it just this one? Why do they hammer in on that so hard? You know? That and it's also just not a very challenging game, which isn't a bad thing, obviously, because Mario games just typically aren't that hard to me. Typically, not typically. Um, and I think U is easier than Wii. Maybe about the same level as DS, except it just doesn't have as much engaging level design as that one did. And I don't know. I had enough fun with it. I think it's still like a low B. It's probably my least favorite, probably my third least favorite 2D game if we're not counting Run. Or if we're counting Run, excuse me. If we're counting Run, it's my third least. If we're not counting Run, it's probably my second. I've made it clear what my number one least favorite is, but that's for another video for you to watch. I never knew if I should include like the challenge mode in U or like the mini games in New Super DS if I'm ranking Mario games. If you, for that kind of ranking, I leave out the multiplayer stuff because it's just a different. I consider it different than just it's also just unfair if we're just comparing the adventures. But for ranking every game, like in terms of what they provide, then yeah. Actually, no, I'm gonna put it above Mario Kart because it does have like an interesting challenge mode that I think warrants it being above these two at least. But I enjoy Mario 2 more. And even though this is a very piss easy Mario 2, I still enjoy it more. Not a bad game. I like it, but not one I'm like itching to replay. Well, I don't know. I thought with the kind of floaty physics and the triple jump and the acorn, I thought it made the platform kind of trivial in you. That's fair. Yeah, I won't argue with that. Um, I still found it to have enough substance to keep it fun enough, but I see your point. It definitely probably made the game a little easier. Yeah. All right. Discord notifications up the ass. All right. R.E.P.O. That's a darling this year. We love our friend slop. Because actually, I love this game. I think it's really fun. With friends, it's nothing short of a treat. Personally, I think this kind of cooks Lethal Company any day. Like, Lethal Company was like a big game that I think came out in 2023. and it took the world by storm for a little bit. I don't know. I think R.E.P.O really makes this game, makes Lethal Company a lot more interesting, because now you actually have stakes now constantly. Like, you got to take you got to take the valuables that you found on certain maps, right? You got to take in those without like shattering it, without breaking it, without running into any monsters, but also like maybe a strategy would be like separating yourself from the monsters or hiding from them so you don't risk getting the collectibles destroyed. And of course, there's some team effort that goes into that, where it's like you coordinate with your fellow teammates to, you know, handle the collectibles. Maybe I'll go distract them. Like, it's just constant stuff like that. And of course, not even counting how funny it can be, right? Because it has in-game voice chat, and I think in-game voice chat is peak no matter the game it's in. It's so goddamn funny. And yeah, dude, R.E.P.O's great. I love this game. I really want to play more of it, but it's just like not enough people have it. Shout outs to my Discord server, by the way, because we do stuff in there like play games on call and like R.E.P.O. So if you want to join that, the link is down below. But until then, I'm gonna put oh, by the way, very, very well done atmosphere, by the way. And between nights, you can kind of like, you can shop for upgrades, so it's like you can do stuff to like help you out, right? I think Lethal Company definitely had a more unique atmosphere for sure, but I think as a whole, like as a package, R.E.P.O is definitely like more realized to me. And also, I like these little guys; they're funny. So I'm gonna put R.E.P.O. It's really good, honestly. Like it might beat out these games. Just talking real. Better than Mario Kart World? Yeah, I'd say it. Yeah. Smash Flash 2, maybe. Yeah. No, I would. Better than Mario 63. Ooh. Yeah, probably. Probably not better than Donkey Kong Country though. Oh, that's as far as I'm willing to go with that. I should replay you because when I was a kid playing it for this first time, I sucked at it. Yeah, I'm that way with a few games too. I'm kind of like that with Doom, honestly. I need to replay Doom. World 3 to 4 hit me hard. French slot breaking down right now. Lethal Company, in my opinion, has the better atmosphere in terms of horror, but R.E.P.O remains scary and has way better gameplay. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Because the thing about Lethal Company that I eventually got kind of bored of is the gameplay loop is just not interesting enough because you don't encounter enough monsters, right? A lot of the gameplay is just kind of looking around for shit and then bringing it back and having to deal with your stamina, right? R.E.P.O feels a lot more consistent in that regard. So maybe I'll put it beneath Mario 63 now that I'm really thinking about it, but please get R.E.P.O. I need more people to play with. All right. Okay. This next one is kind of just me being funny, but I unironically kind of like it. Urban Champion is. I like it. It's not one of the greatest games ever, obviously, but I like it. I honestly liked it more than Sheepy. I liked it more than. No, I like it more than Financial Warriors, honestly. Urban Champion is so stupid, but it's also like really. It's basically a street fight. You play as these two dudes that fight each other, and you can do two types of punches. You got the upper punch and the lower punch, or the gut punch, you could say. And you can block either or by depending on where your hands are on either the top or the bottom of your body. You know what I mean? And there you go. That's the whole game. You just got to knock each other into the sewers. I don't know. It's surprisingly more fun than it sounds. Like it's, I don't know, it keeps you on your toes at least, and it gets definitely more challenging as it goes on. Personally, I liked it. I don't know. I think I'd probably even put it in B tier if I'm being honest. I originally had it in C tier, but nah. Come on. I think I'm just catering to the crowd, dude. I like this game. Probably not more than New Super U. Probably doesn't deserve to be above that, but I'll put it. I'll put it in the bottom of B tier. I think we can probably shake on that because I know people regard Urban Champion as like one of the worst NES games that Nintendo ever made. I don't really get why, personally. I think it's fine. I think it's a perfectly charming game. It's just like other fighting games kind of just outclass it. You know what I mean? But that doesn't make this game bad because of that, right? Urban Champion would have been Nintendo's big hit if that dastardly Mario didn't get in its way. That's what I'm saying. Like the Street Fighter and Urban Champion, he'd be the mascot of Nintendo. Had that dumbass plumber not come in and did his thing. Next. Okay, this one might be a little confusing. Five Nights at Freddy's beta. Except this isn't the actual beta of the game. This is actually just a fan game that someone made that replicates what we know of the beta. It's really well done, honestly, for what it is. It like they gave Foxy like this little outfit as if he was supposed to have an outfit before, the game came out. I think they do the thing where like they have the little red eyes, right? As you can kind of see by the artwork here. Actually, maybe I should just show you because I feel like you get a better idea of Crash, dude. You gotta give it up. Oh my god, why does it keep defaulting to Crash 3? Like I click on other videos. What the hell? It doesn't. Wolf. Wolf. Okay, hold on. No commentary. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I'll talk about that later, though. So, yeah, the cameras look like that. There's no light switch. It's just doors. You just got to know when to close them. Obviously, the characters had different designs. I actually think in some ways it's more interesting than FNaF 1 in that you actually have some strategy to how you approach some of this. Right? You can't just spam the light button. You actually have to use your instincts. And Freddy, I actually think works like a normal fucking animatronic, which is great. Because in the first game, he was kind of a pile of ass. We'll get to that since FNaF 1 is on this list. But beta, I think actually like makes the game more balanced. So you would think that I would enjoy this game more than FNaF 1. Well, chat, there is one problem with this game that unfortunately kind of killed it for me. Something you saw at the very beginning. You have lives. You have lives in a Five Nights at Freddy's game. So if you lose all your lives, you go back to the beginning of the game. So if you've been playing for like an hour, right? And if you lose all your lives on night 5, I don't know how many nights there are in this game. Well, then it's back to night 1 for you. And that kind of sucks because the thing is, FNaF games, I feel like, do not work under a live system. And if this is like a true thing Scott had in beta, I'm so glad he changed that. because like it's still like a cool game, but the live system just makes it so it's like, really? Like, I don't know, man. It was disappointing, man, because like it was really cool and it honestly could have been better than FNaF 1, but had that one thing not be there, Mario 64 DS syndrome, it actually would have been a lot better. But unfortunately, I didn't finish the game because I just did not have the patience to do all that shit again. You know what I mean? Like that FNaF 1 is not a game you play multiple times like in one in in like the span of a few days. You know what I mean? Like it's just not that kind of game. So it's like you're cool, but you could have been cooler had you not had that one issue that tarnished you. I played to about like night 3 or 4 before I lost all my lives, and I was just like, "Are you dead ass making me play this entire game again? No thanks." All in one sitting too. Nah, I'm good. So I'll be putting it right here. It's a very impressive game. 64 DS syndrome is a new description that I'm going to use all the time now. Oh, dude. This next game shattered my heart. It broke it up into little pieces. Wario Land 1 is... Oh, man. Dude. I used to love this game as a kid. I used to love this game as a kid, man. It is like top 10 games ever. Used to be. And now, I think it's a pretty fair D tier. Most people will not agree with this, and that's okay. I get why, right? Like it does some things right. Like it has a good little sense of atmosphere, right? For a Game Boy title, I think it does it really well. Some songs get repetitive, but still ultimately get the job done. The sprite work is great. I love that Wario sprite to this day. Still one of my favorite Wario sprites ever. The thing that I don't really love about Wario Land is, well, one, the way it feels. That's probably the biggest thing. The way this game feels, I'll be real. This game controls like a scratch project. And I don't mean that in a good way. Like, with the previous two, I feel like with Mario Land 2, like the previous game, you had like Mario had like an acceleration to him where he started moving at a specific speed. It's not as momentum based, right? But it still felt more like your character had real weight to him. Like Mario had weight to him, like when you were controlling him. Wario is like, in this game specifically, the second you start moving, you move in that direction at that fixed speed. As soon as you let go, you stop. When you jump for as long as you hold down the button. So you can do like several like tiny hops if you wanted to. And also something that's really weird is if you hold up while jumping, you can jump faster, which is odd. So you can like hold down like up and left to do these like tiny little short hops that'll make you go faster, which you would think is probably cool, but after a while it just kind of becomes like, I have to do this to like make sure the game feels well. And don't even get me started on the shoulder bashes, dude. The shoulder bashes are really annoying to do because when you hit a block, right? When you hit anything, good lord. Wario does this like he like ricochets backwards at like a fixed speed and angle. So every time you hit something, it always like takes like half a second to pull off. and it's just it feels so unsatisfying. Like it's just ugh. See, other Wario lands did not have this problem, so I don't know why. Well, I mean, it's the first game, so of course that's probably why. But it still sucks. You have the power ups in this game. I think Bull Wario is fine. I think it's a neat little upgrade to Wario. I think the Jet Wario is fine too. It's kind of the Mario Land 2 power up. It's like the carrot power up if it actually had application that wasn't just breaking the game in half. But I will say, the Crocodile Wario, if that's his name. What? No. What the Gator baby? What the fuck? Dude, I'm talking about a power up. Ugh. Yes, I'm a bot, Mario Wiki. Yeah, I'm a bot. I'm gonna take over your website, bro. All right. What is it, dude? I knew it. I know it's something. Okay, what am I doing? I could just search on Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. There we go. I can just do that. What am I doing? All right, transformations. Dragon Wario. That is not a dragon, but whatever. Well, I guess he breathes fire. Yeah, okay. I guess that's why he's called a dragon. I'm stupid. But anyway, this has got to be like one of the worst power-ups in Mario history, bro. Because like, it gives you this as if it helps you. But here's the thing. It goes against the game. Because the point of Wario Land is to collect all the coins, right? But when you kill enemies with this thing, you don't get any coins. Not only that, but actually using this thing is incredibly automated because as soon as you use it, you just get a continuous sea of fire being shot out until it just eventually wears off. This is like the autopilot power up. Like it's not. I don't know why they even added this in the game, dude. I don't know why they even added it in the game. But anyway, and the level design, in my opinion, is just not. There are some places where it's kind of cool, like you explore a certain area and then you notice something intuitive and you're like, oh, okay, there's a secret there. Cool, yeah. But unfortunately, what kills this game for me is just the way it feels. Like it's just everything you do is just so unsatisfying, and it's also like extremely unpolished, like extremely. And yeah, there's too many moments where it feels rough to play, even if there's some elements that are kind of cool. Would I put it above Multicart? I don't know, because Multicartverse is really short, but it's also like, I don't know, it's kind of cool. I'd probably pick Multicartverse up now if I had to choose, but unironically, a donkey video. Can we have a trust stream of captchas? Maybe. Shit, I think there's like actually a game for that, isn't there? Like it came out a while ago. I saw Coney's video on it. My heart sinking down into a carpet bombs my stomach watching you lowered Wario into D. I know, it hurts. It hurts bad. This is easily the placement that's like probably going to hurt me the most out of any of these on this list. Like it just, again, it used to be like S tier for me, dog, but now it's like, ugh. This game is not aged well at all. I hate to say that. Oh well. Hopefully the Amazing Digital Circus Lost demo can cheer me up. So basically, Amazing Digital Circus Lost demo, it's kind of like a platforming game, although it's not really as focused on it. You basically just travel across the circus and you just look for certain things. You help Pomni, like Pomni helps oh my god. Pomni helps her friends out with certain tasks, like I don't know, Kinger needs pillows or some shit, or Ganger or Gangle, you have to find like pens, I'm pretty sure. There's even some secrets you can find in this game, which are neat. It's a cute little demo, and also, or it's a cute little game. Also, this game is called a demo, but this is actually a complete game. So I didn't count demos on this list like actual demos, but this is like an actually complete game from my understanding, so I counted it. I think it's just called a lost demo because, you know, game and stuff, you know what I mean? I liked it though. It was cute. I'll put it above Urban Champion. Amazing Digital Circus Lost Media, exactly. All right, how many do we have left? We have 10, 14, 28, 42. God. Ugh. How many? Oh my god, we're at 4 hours? Jeez. All right. I just want to talk about games, bro. I can't help it. All right. Meat Boy. Not to be confused with Super Meat Boy. That's the sequel. This is the original Meat Boy. And for what it is, it's really good. Really good platformer. Challenging, but usually fair. And usually when it's not, it's just because of the polish. I will say, even though I think it's really fun, like on a challenging level, I think mostly it's fair what you have to do. Although I think controlling Meat Boy, he feels a little too light at times. Like as soon as you start like moving, you like takes off on that direction, and sometimes that can really mess with your timing on your jump, your platforming, which can be annoying. But all in all, I do really like Meat Boy. I think it's a really fun game. I guess I'd put it above Run, maybe, but maybe not above Prism Cross. I think that's fair. Ooh, okay. We got a big one. Paper Mario 64. Now, personally, I am not a Mario RPG stan. Like, I think the games are good. I definitely appreciate them, but I've never really been as into them as like the Mario platformers or Mario Kart or, you know, the like. But that's really just because I'm not really a huge RPG guy. I just struggle to finish them, aka Deltarune, which we've already talked about earlier. But Paper Mario, kind of a similar story. I got burnt out without realizing I got burnt out because I finished Mario RPG like a year or two ago. And it's a miracle that I even did that in the span of like maybe a week, right? So I figured maybe the same will happen with Paper Mario. Well, I got to chapter 6, and I'm midway through it. And I do intend to pick it up again eventually. But from what I've played, I think I've played enough that I'm able to like get an idea of what it's about. And to be honest, I do think people sing this game. I feel like the praises are being sung for this game a little too hard. Like it's definitely it's a confident A tier without question. It's a confident A tier. I do really like this game. I think it's a drastic improvement over 7 stars in terms of the battle system and also just the overall memorability of it. Although that I'm even starting to question because the thing is, looking back on Paper Mario, I feel like the themes that this game went for are like very safe. I don't want to say bland because this game's not bland. It's full of charm and energy. But bro, seriously hovering Paper Mario 64 around before and above FNaF World. Oh, I didn't even realize that. That was completely on accident. But I'm not placing it here. I'm just going to talk for a second. No, yeah, the game feels way less grindy than 7 stars did. I think this game incorporates the partners in a more interesting way. There's just more strategy going into fights. Like I feel like you aren't just mashing the A button to level up. Like there's actually some like You actually do have to prepare a little bit. This game, because I found RPG really easy personally, even on like the normal mode. Although that might just be Switch exclusive. All right, whatever. I played the SNES version, right? And I just found it too. I found it really easy. Like, I only died like maybe 2 or 3 times that entire game. Like, it was not a hard game. But Paper Mario, like, is much more challenging. Like, you actually do have to adequately prepare for stuff, and I appreciate that about it. Narrative wise, there's nothing in it that really hit me like S tier levels. But again, it's very charming. Like, it's a very charming game with lots of witty dialogue, lots of witty character designs, and their little personalities. Right? No, it's a really it's what a Mario RPG should be, really, at its core. So, yeah, this game is a great example of that. I think it's, again, kind of just like a moderate A for me. A lot of people would stand this game and say S tier. I'm not one of those people. I think it's like a. I'll put it above. Castle on the below Castle on the Coast, honestly. Because I'm gonna be honest, I think Chapter 2 kind of wasn't super interesting, but it was okay. Chapter 4 had some backtracking that I found kind of annoying. But didn't like hinder the chapter or anything. I just found that kind of And the Chapter 6, so the chapter I left on, was kind of like I don't know, wasn't really interesting. Maybe that's why I stopped playing it. Maybe I was just like, damn, this chapter is kind of blech, because I just wasn't a fan of like how the enemies worked in that chapter. I don't know. But I will say, there are other moments where this game's creativity shines so bright. Like Chapter 3, from what I've played, is by far my favorite. Like, it's not even close. Like, Tubba Blubba, Lady Bow, like, the Ghost Village, dude. Like, dude, come on. That shit was badass. Right? But, that's about all I have to say about Paper Mario. Like, a charming little art style that grew on me. I used to not like it because I thought it was too dark. But, it's grown on me. And the music's very good as well. So, A tier. Good for you, Paper Mario. Bro, seriously, what is Wonder's opinions on PM64 being below FNaF World? Yeah. I don't know. I just like FNaF World's gameplay more. It's really what it comes down to. And also, I just, I don't know, I vibe with its aesthetic more. Oh boy. Fortnite. Started playing this game and taking it seriously. And you know what? It is a really fun game. Would I put it in S tier? No. But you know what? I like it a lot, dude. Yeah, the microtransactions are a little bit, kind of bleeds your wallet dry, but that's why I don't do that. You know what I mean? Just play the game. I don't think the skins are really what defines Fortnite, even though the crossovers are like constant with Fortnite, right? Smash Brothers Ultimate I was about to say first person shooters. I always call it a first person shooter, but no, it's a third person shooter, which is different. But yeah, Fortnite's gameplay loop is really fun, honestly. Like, I'm usually not a fan of like shooter games because it's really just because I'm bad at them more than anything. But Fortnite, I think, really, I don't know, it's just fun, dude. I like the way the game feels to move. Um, like every movement feels completely fair. Like when you're building something, when you're jumping, when you're trying to maneuver over things, like it feels like a very good game. I like it. Um, I like the whole loop of like going across the map, like in these different buildings, looking for like different loot that you can get for like different weapons and stuff. Like, um, just kind of scoping out the area for any threats, right? Coming prepared, you know. Probably describing very basic stuff right now, but yeah, all in all, it's a really fun loop. I will say something I don't really love about it is the intro, where you're just kind of falling and doing nothing, but you know. But then it like forces you into a glider, like when you're within a certain range from the ground, which is in my opinion dumb. Like I don't know why. Like I get it's probably for beginners who want to um adjust to the game and not just, fall on their asses immediately upon playing, right? Which I get, but I feel like that should be an option to turn off. You know what I mean? Like once you're done with that. Because this happens like any time you get into your glider, and it's really annoying because you have to like wait for the glider to slowly go down, and then it's like you're just leaving yourself wide open. It's stupid. And then the stamina sometimes when you're going across the map looking for buildings and like, locales and stuff, it can be draining on your stamina, which can suck. So you kind of just you have to make do with that. But even if you're not a fan of like the main mode, I still think the amount of things you can do in Fortnite is really cool. Like the different modes made by different people. Shout out to Five Nights at Alfredo's. Shout outs to Alfredo Horror. We love Alfredo. But like, yeah, dude. Like there's Pillars, which is really fun. There's Rush, which is really fun. Or no, Blitz, excuse me. Blitz. There's a lot more to this game than people give it credit for. Like I think yeah, no, this game's really good. I think it deserves the attention it's gotten. I think we were all way too harsh back when we were just classifying this as a cringe game. Because now there's actually a lot of meat and bones to it that really make it stand out. Like, even if you don't like the skins or the skin aspect of it, I think the fact that it even has all these like different emotes and, kind of style to it that no other game has, I think that's neat. So yeah, Fortnite's great. I love it. I don't know how it'd rank. Probably not above World. But above Meat Boy. I think that's fair. It's better than most shooting games when you drop in. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I might not play other shooting games then. No, I'm kidding. I might. If I'm feeling like it. I honestly never finished Paper Mario 64. It's a casual comfort game for me. That's fair. It's definitely a comfort game. I can see that. During the duration of the stream, I've been playing Classic Sonic, and I finished Sonic 1, and I'm currently at Death Egg on Sonic 2. And wow, the hitboxes are weird in the 2013 version. Oh, look at that. Speedrunner Wonder, huh? Z-Type. Trial, I think you made me aware of this one. Neat little typing game. What did I give it? A B tier. Let me, remind myself what it was about, because I kind of forgot. Oh yeah, you just type stuff and you blow stuff. You just blow stuff up with what you type. Okay. Yeah.
Let's go.
It's pretty fun. There's a lot of games like it, so I can't really say it stands on its own 2 feet that much, but I think it's cool for sure. I'll give it a C. C looks like a bad tier when it's like right next to these, but it's not. It's just it's like an average, like standard tier. You know what I mean? Like okay, this is like a decent. These are like decent time wasters tier. You know what I mean? But I'd put Z-Type maybe right there. It probably looks harsher than it is, but I do like it. It's cool. Nitro type is way better than Z type. Come on now. Personally, don't really care for the core gameplay of Fortnite, and I think it's really dipped over in time in exchange for making the game focus a lot more on microtransactions. But as a game, it's certainly fine. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I just think you can ignore that aspect and still have fun with it. It's kind of what I was driving at. Because I have only spent my money on like one collection so far, and it's really just for the shits and giggles. It's the speed pack. But yeah, I don't care. I have a good skin, so I don't care. I just usually rock with what I have. You know what I mean? In my mind, A through F are the standard tiers, which makes C the exact middle, while S is a bonus tier for the real standouts. That's my take on S tier. It's just a like exceptional. It's like A tier, but like you're like an actual Giga Chad. You know what I mean? C is like C is like the standard. I'm kind of with you on that. And then D is like below average to bad, and then Okay, Mario is missing done right. I mean, it was done better, I'll say that, but this game I played before, and I used to rank pretty high, but not gonna lie, this is an uncommon trust critique, but it's too hard. And the reason I say that is because this game, a lot of what you do, it's in the Super Mario World engine, so it naturally has a really precise like movement, right? But I think in this game's case, they made the level design like way too piss precise. Like to the point where it's like if you even like tap the D-pad wrong, it feels like you die. You know what I mean? You like slip off the edge, or you touch an enemy that you didn't want to, because the game is just really slippery, right? So it's a problem I didn't have in World because I think the level design accommodated it. But in this case, I don't think nearly as much. But it's a cool game, right? They're like every level has like a different theme and even a different song, I'm pretty sure, which is really neat. Buffering. Uh-oh. Buffering. All right. I'll let it go. Yeah. Like it's a really well-made game in every other way. I just feel like the level design itself is just a little bit like it's too much. At that end game especially, like I just feel like was too much. I still liked it though. I still think it's like a higher C tier than anything else. Because like I would say like the first half of the game was genuinely really good, but then it just kind of fell off after that. All right. So Kaizo, not quite Kaizo, but it's like it's just really like you basically have to be like on edge at all times playing this game. Because it's hard. This is a hard game. And I don't usually say that for Mario games, but this game is hard. Good lord, is it hard. Super Mario. Oh, all right. Now we've come to Super Mario Brothers Remastered. Okay, honestly, dude, I'm going to be judging this game more so for what it does for these games than the actual games themselves, because my opinions on each of the games, minus Special, but we already talked about that, really didn't change. Like, my opinion on Lost Levels hasn't changed. It's still probably my favorite 2D Mario from the era before 64. And Mario 1, I think, is still just a really solid platformer that holds up. I'm going to be honest, dude. This is like the best fan project. I think this is like one of, if not the best fan project Mario fans have ever gotten. Like, this is like almost everything you could ever want out of a Mario 1 collection, right? Like it's like the Sonic 1 Forever or the Sonic 2 Absolute of Super Mario Brothers. Of all these games. It even has All Night Nippon in there. Like and for All Night Nippon, it like changes it into like a Pizza Tower style game, which is awesome, right? Because like I mean, otherwise it would just be Mario 1 and Lost Levels just mishmashed together, but with celebrities. You know what I mean? But yeah, so much optimization, so much customization. Like it's like there's even like fan levels you can make. There's different like skins and stuff that you can apply to your game. You have the challenge stuff from Mario Brothers Deluxe, also removing the point of playing that game. The You versus Boo stuff I played for the first time and thought was peak. The challenge mode was fine, right? That's pretty good. But wait, oh no, I'm thinking of New Super U. Wait a minute. No, the challenge mode in this game is great because you can explore the levels, get all the coins in it. It basically, you can just get more out of these levels by just finding collectibles, getting a certain score, and the Yoshi egg, which I think is a little but they added an indicator to suggest where the Yoshi egg is at least, so I think that's helpful. I mean, what do you want me to say, dude? It's like easily probably S tier. Honestly, like I think it more than deserves S tier. Regular hard, one could say. Yeah. Loki Celeste is on sale for $6. Get it. I'm not even going to finish the rest of the message. Get it. I literally quite possibly my favorite game ever, so I have to recommend it. Yeah, Mario Brothers Remastered. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo takes this down at some point because it's like it's just that good. But it is legal. It is legal for all it offers. It is legal. It doesn't. You need a legal ROM to play it. So yeah, no, it's a great game. Love it. I hope it lives longer than it probably ends up living, but even then, I'm keeping my copy, bro. This shit's too peak. Is Celeste really over Mario Clock? It's close. It comes very damn near close. All right, I'm actually going to do the Super Mario Star Scrambles like in order because I played 3 earlier than all of these, but it wouldn't really make sense. So let's just do them all like this. And don't worry, I do not have a lot to say about these games. They're just they're games. Hold on. I think all of them are like pretty solid C tiers. The first one's fine. It's pretty good. Not too bad. I guess I'll put right right there. Sure. Ghost Islands is I can't remember. I guess it's better. Sure. Not by that much, but it's fine. 3 is definitely the best. 2 is definitely the worst though. 2 is like a D tier. I did not enjoy 2 that much. It's probably like right here though. Probably the best of the D tiers. Like it still functions, but it's by far the worst. This level design was just easily the worst one, but 3 is like the most polished of them all, and it's just, you know, generally pretty good. I mean, do you want me to talk my ear off about Star Scramble? I don't even have that much to say about it anyway, so I guess you're spared. All right, back on track. We have Coin Sort, another mobile slop. All right, let's look it up. And it's also getting late for me, so I have to keep it down. All right, we're getting there. So you put the coins, you sort them. There you go. That's the game. And as you go, you get coins. You get to move on to more expensive coins, and it is cool, and it is a time waster, and it is fine. I don't care. Right here. Right there. I don't care. Right there. Someone power scale Crash Bandicoot warped gameplay footage. Oh my god, dude. I didn't even notice at that time. Was it there? I just tuned it out. All right, finally we can talk about the handheld 3D Mario game that does work. And that's 3D Land. I am being completely dead ass when I say this is like probably one of my favorite Mario games. Like I always liked 3D Land, but it was like lower A to like maybe B for like previously. But like now that I replayed it, right? It was the last game I streamed, so yeah, dude, this game is like genuinely amazing. I think, yeah, like aesthetically, it's just, it's more Mario, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it's kind of playing on that like new super style where it's just playing it safe with maybe a few new additions, right? But I don't know. I jive with the aesthetic of 3D Land, and I can't really fully explain it. I think it's just that cozy retro vibe that it was going for, right? Because at this time, people like games were like aiming towards nostalgia, right? And this game was no different. It was trying to be like that. It was trying to be like Mario 3. It was trying to recapture those vibes, and I feel like it was kind of mishmashing that with like modern Mario stuff, like the Galaxy games, right? Because it has some of their motifs in there, all that stuff. But really, what I like most about 3D Land is the way it feels, like the flow of it, the general pace of the game. The game's level design is not going to necessarily blow your mind, but I think the way Mario feels in this game greatly complements it because Mario sticks to 8 directions, right? So they had the 3DS. Could he have moved in more directions? Maybe. But I think for what this is, it still works because Mario still feels like a dream. He snaps to that direction in a fluid but still intuitive way. And the speed of it is so good. Like, making any jump in this game just feels really good. And the Tanuki power up, I've glazed this thing before, but it is, in my opinion, better than the 3 variant. And I used to think otherwise, but I think now that I really see how it's used in this game, I think it was handled better in this than in 3, or maybe even New Super 2, honestly. Because it's kind of like the flying squirrel, right? Where you can kind of hover in the air, you can kind of float downwards slowly. Although you can't do it forever because then you're going to descend faster and faster and faster the more you do it. But it also makes for some really cool level skips if you're good enough. And I think this game has a bit of that 64 DNA in it in terms of level design. Genuinely, I think it does. It's a weird thing to say, but yeah. It's because this is just a 3D game that plays like a 2D game. It's actually fitting that these two are right next to each other because I remember having that conversation earlier. But yeah, dude, it just feels really good to do like anything in this game, and I really can't recall that many levels that I didn't like. Like it's just an overall solid game. Sure, some star coins are like out in the open for you to get, so there's really no like challenge to get them whatsoever. And sometimes the game definitely leans maybe a little too into the easy side. But as a whole, dude, I love this game. I had a blast returning to it. Like, it is genuinely such an underappreciated game. I love it. I used to think that Tanuki made things easy mode until I used it to skip parts in Bowser stages. Which I normally probably would say maybe goes a little overboard, but because of how fun it is to do in this game and all the opportunities you have to like make your own shortcuts basically, I love it. I forgive it for that entirely. I got a 3DS very recently, and the first game I replayed was 3D Land, and after so many years, my perception on it had been gradually lowering, but once replayed, it's genuinely a top 2 3D Mario. For me, it might be number 3. So it might be Galaxy 2. I'm just predicting that because I haven't replayed it yet. I think for me, the only two above it are 64 and 3D World. That's it. Otherwise, it beats every other one, in my opinion. It's super good. Love it. Super Smash Rex. This is a continuation project for Project M EX Remix. It basically has all the same characters, I think, just adding some new ones. Oh wait, PMX Remix, my bad. Super Smash Rex. Has a shitload of characters. PMX Remix was the game that is notable for the one to crash your Wii. You can even probably tell it's by the same people. But now you have Master Chief in it, right? You have Scorpion. Well, I think Scorpion was there before, but you have Scorpion. Or not Scorpion. Oh my god. Sub-Zero. They added some more characters. They added Kumatora. That's right. Shovel Knight. Dragon King from the Smash Brothers beta. Forget what the original name was, but that's him. And obviously a shit ton more characters to mess around with, right? It's a huge game. And it plays quite well too, because it's on, it's based off Project M. So yeah. No shit, this game's gonna rank high. It's really good. I need to play more of it, but I already know it. I already know where it ranks. I mean, it's Smash. It's literally PMX Remix 2. So, I'll put it. I think Prism Cross is probably cooler in my opinion, though, because it like kind of transforms Smash. Like it transforms it into something a little cool. But Smash Rex, I think, is still like the ultimate Smash fan game. Well, there's some competition for that even then. But whatever, you get my point. It's great. The stages, some stages are probably worse than others in terms of polish, but all the fighters are super polished. Like this is not a just slap your own character on. It's not like a Mugen type game. No, this shit's like actually for real, and it's very good. Way more fun to do in a 3D space than a 2D one, honestly. Yeah, like in Mario 3, I think it was handled well for the most part. I liked that the tail swipe had some strategy to it, so you couldn't just spam it like you could in like you could in New Super 2. And I do like that some secrets were hidden up above, but you did have to kind of think to use it. Whereas 3D Land, I think, knew that it would not work well in a 3D space, and they just said, screw it, let's rework it and just make it. I feel like they just focused on making it more fun to like use in general, rather than it just being one to fly with. Anyway, back on Smash Rex. There's not a lot to say, dude. Like, there's a shit ton of costumes for this characters too that are really neat. Yeah, no, it absolutely deserves to score high. I'll put it right there. I'll sandwich Fortnite between two Smash fan games. All right. Waluigi's taco stand. um so this is a Mario 64 ROM hack where you play as Waluigi and you have to go through a series of levels obtaining ingredients for his customers at a taco stand. This came out during a time where the Waluigi's taco stand meme first became relevant. So obviously now we're far removed from that, and I just decided to check this out of the curiosity because I wanted to play some Mario 64 ROM hacks. And like it's fine, it's a cute little game. There's not a whole lot to it, but I'd put it above like a lot of these just for the novelty. You know, it was relatively fun, although that final level kind of dragged a bit. The volcano part where you're like traveling across like some kind of boat and you have to like get all the ingredients, then you travel to another island, then you get all the ingredients, and then you travel to another. It was just kind of tedious, but all in all, though, yeah, not a bad game. If you're bored and want something Waluigi related, then there you go. Waluigi's Taco Stand has gotcha. All right, now it is the game that Wonder was waiting for. Where does the fabled Mario Maker 3DS rank? Low. This game is ass. This game is ass. I cannot believe Nintendo thought that was a good idea. Like, okay, well, conceptually, yeah, Mario Maker on 3DS sounds awesome. Like a handheld Mario Maker, hell yeah. The problem is that they butchered it. One, already killed it, kind of. But one, you couldn't share levels online from my knowledge, so you couldn't even, there was no online functionality at all. Maybe you could, like, I don't know, share levels between 3DSs, but I mean, who's going to do that now in a world with Mario Maker 2? So that already kind of killed a lot of the appeal that the original Mario Maker got. That sounds familiar. Killing appeal, huh? But so that already itself makes this like pretty useless game, and especially more now that 3DS is dead. But here's why this game is an F. It's the reason I wanted to play this game was not so I could be like, yo, I can dick around in the make level tool in Nintendo 3DS. Yippee. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge Mario Maker guy, right? Like the games are great. Maker 1 and 2 are very great games, right? But I was just never been into level making, and I'm not super huge on playing other people's levels since a lot of the time, in my opinion, they're not that fun to play through. But whatever. It's all right. It's a platform for people to express their creativity, and I'm glad they have that platform. That's awesome. 3DS, I wanted to play because it had its own unique story mode. Called the Super Mario Challenge. It had like 19 different worlds in it. No, I'm not kidding. And each world contained like 4 levels, that Nintendo made, of course. And I was told that this was like easily one of the best 2D Mario experiences ever. So I was like, all right, you've interested me. So I played it. No offense to that person, but I'm sorry. I did not enjoy that. Oh, I did not enjoy that. That was easily one of the most boring experiences I've ever had playing a Mario game. Like it low key it makes Super Mario Land 2 look like masterclass game design in comparison. Like it makes that game look really like actually amazing. Like people make it out to be. You know what I mean? It Oh my god, dude. So much of it is gimmicks. So goddamn much of it. You have you have painfully slow auto scrollers that have nothing in it but like one enemy. They just focus on, like, hammering in this one gimmick, maybe just so it can demonstrate like how to use the maker tool in like that item. But that doesn't mean you're gonna get a fun experience from that alone. Like, it's more so just playing a bunch of tutorials, which is, not that fun. It's God, dude, it was just so astronomically boring. Like, I can't believe I sat through all that. Although there are different like challenges you can do, which is the one thing I will compliment it with. They have these little they actually they give you the ability to do this in 2 in like Maker 2. Like, you have to clear a course and with a certain criteria. Well, Maker 3DS, they have these like optional little challenges you can do to like beat a level a certain way. And it's neat. It's fine. Like, it's a neat little addition, but because of how little fun I already had playing it, I was just like, dude, I'm good. I tried doing that, and it just, some levels were fun, some other levels were just painful because I already had to play a painful level to get there, and I was just like, all right, you know what? I'm good. I don't want to suffer anymore. I beat it. We're good. I find the crunchy Mario U sprites funny. That's another thing. Why didn't they just use New Super 2? Because that game was like actually on the 3DS. But instead, they just crunched down New Super U into that 3DS resolution, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, do not. I probably one of the worst Mario games ever. Honestly, like, there is just nothing about this game that I consider worth it. I can't believe they removed the online functionality from Maker 1. Like, I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. What the hell, man? Oh my god, yeah. No, it's not quite as bad as Special, but I hate this game more in a certain way. Like, what the hell? What are you talking about, man? Like, this game at least functions. Not like, not as it should, but it functions. So let's talk about a game that functions way better, but is still just kind of a C tier. That is Virtual Boy Wario Land. Surprisingly, I actually like this game more than Wario Land 1, mainly because, well, for one, it handles way better. Like, the movement in this game actually feels like, Wario has some real weight to him. When you muscle smash something, it doesn't ricochet you in a direction that feels incredibly awkward. And Wario has some weight to his jumps. He has like, it has a it has a it has a decent pace for what it is. And the game generally just feels really good, right? The level design I don't think is really that much better than 1. Well, because again, the reason I put 1 as low as it is just because it handled really bad. It just does not feel that great to control. Maybe for a Scratch project, I might have put that at like maybe an A tier, right? But that's Scratch standards, you know. Virtual Boy Wario Land is a game that I don't think has better level design. It just feels better to play, and therefore I just got more satisfaction out of it. The dragon power up actually feels way better in this game because you can control when the fire comes out by holding down the button. Holy shit, that's all they needed to do in the original. And I feel like it actually serves some purpose. And you can actually fuse the two to become, what is it, Super Dragon Wario or some shit? King Dragon Wario. Yeah, you can become this guy, which like fuses the two um powers together. Like Sea Dragon and Eagle. Oh, Sea Dragon. Okay, well, same power up. You know what I'm talking about. And Jet Wario, right? Or Eagle Wario, excuse me. And I think that's neat. Like, a little reward for like collecting the two. That's awesome. That's a great way to incorporate that. Great way to give incentive to all the power ups. But as far as the rest of the level design goes, it's not the worst, but I've seen better, right? I think the puzzles are a little annoying in this game sometimes. Like, I don't know. You have to time some. You have to. So okay, this game makes use of the ability to like hop between the foreground and the background, right? That's like the main gimmick of this game, and it's okay. Like it doesn't really add that much to it. It's kind of cool until it isn't. You know what I mean? Um, but there's also a puzzle where you have to like aim your shot at like a specific enemy going on a conveyor belt, and you have to like time it like perfectly. And there were so many freaking times where I was just only like an inch off, and I was like, ugh, God. That's just an example, but the bosses are okay. They're fine. I haven't really talked about the bosses in any of these platformers because I just feel like, whatever. They don't harm the game. They're fine. They're just not. They're just kind of little spectacle little things, you know. Virtual Boy Wario Land is pretty neat. Although I will say something that sucks about this game is that you if you want a smooth, clean experience, you have to like 100% it on just the playthrough you're on, because backtracking in this game sucks. You have to like go back from level to level to level because it's very linear. It doesn't have a map system like Wario Land 1. Here you just have to go back and back and back and back. So if you want to go back to level 2, you have to basically go through the entire game back to level 2. And that sucks. So I did not 100% this game for that reason because I just did not have the patience to do that. But the game is still okay. Also, I didn't mention the Virtual Boy, like, the headache inducing things because, I emulated it. And I set it to a color that wouldn't burn my eyeballs off. So, yeah. It's certainly a hell of a better way of emulating it than whatever Nintendo did. Good lord. But yeah, I'd put it like probably beneath the Star Scramble games because at least these are like solid junk food games. You know what I mean? This is like, it just has some stuff to iron out that just makes it kind of, it's just got some bumps in the road. Whereas these are all perfectly fine games that don't really have much wrong with it in terms of what it's trying to be. Ooh, Noida. Okay. Noida is an interesting one. Definitely need a Wikipedia page though, because. So yeah, this game operates in a procedurally generated 2D world. So literally every particle can do something. Every single pixel is physically simulated. So, and there are so many different like materials and properties to each of these pixels, right? It's basically RNG Terraria, like the caves in Terraria. It's basically like that. And it is cool. It also operates kind of similar to Spelunky in that, it's a roguelike. So you have to go through you every time you start at the same place. Um do I think it's as good as Spelunky? Probably not. But at the same time, I might need to play more of it because it is a really solid game. And it looks really good too. Such an impressive looking game. Let me just show gameplays of it. Yeah. This is another Shinoda game that he showed me, and he really wanted me to play it. So, okay, maybe I was exaggerating the graphics, but I don't know, it still looks impressive for what it is. And like I said, every single pixel operates a specific way, and it's all randomly generated. So, yeah, dude, cool ass game if you haven't tried it out. It's really fun. Noida on a technical level is insanely impressive, even putting aside as big of a game as it is gameplay and content wise. Exactly. Like, it is a super interesting game. I recommend sinking time into it, honestly. Ooh, okay. All right, so we got Observation Duty 64. A perfectly solid observation duty game, but in the world of Mario 64. I think some of the stuff you spot is a little too cryptic. Like if you don't have your if you don't have like the gamma turned up on your screen, you're not going to see certain stuff. But other than that, no, I made very good usage of Peach's Castle to make one of these games. And honestly, I feel this kind of thing has potential with like other games too, and maybe other levels of 64, which I think is really cool. Okay, it does not deserve to be up there, but I think it's really solid. It's free. It's a neat little game. It's technically a horror game. These are technically, I mean, there's a little, it plays a little jump scare sound if you lose, so there's that. But I like it. It's a really solid game. I'd put, because I think there's also like a bunch of different things that can happen in this game too. So I don't know. Stays very true to observation duty games. It's really good. Just a nice little tribute to Mario 64 and also observation duty, which I also got into this year. I'd say like right there is probably fair for it. Okay, now I'm on observation duty. 1. Sorry, I was AFK for a second. Very good game, honestly. I'd put it above. People say the first one hasn't really aged well, but yeah, I think it's aged perfectly fine. I think the quality kind of adds to this creepiness, honestly. Well, except this guy right here. This guy is not doing this game justice. Goofy ass jump scare, bro. But you just, oh yeah. If you don't know, these games are basically just spot the difference, more or less. You just have to look for anomalies on the different cameras, and if you're wrong, you're usually penalized for it. Or if you take too long, you lose. Those kinds of games. And I don't know. I just think this game is really effective on like a horror level. It's really good. It's probably not above Kirby. It is just spot the difference. But or that. I'll put it above that though. Yeah, I think that's fair. Really solid game. It is also like kind of comical though. There's some very, very clear meme moments in this game. Sorry, I was thinking about whether I should mention that, but it is not a game that should be played at work. I'll just say that. There is some very sus elements in these games. Just to let you know. I'm not going to talk about it on stream, but it's like, ugh. Probably don't want to, unless they know about it. You probably don't want to be in the same room as someone playing this game. It is funny, but it is a little. I have the Christmas spin-off of Observation Duty for the simple fact I thought it was funny as a concept. Love indie horror for how it can take literally any game design concept and turn it into a scary, or turning it scary and you have a horror game. Basically, yeah. These games are really effective. Not so much 2 though. 2 is like still good. I enjoyed it. I think the realistic house area is very good. The like the PS1 graphic house is I kind of lost interest after that. I'll eventually play 3 and the others because I hear 3 goes 3D, which is really interesting. I want to see how that goes. But Timothy's Revenge is like still fine. I just think it's like, it's more satisfying. I think that one house probably puts it above 64, but because it is it's a very, yeah, it's very, very well done. These games are very well done. But I don't know if I'd put it above. Yeah, probably not. I'll put it there. Nah, right there. Nah, right there, right there. Final placement. Final placement. All right. Pac-Man Halloween 2025 edition. It is literally Pac-Man, but on Google. Strangely easy, too. Like, I'm not good at Pac-Man, and I beat all of this first try. I don't even know how I did that. So, I don't know. I'll give it a C. Not a huge Pac-Man guy, but it's fine. Not a bad game. It's literally a Google game, so I don't know. How bad could it really be? I enjoyed it, though. I don't know where I'd put it. It's really funny saying this is above Virtual Boy Wario Land. All right, what's next? Plants vs. Zombies 2 Reflourished. Basically, a mod for PvZ2 that attempts to make it more enjoyable and takes out all the microtransaction stuff. Although I heard that PvZ2 gets a bad rep because it's actually pretty good. And I played PvZ2 and I thought it was really fun. But Reflourished is good too, obviously. And I enjoyed it more than PvZ1. That's what Fusion's based on, so this might be the best. I think PvZ2 might be the best Plants vs. Zombies game, if I'm being honest. I don't know where to put it, though. Maybe above Superstar, maybe above Pillar Chase. Above Crash 3, yeah, because it has a fuckload of content. That's the thing about Plants vs. Zombies 2. It's not only like got a lot of variety in it, it is a huge game. Much bigger than... Dude, it's like 15 Plants vs. Zombies 1s, and I'm not kidding. I'll put it above Paper Mario. Maybe above Castle on the Coast. Yeah. Above Sonic GT. Above FNaF 1 Remake. Like, it is a very good game. I've yet to finish it, but I've played a good chunk of it, and it is fire. It is very fire. It really honestly deserves to be a lot higher than I personally would put it. But that's really just representing my own taste in games. I also want to be like fair and say that maybe better than Meat Boy, better than Smash Rex. I'll put it beneath Fortnite. I think that's fair. Okay, but according to the flawless definition of 10 out of 10, Pac-Man should be an S because you can name something wrong with how Pac-Man is designed. I mean, yeah. There's nothing... well... Personally, I've always been more of a Miss Pac-Man player myself, but, you know. I guess that's my one critique for Pac-Man the original. It's not fast. So there you go. Technically you can argue how the level design influences the Pac-Man gameplay, but yeah, yet another game where design is really solid, but it's subjective what you like better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Oh boy. We have arrived at the FNaF trilogy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. FNaF 1, obviously, we got to start with that. Now here's the thing. If you would have asked me a year ago to rank FNaF 1, I probably would have put it at a C tier, maybe even a D. And that's largely because of its gameplay. But I realize now I think I was a little too harsh on it because I wasn't really taking into account that FNaF 1, at the end of the day, is an experience. Like, it is designed more so with the love of it being a horror game. It's it's a horror game that's designed with more of the horror in mind than the game. Even though the game is still very unique, but its horror is definitely its strong suit. And I would say now it's like a B. Low key would rather play Observation Duty 64 over it, but you know. I'd put it. I think it being under Mario Kart with a C is just dumb. I don't know if I should risk doing that. But FNaF 1's very solid. The atmosphere is obviously, I wouldn't say unmatched, but I would say it's very well constructed. Like, you really feel like you're just in this, like, really dark area where you have these robots, like, chasing after you with no lights. It's a cool game, dude. Yeah, lots of great attention to detail, all that stuff. You know, we've all talked about FNaF 1's atmosphere and why it's so good, right? But I think where this game really doesn't live up quite as much to it is the gameplay. Missed it being more of an experience. My guy didn't get lost in the sauce enough. Because here's the thing. The gameplay loop of FNaF 1 is actually fine for a little bit. Like, because Bonnie and Chica, and even Foxy, I feel like is designed well around the cameras. Because with Bonnie and Chica, well, I mean, all you really need to do is check the light for them. But you can use the cameras because you're given an opportunity to, right? There's actually like a reason to use them. You can like see where Bonnie is because Bonnie and Chica are both like very, they're unpredictable in their AI, so they can go basically anywhere they want. So it gives you more of a like an incentive to use the cameras and try to locate where the hell they are so you don't lose track of them before they arrive at your door, right? And that's great. I love how the way Bonnie and Chica operate in this game. Very good. And Foxy, the way he operates is, in my opinion, less cool, but still like effective. Because he really changes up how he's a very unique animatronic that changes up how you even view defending against the animatronics. So it's cool. So you want to know what completely shits on all of that? Freddy. I don't know how Scott gave by far the worst, one of the worst mechanics in any FNaF game to literally the face of the franchise. How does he do that? Okay, so how Freddy works is his attack pattern operates on a linear path. So he goes from the show stage to the dining area, to the bathroom, to the kitchen, to the East Hall, and then to the corner, and then to East Hall, and then the corner, and then the East Hall, literally on a loop. That's how he works. So the deal with him is that once he's at your door, you're basically just keeping the right door closed for 50% of the night. And if you're unlucky, he'll just stay there like for hours on end, draining your power like a power hog, right? Like he completely messes up the loop in my opinion. Because a lot of the time you're kind of just praying Freddy doesn't show up at your office. He doesn't show up at the door. And also the way he works is weird and kind of backwards, kind of a little bit misleading too, because you would think he would show up at the blind spot like the game has been teaching you about the doors, right? But no, he stays at the corner, and then from there you can just sneak it. Like, I don't know, man. That is such a poorly taught mechanic in this game. He was such a poorly implemented mechanic. Like, and I know because there's still the left side to deal about, but like the thing is, because this game's RNG, and I think Freddy is by far the worst offender of this because he can just stay outside your door for the entire night if you're unlucky. So he really does just mess up the flow of this game because now you can no longer you no longer have an incentive. The incentive to check the cameras is now completely gone if you want to do that cam stall trick, right? So, and you're probably going to want to do that if you're going to want to conserve enough power to last through the night. He just completely fucks the flow of this game, dude. He really does. It's still a solid experience for what it is. I'm not taking that away from it. I think it's the only game in this trilogy that I actually completed all 6 nights of, right? Because 3 has the nightmare mode. But this year I should say, I've beaten FNaF 2 1020 mode in my childhood, so I did not want to do that again, right? Because I feel like any sane person would not want to do that more than once. Actually, honestly, a sane person probably wouldn't want to do that at all, but whatever. It still works at its core. It's still a game that you can revisit as kind of a cult classic, right? I mean, and it's very revolutionary. You can't deny what it did. So I think there are definitely FNaF games that are better, but I'm going to tip my hat at the end of the day and give it a B. I also played just to get it out of the way before I forget, I played FNaF 1 Remastered, which is not this at all. It required a ROM of FNaF 1, so it's a mod basically. Let me just find it. Know what it's called. I don't know. I just forgot what it was called. FNaF 1 Deluxe. That's what it's called. I played the deluxe port of all these 3 games, which basically just offer the options for quality of life improvements if you want to just make something better, for the overall experience without taking away the core, what made the core game good. You know what I mean? All right. 2. FNaF 2 used to be looked at as the fan favorite, and I think to an extent it still is. But nowadays I've noticed it's received a lot more criticism for its gameplay. Because here's the thing about FNaF 2. A lot of people hold this game in high regard for simply what it did for the franchise and everything else but the gameplay. And I'll admit, I fell into that too. And FNaF 2 used to be my favorite FNaF game. Easily. Maybe not easily, but it used to be up there. It's my favorite. Now it's definitely fallen from grace. I would say it's... Me specifically, I'm the criticizer. True. So here's the thing about FNaF 2. I have a complicated relationship with it because on one hand, I think the game is very RNG ridden. It's more so than the first game even. And quit buffering, YouTube. Quit buffering, YouTube. Stop buffering. What the heck? Where are you buffering? Oh my god. Where are you buffering? Whatever. I'll let it be, I guess. So, FNaF 2 is... On one hand, it's extremely RNG ridden. There are several mechanics that are not used to their fullest potential. Like the music box is literally just an excuse for you to stay on one camera the entire night and basically never want to leave it. The Foxy mechanic is, I think that's okay actually. But because of the amount of animatronics there are, and because of the amount of time they spend just staying there. Sometimes, just when you have the mask on and they're like flickering the room lights and shit like that. Like it can really mess you up depending on how many of them there are, which can leave the puppet out to come bite your ass off, right? And in general, I think the atmosphere. Okay, that's actually a pro of mine. But on the other hand of what I'm talking about, I really like this game's frantic nature. I really like how I just like the challenging aspect of 2. I really do. Like it's not like done in a perfect way, obviously, but it's like it's in my opinion, the gameplay loop is still like more fun than I ever found FNaF ones. Like ever. Because with FNaF 1, everything eventually becomes predictable. And not only is like Freddy just not fun to deal with, but everything just becomes predictable. With 2, it's still like I am never bored playing 2. Like I'm always on the edge of my seat. I'm always wondering what the hell is going to happen. Do I have enough? Do I wind up the music box enough? Did I? Oh God, is Foxy good? Is anyone in the vents? Oh God, oh God, oh God. I like that feeling because because it has me on edge, like, but in a good way. Like it's a gratifying gameplay loop, dude. Like, and I especially like the atmosphere, which I think is a little underappreciated personally, because while it's not as dark or as like haunted seemingly, it feels like it's a little bit more realistic in what it's trying to be. I like that the general setting of 2 is just like you're in this big open room with 3 openings, no way to close them, and all you have to defend yourself is a Freddy mask against 11 animatronics. Like, is that not the coolest thing ever? I I don't know. I always resonated with that. I always thought this game was actually honestly in some ways scarier than the first game. But yeah, man, honestly, I think for the first 5 nights, this game's pretty fun. Low key, not perfect, flawed, definitely, and a little repetitive, but it's the fun kind of repetitive. And I think night 6 is where the game really starts to just kick you in the balls. And with like the RNG. So basically, I think FNaF 2 is more fun than 1 for like most of it. And because I'm more of a gameplay guy than an atmosphere or experience kind of guy, if I had to pick one up right now and play it, it's 2. Because I just find that, not infinitely, but like far more fun on a regular basis than 1. Although Toy Bonnie is a piece of shit. I will say that. He is an asshole. I want to put it in. I know that like FNaF 1 is probably an objectively more solid experience than 2, but as far as just games that I like playing and have fun with, 2 is the one I prefer. Only a little bit above 1 though. Not by like that much. If you want to play a FNaF game about juggling 3 mechanics with a shit ton of characters, then just play Treasure Island because it's actually good. I should eventually replay that. All right. 3. 3 continues to be a mixed bag for me. Because on one hand, I appreciate how ambitious it's trying to be with like basically being the opposite of 2, where you only have one real threat to work with that can kill you. But he has all these phantoms, right? That he works with to like, well, I guess he works with, I don't fucking know. But they're phantoms and they like distract you from Springtrap and you have to like manage them too without like getting, making sure you just have them all, I guess. And the atmosphere, honestly, is still probably my favorite of any FNaF game. I just love the way, I love the setting, I love the themes, I love Springtrap obviously is probably the coolest motherfucker ever to come of the series. I mean, let's be real. Probably not my favorite FNaF character, but probably one of the best, I would say. I mean, it's Springtrap, dude. Come on. Literally. Ugh, yeah. The atmosphere of this game, in my opinion, trumps one. Not in terms of how scary it is, but in terms of just the vibes. Like, it rules. What I think this game does not quite succeed at as much is the gameplay. Because, again, I love that it's trying to be more ambitious with its, like, more complicated mechanics as opposed to the first two, right? And I also really like the stressful nature of it. I mean, I'm a fan of 2, so I have to be a fan of this, right? And I like it. It's cool. It's interesting. But here's the thing. I don't think the Phantoms correlate very well with Springtrap, like, at all. Every time I've played this game, I feel the same way. Like, it feels like... Because here's the thing. The game wants you to keep track of Springtrap, right? So the point is to, make sure he doesn't get too close to your office before he, clobbers your ass. So you have, and because of the, here's how the cameras are designed around Springtrap. They put Springtrap in this really dark area of the screen, so you have to really look and pay attention to like what kind of details you can even make out. Because honestly, even in game, I can still, to this day, barely tell if Springtrap is even in some of these. So a lot of the time, I'm just ending up guessing, right? And just putting an audio lore somewhere. But you know what clashes with that completely? The Phantoms. These motherfuckers. Some of these motherfuckers are genuinely detestable. Like, Phantom Balloon Boy, I guess, is like fair enough because he gives you an ample amount of time to be like, okay, oh shit, and that's fine, whatever. But with some other ones, like, oh my god, Phantom Puppet, Phantom Mangle, Phantom Chica, who all operate. Phantom Chica, straight up, like, when you see her on the camera, you're getting a jump scare. There's no way to avoid it. You're getting one. And I think that's lame as fuck. Like, just for clicking on the camera, are you dead ass? And then Phantom Mangle and Puppet give you, like, I don't even know, like a small fraction of a second to click off the camera. And if you don't, then you're getting like this long ass disturbance. Phantom Puppet specifically is like easily the worst because he blocks your vision for like 20 seconds. And by that point, I feel like most attempts I've just lost because Springtrap's just there now. That's already one problem, right? Either Springtrap already made his way to his office because it speeds him up, I think. But also, you can also make me lose track of where Springtrap is because I'm pretty sure that train of thoughts. The maintenance. There it is. The maintenance. That's what I was thinking of. When there's too many problems with the maintenance, then you start hallucinating Springtraps, so the game literally fucks with you. But, like, not in a fun way. It's literally just like, so you tricked me. Okay. So I wasn't actually chasing the already hard to fucking see Springtrap. Right? So, and even then, dude, even if Springtrap, like, worked with these, seeing him on the thing is, you want to try and, like, look on the cameras to see if you can spot him. But there are times where I don't even see the puppet. My eye just doesn't even notice him until he's already, like, gotten me. And it's like, like, I don't know, man. These two things do not correlate, like, at all. And it makes playing this game really irritating at times. Not all the time, just sometimes. Oh my god. And then other times when you're not facing that, the game is kind of just like you keep Springtrap in the top camera and as long as you're like really keeping up with it and you're handling the phantoms accordingly, you're not losing. Like as long as you keep the vents sealed, like you can kind of just stall Springtrap if you're really lucky. But then, you know, if you lose him, then it just becomes a battle of like, oh God, where the hell do I see him? Is he duplicating? Do I need to not check on that camera in case the phantoms are going to just screw me over? Like, it is a stressful game, but in my opinion, not as. It's weird because I'm about to say it's worse than 2, even though it's technically more developed and more interesting. But I feel like the scrambling here is literally just me fighting the game. Like it's just like, oh God, all right, are you gonna screw me over like that? Or are you gonna screw me over like this? It's just I don't know. 3 is just playing this game is really annoying sometimes. It's either that or you can just keep Springtrap in one area and win. The first night, you don't even need to do anything because he's not even there. There's no threat. You're just listening to a phone call and then like getting used to the building, which I think is probably okay for like getting used to the complicated mechanics and stuff. But still kind of boring. Like, I don't know. The ending's cool though. The little secret ending. The whole ARG thing, right? That's neat. Right. And it's cool little extra stuff that the first 2 games did not have. Like you get to see the behind the scenes, you can see a look at the jump scares, you even get this little nightmare mode, which I did not do because I'm going to be honest, I was kind of fed up with FNaF 3 at that point. I was just like, all right, you know what? I'm good. I know the game's probably just going to screw me over 1,000 times anyway. Like these games, it just inherently work. So yeah, FNaF 3 is a C tier for me, dude. It's my least favorite of the trilogy, honestly. Like it's still like an okay game. I think it's like much cooler as a spectacle than it is as a game. I'd put 3 like I don't know where I'd put it actually. Above beta, that's for sure. It's definitely above FNaF 1 beta. At least it doesn't have that damn live system. Because here's the thing, I do like this game at times when it is stressful. At times it's fun, but other times it's not. And it's just like, ugh. And this is a problem I've basically always had with 3. So it's nothing new. But it's been the first time. It's the first time I've played it in years, so I had to count it. I'd put it maybe beneath Mario's Missing, but above Hexa Away. So it's still like a pretty high C, but yeah. Not like it matters though, Uncle Ben, because FNaF 4 shits on all of them combined. But FNaF 4 is not on the list, so we won't be talking about it. Anyways, let's see what Ethan has been saying. Sure, Nightmare of Treasure Island is so close because the gameplay loops are based around quick thinking. You need to evaluate who's in your office and prioritize getting rid of first. Yeah, that's pretty neat. FNaF 3 is a great concept executed with a few glaring issues, but I appreciate what they're going for, and I think the lore mechanic is the best and made even better by Pizza Sim. It's a cool mechanic, for sure. I feel like... I was about to say it doesn't always work, but no, it works most of the time. Never really a moment where it, like, screws me over and doesn't work. Except if the audio lore doesn't work. The maintenance is fine. I don't really have an issue with that. Yeah. I hate the phantoms though. That's the thing about 3. Like it's a very cool game conceptually. I just think it really needed to I mean, this is every FNaF game to be fair. Like all 3 of these. They need to really he needed to really iron out some of these gameplay kinks cuz holy shit. Like one bad mechanic like ends up screwing over the whole game. Well, not the whole game, but like if you're trying to go for a harder mode, it definitely screws you over. FNaF 3 would be perfect if Phantoms had better mechanics, like genuinely bringing back the music box for Phantom Puppet would have worked a lot better than in FNaF 2. Like, even if it, like, I think it would have been really cool if the puppet had the music box playing in the surrounding cameras, so you know that you can't click on the one, like, you can't click on that one camera. I think that would have been a lot better. So you'd be like, okay, can't go to that camera right now, right? Um, Something like that would have made that mechanic so much more bearable. It was made better in Pizza Sim. Yeah. I haven't played Pizza Sim, but I'll believe you. Well, no, I have, but just very little of it. All right, that's all of FNaF. Mario Advance 2. Mario World. We know Mario World's a good game. The world knows it. IGN keeps putting it #1. But no, it is a good game, though. Very good. I would say Advance 2 doesn't, unlike Advance 1, this one compares quite nicely to the first. You really can't go wrong either way. World Advance 2 just has more content. I think you could, well, it has collectibles you can go for, which is pretty neat. And also, like, he has a playable Luigi, so you can get like some physics. You get like Luigi's all iconic physics, which is pretty cool. I can't play with him for shit, but he's cool. It's cool that he's there, right? But at the same time, the game looks like ass and sounds like ass. So I can totally understand preferring the original. But honestly, I think I think the ass sound design is easy to get used to at the very least, because it's still charming in its own little way. Now, I would honestly rate this as the same tier as Mario World. I think these two just compare too nicely to each other, because I feel like in a list I wouldn't even include Advance 2, because like if I was ranking like Mario World in general, I would just include the original, not even include Advance 2, because they would just rank the same tier for me. But I don't know. Over the years, I've realized that Mario World does have some things that I feel like would be ironed out in the new Super games, as weird as that is to say. I think the secret exits were handled a lot better in them. Whereas in World, it feels like a lot of the time you just do an entire level again, but only you do one thing differently at the end of the level, which I think is kind of eh. And of course, not all the levels are that great. Like there's some auto scrollers that aren't that fun. The water levels aren't that great. Um, the ghost houses are novel concepts, but not really that interesting in the grand scheme of things. But what I really like about World, though, is its flow. Like, I think Mario still controls really well, despite it not being more momentum based. I think it's still cool in its own way. The level design complements it, as I said earlier. Cape Feather's kind of broken, but there are some levels where it doesn't even let you abuse it, and it's still fun. It's still fun to use at its peak. So there are some situations it actually does make good use of it. Yoshi's cool too. Yeah, no, it's a good game. It's a very good game still. I just think some people hold it to a very unfair pedestal when it actually suffers problems like any other game does. I'll put it like above Noida, but below Spelunky. I think that's fair. It sounds like ass and looks like ass, but tastes like chicken. It's probably a chicken's ass. True. While we're on the topic of GBA Mario, though, oh my god, we're almost there. I can taste the end. Mario Brothers on Game Boy Advance. I just decided to pop this in randomly out of boredom because I was like, okay. I haven't played Mario Brothers in a hot second because I don't know. I was never really that attached to the arcade game, so I was like, whatever. I'll just play this for a little bit since I'm on Mario Advance 2. And wouldn't you know it, this game is kind of awesome, dude. I'll be completely dead ass. I really like Mario Brothers now. Specifically the Game Boy Advance version. I made that very clear. But yeah, dude, I don't know what it is. Suddenly something clicked. I kind of love this game now for a variety of reasons. Number one, this game is fast and frantic, and I love it. There is there's always something happening in this game, and there's always something that you need to look out for and to like maneuver over and all that stuff. Mario in general feels great. I used to prefer like the arcade versions feeling because at least I feel like you not being able to change your direction when in midair was an intentional design choice. But I'm going to be honest, it's just more fun to play this way because now I can still enjoy the fast and frantic nature even without that. You know? I got to like round 40 something on my playthrough of this, and I wasn't even like trying to get that far. I just did it because it was fun. Like, dude, yeah, the PAL block offers decent strategy for like when you want to use it. The fireballs add a little mix up to this game. Dude, it's fun. This game is so fucking fun. It's basic, admittedly. And there's not a whole lot to it. So I feel like that's why I would rank it a little lower. But if this was like, there's like more game modes and shit, this could have easily gone higher. Like, is it like a standalone game? Yeah, dude. If you want to enjoy Mario Brothers, I recommend the Game Boy Advance port. It's genuinely really fun, in my opinion. Like I was shocked. Like I did not expect to like it as much as I did. Very good. Pokemon Cafe Remix. It's a cute game. Cute art style, I'll say that. But it is a very basic puzzle game with not a whole lot to it. You can recruit Pokemon for your cafe and stuff, and that's pretty cool. But not for me. I'll give it I played this for a little bit, but I kind of fell out of it. I'll put it like here. Cute game. All right, last row. Holy shit. We're almost there. Oh, yeah. It's time to talk about the Mega Mans. It's time to talk about the Mega Mans. So this was the other big series I got into other than Crash Bandicoot. Because I played not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 NES games of Mega Man. I somehow marathoned up to 5, and then I started 6, but didn't finish it enough for this video, or the stream, excuse me. Mario Bros. On Wii Virtual Console was a comfort game of mine growing up. Yeah, it does work. But I will say I do recommend the GBA version. But anyway, yeah, Mega Man. Wanted to give it a shot after I saw Pariah's video, Pariah69, Pariah68. What the fuck's his name? I don't know numbers, but people just call him Pariah. Pariah695. Yeah, okay, that's his name. So he made like a little Mega Man retrospective, and I was like, huh, these games actually look pretty fun. I'm going to play through them myself and gain my own opinion. And I did just that. I started with the original Mega Man because I wanted to beat it without proving I could beat it without using save states on the Legacy Collection, and I did not want to play it on the Legacy Collection because for some reason the version I have has input delay up the ass, and I hated that. So I emulated it because where the hell else do I play it? As far as the first Mega Man game goes, it's not that great. It's had a lot of ironing out to do. I'll just say that. I think the level design is just, I don't know. Oh, my brain's frying. All right. It's all right. We're almost there. Power through it. The idea of this game is very good, obviously, because it would carry over to the other games that are much better, right? Mega Man 1 is definitely before they hit that stride, because a lot of the level design in Mega Man 1 is just not that fun, because it either involves you making very precise jumps, dealing with very precise enemies, some even RNG, like that jumping annoying ass, like, hold on. There's always this like annoying ass like jumper. I'm in an SMG4 marathon, by the way. That's why you're seeing so much SMG4. Let's see. This is. Oh wait, not that one. Hold on. Probably here, right? Yeah, this guy, this annoying piece of shit right here. He's completely RNG. So like whether he makes a big jump or just a lengthy jump, I don't know, just a wider versus taller jump is completely dependent on RNG. And there's enemies like this like throughout the game where they'll just it feels like you'll just get hit because why not? You just have to progress. Iceman stage has this like annoying hidden block section that always restarts you like at that section if you want to like redo a certain platforming section later on, which also sucks ass. Iceman stage is just so like bad. Unbelievably unfun. Yeah. So hidden block section, and then you have this section which you can phase through for like no reason if you get hit. It's annoying as hell. And to top it all off, it's automated, so you have to like wait. Unless you already have the little beam, which is neat, but I don't know, man. I don't want to have to do that. I want to just enjoy the game for what it is. And to top it all off, you got one of these guys. Jesus Christ. Then we have Wily Castle 1. One of the actual worst design stages I've ever played in any game ever. Like everything I just described is part of Mega Man 1. And you need this bogus item to even proceed. So if you didn't get it, you're screwed. You have no way to proceed the stage. So it's like, you just need, and you need Gutsman's power before you can even get it. So it's like, Jesus, man, like what were they thinking? I'm AVGN right now, bro. Like what were they thinking? Oh my gosh. It is now January 4th. All right. There are some fun parts in this game still, but unfortunately, a lot of it is just outweighed by really like archaic NES game design. Yeah. Well, I at least did it without save states somehow. Jesus. So at least I think I've earned the right to critique this game. But ugh. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be playing this game again for a very long time. It's for sure not just you. I personally just noticed it very little, so it bothers me less. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'm just worse with input delay. Who knows? I'm starting to like its level design a bit more, but it has the amazing quality of when it's no longer frustrating, it just becomes boring. Yeah, that's another thing. Sometimes you're just kind of just walking. And you deal with enemies in very repetitive patterns, and it's just like, eh. Like the level design just becomes, they just start forcing the obstacle in the same exact way every time. It's super archaic, yeah. Like, it can be fun, but Mega Man, I feel like, is not a strong example of that. Don't worry, though, it only gets up from there, because Mega Man 2 is much better. Massive improvement, and even then, I would still only give it like a B tier. Good game. A little overhyped in quality, but good game. I think it's more so remembered for, it's kind of like FNaF 2 in that way, where I feel like it's most remembered for its impact rather than anything else. I liked it though. It's a good game. But put it above Donkey? I don't. Okay, Donkey Kong's Land feels like it's really high. Would I really put it this high? Probably. I don't know. Mega Man 2. I'll put above Donkey Kong Land. No. I'll put below. Maybe below Doom 2. Yeah, I'll put it right there. Mega Man 2 is a drastic improvement over 1 in like most ways. The music is better. The music's iconic as hell. Oh my god, that soundtrack, bro. But also the game is just designed way better. There's a stupid section in Fireman stage, but or Heatman stage, excuse me. But you can get past that with the beam and it's all good. And again, like but unlike 1, it doesn't feel like the beam is used. Like I've only wanted to use that like maybe 1 time. Whereas Mega Man 1, I want to use it all the fucking time because the game is just not that fun. The stages are all much better designed. They're a lot more fun. Yeah. No, it's a good game, dude. The robot mastery patterns in terms of like learning their weakness is pretty intuitive too, I've noticed. So yeah. Nah, there's not a whole lot. Well, no, there is. I think there still feels some sections where all you're doing is just kind of walking and you're dealing with enemies in very ways, right? Not very interesting level design all the time in 2. And also, there's the motherfucking boo beam trap. Dear God, what were they thinking with that design? Oh my God. Basically, if you. Oh my God. Especially if you're playing on difficult, like it's actually a bitch. So. What you have to do, quit buffering YouTube. What you have to do is you have to conserve your crash bomb, right? You have to like basically hold it for the entire time on the level, but you don't know that. You might just use it because you find it useful, right? But hold on, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, you have to preserve the crash bomb, and then you have to like maneuver your. You know what? I'm just gonna show footage of it. That's the only way I can really properly do this justice. The boom beam trap, a name I will never forget. Oh yeah, this room flickers bad, by the way. You have to use it incredibly sparingly. Because if you misuse one, you're screwed. You gotta either farm for more, or you just gotta get a game over and redo the stage. Which sucks. You have to wait for it to explode. It's like, it's just not fun. Good lord. Yeah, atrocious design. But other than that, the game is fun. Not like A tier good, but like a respectable B tier, I would say. I definitely respect it a lot more than I like it. You know what I mean? But it is still a good game. 3, in my opinion, is an A tier. A lot of people give 3 a lot of flack because of how, like, its lack of polish is a little noticeable. A little. It's very noticeable. It might have just been because I was playing on emulator that I just wasn't really picking up on it a whole lot, but it definitely is there, for sure. My personal theory is most adaptations in gamers don't get best 3 since the saga is so long. That's true. Yeah, that might be true. Because, I'll be real, I didn't know a damn thing about 4 through 6 until I just saw someone talk about it like maybe a couple years ago. But yeah, anyway, 3 wasn't quite as good as I remember it being, but it is still a lot more interesting to play through than 2, if you were to ask me. Um, I think its level design is more interesting. Um, it added the slide maneuver, which I think was a great addition personally. Some people don't like the slide maneuver. I thought it was perfectly fine. Like it really added a way to mix up how you approach certain enemies and obstacles. It gave more potential for like boss design. So yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's great. Um, Rush was kind of gimmicky, but he didn't like. It's not like he like forced you to play the game a certain way or anything, but getting items as him always kind of just boiled down to, oh boy, I got to use Rush to jump up here, boing, and that's it. And I can't recall a time where I didn't have enough feel to use them because you just don't use them that often. I will say a part of the game that people don't really like as much is when you have to refight the Mega Man 2 Robot Masters. I don't personally mind that all that much because it's more Mega Man, so I don't mind it. But I will say, it has one section that's very. There's always one section, man. It's always that one part in these games that just that if you do wrong, it like drags the pacing down way too significantly. Where I believe in a stage, I forget which, but you have to use Rush Jet, and you only have one shot to do it before you either game over and just restart the stage again, or you farm and replenish your energy. So it's not a very hard section, but if you mess up, it punishes you hard. Like, you might as well just restart the stage at that point with how long you have to grind. And it's just like, ugh, are you serious? Why would you put that in there, Doug? Oh my God. Awful. But other than that, it's just a lot. I think the highs of 3 definitely outweigh the ones and 2. I just think there's more, I don't know, there's more to get out of 3 than 2, in my opinion. Um, Definitely not perfect, no. Actually, come to think of it, you could just use Rush Jet over like all the levels. Now that I think about it, nah, I don't know. Doesn't like ruin the game, but because you don't even have to do it. But that's why I think he's more of a gimmick than something I actually go out of my way to use. Other than that, yeah, dude, solid game, very solid. I'd put it like maybe like right here. Actually, that's a perfect spot. I'm actually okay with that. Top of S tier, best game of all time, even better than Mario 3. No, the game that actually deserves that award, Mega Man 4. This game, not quite S tier, but definitely up here with the big boys for sure. Um, Dude, this game's wicked fun. Oh my God, having a hard time deciding if it goes above 3D Land, but dude, it's so good. Mega Man 4 like genuinely wowed me as I was playing it. Like I was kind of worried going into it that I just wouldn't find Mega Man games like to be the most fun ever, even if I thought 3 was really good. But 4 ended up blowing those expectations out of the water because 4 is like far and away my favorite Mega Man game as of now. I've only played through 5, but yeah, dude, 4 is creme de la creme of the Mega Man's games I've played so far. The level design is super consistently good. It's never too hard for its own good. I think the worst thing I can say about it, honestly, is some very few, not a whole lot, but very few jumps are very precise. That's about it. That's really all I got, dude. Like Mega Man 4, I enjoy other games like inherently more, but Mega Man 4, dude, is such a good ass game. I feel like people debate like what's better, 2 or 3, like all the time. The real man's choice is 4. I think people are missing out on 4. Easily one of the best, probably my favorite Nintendo game as of now. It's my favorite NES. It's a damn good game. Do I think it goes above 3D Land? No. Or, yeah. No, I do. I do. I'll keep it there. 4 to 6 is where shit gets up and gets really good. Well, now we're at 5, and honestly, I think 5 is down there with 2, if I'm being completely real. Like, it's a good game, for sure. I enjoy it more than 2. I think primarily just because of the quality of life improvements that were introduced in 3 and 4. Oh, the Mega Buster. How did I forget about the Mega Buster? Yeah. Great addition, too. Gives you different ways to spice up your attacks, which is awesome. You know, all that jazz. Oh yeah, that's another thing about the Mega Man games. You can see them like gradually improve their graphics as you go on with them, and I think that's wicked awesome. Anyway, 5. I think 5 is better than Land, probably. Yeah, I don't know. That's as generous as I'm willing to be. I think Mega Man 5 is like it did kind of just feel like another Mega Man, but in a way that was like, okay, the level design didn't wow me nearly as much as 4 or even 3. And if I'm being honest, I don't even remember that much about it. Like there was nothing like that bad in it, but there's nothing really all that amazing either. It kind of just felt like another Mega Man. Like deadass, I can't even remember like what did I even say about this game? Did I even write a review on it? Please tell me I wrote a review on it. Oh god, please don't tell me I forgot. Okay, I did. Thank God. It has moments of repetition or tedium, respawning enemies. Oh, respawning enemies, that's right. Yeah. There are some respawning enemies. Boss fights are exploitable or annoyingly long. That's right. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's very easy. Much easier than any of the previous games. Yeah. Now, again, not that that's a bad thing, but I don't know. It kind of, all in all this with combined, it just felt like a regression of Mega Man to me. It's still a game I like more than 2. I'd definitely pick it up over 2, but I just feel like I don't remember that much about it. Like, it's a very forgettable game to me. Like, the other 4 I remember, even 1 I remember more about, but, I mean, still a good game. Can't wait to play the rest of the Mega Mans. 5 has the polish of 4, but just in general isn't as interesting. The bosses, while still can be good, are by and large easy to beat. Better polish than 2, but overall design is a little like. That's what I mean. Like, I felt a little underwhelmed going into 5, knowing what I had just come out of from 4. Still a good game, though. Oh, God. All right. Elf the movie on Game Boy Advance. Let me just pull this game up for y'all and let y'all see it for yourselves. I've streamed this game before, by the way. I think on like a just on like a variety stream. This is it. This is a real video game. Published in stores. This is basically the game. I mean, well, it's not all this. It looks like a very generic platformer, right? Not terrible. I didn't hate the platforming sections here, but what am I even missing? I feel like there's other moments too that are different. Oh, this part was annoying. I hated this shit. The precision needed for this kind of platforming is unreal. Like the engine. Sometimes you just slip off because you were like a pixel off, and it was just like, are you fucking... Ugh. Yeah. Nope, did not enjoy that. It's long, too. This was not that enjoyable because you couldn't even see what was coming, so a lot of the time you just bump into something that you didn't even know was there. I guess this guy kind of knows. Maybe I'm wrong. But... And that's also long. More platforming that's very mediocre. This was just annoying because it lasted... Again, these just last too fucking long. That's really the main problem with this. It's very lackluster in polish, obviously. But I don't know, I didn't have the worst time playing it. It's not like it's like one of the worst games ever made, but I think it's worth playing just because of how fucking stupid it is. It is really funny. Like, you gotta give it that. It's very funny. Took us 6 hours, but we finally reached a good game. That's what I'm saying. Like, Elf the movie kind of rules. Crave Entertainment. That name haunts my nightmares. Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color? Color. I unironically would play this over Mega Man. Would I? Would I? Yeah, probably. Over Bloons? Nah. Probably over Bloons, but not over Wario Land. This game actually, come to think of it, kind of makes Wario Land look good. Because the thing about no, I'll put it below. Because I think the game is just too annoying too often. Trying to figure out what Elf costed on release out of curiosity and found out there are in existence graded collector's copies of Elf GBA in existence being sold. Damn. Well, was that a 9.2 quality rating? Well, damn right. Someone had that shit saved in a box in case it got rare and was worth money. True. They knew that shit was just too good. Anyways, you get it. Elf the movie. It's funny. Big funny. Alright. The end is near. Batman for Game Boy. So I'm just going to pull up footage of this game. Wait, what? Elf Bowling 1 and 2? Oh my god, dude. Batman, the video game, Game Boy. This is not the NES version, specifically the Game Boy. So I want you to just look at this footage and tell you what it... Just tell me what it reminds you of. Just tell me what it reminds you of. Let me fast forward. Where's that particular section? Oh, yeah. What does this remind you of, chat? Which specific Game Boy game does this remind you of? I came across this game in a Twitter post. So funny finding out you'd played it after I played the NES game, and when I checked it out, it's literally just Super Batman Land. That's what I'm saying. Like, I saw this on Twitter, and it was literally just Super Batman Land. And this was before I knew of the shooter levels, by the way. This was before. Anyway, Game is great. I actually had a really good time with it. Not very Batman-like, but I don't care. Game's fun. It's a neat little Mario Land-inspired platformer. Would I say it's as good as Land? Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think the game is very cool. Um, I think the auto-scrolling section on like the second to last level is freaking annoying, but like other than that, and the shooter levels are, well, they're just annoying to replay if you die because you have to do all of them over again. But I think they're definitely more engaging than the Land 1 ones. So, yeah, you know what? I would put this above Land 1. I'm not going to lie. It is a really solid game. You get, like, Batman controls well, the music's awesome. The level design is pretty interesting and cool. And yeah, dude, it's just a good game. I like it. I'd put Batman maybe above Run. Yeah. No, actually no. I'll put it below Run. Below Celeste is shit, this is becoming hard now. Game is based off the Michael Keaton movie, and Batman would totally use a gun and not give two shits. I really just meant like the platforming aspect of it. It felt much more. It's like Batman if he was Mario. Bat Mario. Here I was thinking my buddy Trust would be getting into NES action titles after playing Mega Man. Here I finding out it's just more. It's just more Mario. I can't run away from it. I don't know, man. I guess I'd put this above Celeste. Fuck it. Let's just do that. Okay. Well, it's not. I can't say it's the worst because I think it functions better than Mario Brothers Special. The Wizard of Oz on Super Nintendo is just complete dog shit. Oh my god. Dude, even my friend in a call, I think Kat literally said, like, watched like 10 seconds of this game and said, dude, this shit ass. And she's not wrong. This shit is completely terrible. It is one of the worst games I've ever played. It is so atrociously awful. Oh my god, I don't think the Angry Video Game Nerd is right all the time, but he's right some of the time. For sure. Hope you enjoy that music, because you're going to be hearing that for a lot of the game. Dude, there is so much wrong with this fucking game. First off, hitting anything in this game feels like ass. Literally anything. It's even worse when you're, I think, the Scarecrow or the Tin Man. Oh, they did the Tin Man so dirty in this game. Should have trusted David Jim's word on the game. Well, I trusted his word on Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle, but I ended up liking that one. So I was like, it just left me curious. Are all these games really that bad? This one is. This one deserves it. He deemed this game almost half as bad as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And knowing the nerd, that says a lot. Scarecrow's ass. Oh my god. Yeah, the game feels a lot worse to play than it looks. It is clusterfuck ass level design where you can't tell what's a door, what's an object, what's a platform, what's anything. Enemies that are extremely hard to dodge. Water that you can just go into because Yeah, why not? You can go in there even though it doesn't look like you can. Oh my god. That attack, by the way, is very bad. Like, you have to be like... You have to use it at very particular times, otherwise you're just gonna get beaten up. Like, repeatedly. Oh my god. Oh, this fucking level. Oh, this fucking level. What is this? Oh, I didn't do these. Nah, these are boring as fuck. I did not do these. I could not. Here's the deal with this stage. I don't even know if they're going to go down. I don't think they even want to. I figured going down that path would be easier, but yeah. But basically, these vines are like... Oh my god, dude. Hang on, maybe I can pull up the picture of it. Because I feel like I really need to illustrate what I'm about to talk about here. But I can't really do it unless I have the proper context. Let me just dig on back, see what I can get. There it is. Where do you guys think is an ample platform to stand on? Do you know which vines are platforms? The answer might shock you. Like, do you see this shit? Do you see this shit? It doesn't even look like I'm standing on platforms. It just looks like I'm standing on the background. It doesn't even look... I said this in my review, I think. It seemed like they drew the level and the backgrounds before they actually made the level, if that makes sense. Anyways, there's a lot more wrong with this game. Like, I don't know, when you lose a character, you lose them permanently until you get them back. And the boss fights are dog shit too. Level design is complete shit, as we know. You move ass slow in this game. The music is god awful. Collecting anything in this piece of shit game is annoying as hell. Oh my god. I didn't even finish the game. I had to play with save states because this game is so fucking stupid. This game is so fucking... Oh my god. So bad. Let me just go in my review, see if I'm missing anything, because I feel like I am. None of those look like platforms. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, where are the platforms? Slaps on the enemies are no better. Ludicrously difficult to take out without getting hit thanks to the feeble ass attacks you have. Yeah. Like, you literally cannot fight enemies without getting hit, it feels like a lot of the time. Like, you just have to take hit. You have to take damage. They come out of nowhere with the vertical segments, which also don't work that well. Yeah, no. Shit game. Enough said. Do not ever play it. It's more, it functions better than Special, but I think this is probably my most hated game this year that I played. I would even play Maker 3DS over this shit, honestly. Only people with 120 IQ can solve this puzzle. Bro, I once had a IQ test say I had an IQ of 129. I feel like even my IQ is still too small to figure out this pile of shit. Alright. Powerpuff Girls Battle Hymn. I did not get very far in this game. I got like, because I thought this was the whole game, that main mode. But no, it turns out there's like several different worlds and shit you can do. And I hadn't even gotten past the first one. So with that regard, why am I counting it? Because, I don't know, I wanted to. It's kind of, I don't know, I feel like I played it for a while, but I just could not do it. Like, it wasn't because I didn't want to keep playing it. It was just, I just could not do it. Yeah, no, this game is pretty bad. Not F tier bad, but like, the way it operates is not great. Hang on, I feel like I need to do it justice by, pulling out a long play of it. Dude, I talked about you at the beginning of the fucking stream, dude. Like, your time is over. So it's a Powerpuff Girls game, and I was curious about it and wanted to play it. Oh wait, no. Trial told me about this game because his friend dared me to play it. What am I saying? That's what happened. So I was like, fuck it. I did not succeed with the challenge, by the way. I stopped. Dialogue that hard to even read. So how this game works is you can basically fly with the D-pad, so not with the jump button. Those are reserved for attacks, I'm pretty sure. But you only have a set amount of distances you can fly before you just come tumbling down. You basically just explore the level, looking for all these cards and collectibles and shit. I don't even know where the end of this level is because I just never beat it. I just could not be bothered. Attacking people feels really shitty. You have to time your punches very well. You can use the little beam you get every once in a while, but yeah. Yeah, you have to do all this shit, by the way, without, wait, oh my god, dude, I haven't even scratched the surface. Should I even rank this? Whatever, man. I think I got an idea for how the structure is anyway. Because level design wise, it's not interesting, but also because like it's really punishing if you fuck up. Because not only do you have to do the entire world again, but you also have to collect everything again. And I'm starting to see why your friend dared me, because I just was not willing to put up with that. I don't know. It's probably not like down here, but I'll put it like, I don't know, man. Like right here. Somewhere right here. Barely functions. Well, it functions, just not very well. They themselves, as a massive Powerpuff fan, said it sucked ass. I believe them. I definitely believe them. Also, my little cat Bernie is, well, I shouldn't say little. She's old as hell now. My cat Bernie is sitting on my lap. She came to say hello. So there you go. All right. My last mobile game slop that I'll be talking about. Block, fill, line, puzzle games. You, godlike name, right? Block, puzzle, line, puzzle. It's this. This is the game. You just gotta figure out a good route. Oh. Okay, you up, down, up. Boom. There you go. Got it. Yeah, it's a fun game, but it does get kind of repetitive because it keeps recycling the same like puzzles over and over again. So I'll give it a C tier because I think it's more fun than these. But maybe more fun than Papa Louie, but I'll just put it there. All right. Mortal Kombat 1. This was not my first Mortal Kombat. I tried playing the original on Sega Genesis, did not get very far in it. I heard it's not even really that good. It just hasn't aged very well. But I had 11, which I enjoyed, but I hear people just do not like. Well, it has a mixed reception. But Mortal Kombat 1 was one I was very interested in, mainly because of the guest characters. It's just Sonic Frontiers. Oh my god. But yeah, the guest characters interested me. Like, Omni-Man was in here. We got Ghostface. We got Homelander. We got fucking, what's his name? Peacemaker. So I wanted to try it out. But I also played as all the other characters, with my personal favorite being Johnny Cage. And the game is fun, at least in my opinion. Now, I'm not a huge, like, traditional fighting games guy. I'm usually pretty ass at them because I just cannot remember all these inputs, bro. What are you doing? What are you asking me to do? There are just some games I'm not wired for. You could probably tell. But I like Mortal Kombat 1. It's fun. Really fun game, dude. Definitely haven't played, like, everything it has to offer, but I like the way it feels. It's pretty neat. And I would put it comfortably right here. Neat little game, dude. And plus, I think the character interactions are just really charming. I love them. Maybe I should play through the story mode. All right. Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Dude, I did not believe the hype. When I was going into this game, I did not believe the hype. I think, I honest to God thought maybe Sega fans are just really, they look at something decent and they're like, yo, it's actually the best thing ever and all that. I thought it was another one of those. Like, not to generalize them, all right? But it was like, it felt like another one of those where they really wanted it to be Mario Kart. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this whole Sonic Racing Cross Worlds versus Mario Kart World thing. Here is the thing. I think they're right. I think they're right. I actually think they're right on this one. Because as much as I enjoyed Mario Kart World, these past few days of playing through CrossWorlds, I really picked up on it. It really impressed me, dude. I think the way it handles is like is um easy to learn, tough to master, like it should be. Um, I think the course design is like, I don't know, maybe not as like experimental as Mario Karts are, right? But it largely does its own thing in terms of like just be. I think it just tries to be like a more challenging racing game, so they don't like go harder on the gimmicks, right? And Crossworlds, I think, does that really well. Like I think all in all, there are just so many like interesting little design elements that I really appreciate. Like for example, starting a race, you don't just hold two. You have to like, you know what? Let me pull it up for the upteenth fucking time. Let's just pull it up. Hi, Crash 3. Yep. I absolutely love lists like this because you get Mario or more Mario Kart. Oh my god, Mortal Kombat 1 on the same list as Papa Louie, Batman on Game Boy, Sonic GT, and Doom. Actual cinema isn't able to get me on the edge of my seat as I was watching you hover over Mario Kart World. I'll defend Mario Kart World till I die, but low key, I think they were onto something. So here, you have to time it like into that little green space right there, which I think is neat because I think it's a little more engaging than just holding down the accelerator as soon as it turns to 2, right? I'm trying to think of anything else it does that's really cool. Oh yeah, little upgrades to your car you can do. The item balance is fine. Sorry, I don't know what the hell that was. I still haven't quite figured out how the flying works, but the more I spend this game, the more time I spend on this game, the more I'll learn it. Yeah, the drifting feels nice. Very risk reward, which I appreciate. The longer you hold it down, the more of a boost you get. Typical stuff. Yeah, little red rings you can collect throughout the levels, which is pretty neat. Character interactions is another plus. Yeah, dude, I'm just having a better time with it. I think it's just a neat little racing game that I'm definitely going to put more hours into. Above Flash 2, yeah. Maybe above R.E.P.O. Yeah. Above Mario 63. Oh boy. Now we're getting to personal territory. I think. This is hard. Because Mario 63 is like. This has like an actual learning curve to it that's like really satisfying. Probably above 3D Land. Fuck it. I'm not ashamed of that. Mega Man, probably above Mega Man 4. Oh, God. No, maybe not above Mega Man 4. Maybe I'll just stick it there. Good lord. You can have Sonic drive the paddy wagon. I'd say it's peak. That's true. That's a good point. You can have any Sonic character drive the paddy wagon. You have fucking Zavok drive the paddy wagon. Oh yeah, the crossover characters. I didn't even mention that. The CrossWorlds element, I think, is interesting in that it can randomly select a core. I think if you don't select random, you're lame in the CrossWorlds section part. But yeah, basically it can like change up how you play these courses, so it's not just the same thing every time, right? Yeah, dude. CrossWorlds gets a recommendation for me. It's a great game. Mr. President, it hit a second A-tier Mario game. All right. And then we have Project Ultibyte. A game that I was initially really interested in. But, yeah, I'll just show you. Hang on. I'll show you. This is, if you would believe it, this is a Super Smash Bros. Game. Wouldn't you believe it? If you couldn't tell, this is a Super Smash Bros. Crusade mod. basically retrofies all the characters into the style of a retro game of theirs. So you could say it's so retro the fighting game. A really cool concept, right? Like, no other fighting game does this. No other, like, Smash clone even does this. It even got crashed in his, like, little PS1 style. Cool, right? Well, the beta came out. It's a beta, right? Let me just make sure I'm not spitting bullshit. Yeah, it's a beta. Okay. So obviously it's not complete. It's probably going to be more ironed out in the future, but I'm going to be honest. This game just does not feel good to play. Like, I was playing it and it felt... The movesets just do not feel cohesive. Like, it felt like they were just putting something in there to reference the moveset, but not putting much beyond... Not putting much thought into how it plays. Which is disappointing, because I think this is a very novel concept that has the potential to be easily one of the greats, I would say. But in terms of how it is now, I think it needs significant rework. The amount of characters they have in there are cool, and the amount of stages, especially from all the different eras they have. It's just, I really wish it played better. Like, a lot of moves have significant lag to them. And like I said, it's just not cohesive. Like, it just does not feel good. I'm going to be nice and give it a C, because I know that it's still in the works, so obviously it's not complete. It's got a lot more ironing out to do. And obviously, no offense to the developers of this game and Multicartverse. I probably should have said that. That's also an indie game. But yeah, I'm going to put it like, because I think there's just more to it than these. And these, and these, and these, and these. But low-key, I'd rather just play... No, I wouldn't play Mario. Would I? I don't fucking know, dude. Top 10 questions ever. Would you play Mario's Gravity Adventure over Project Ultimate? Everyone has said that sentence at least once in their lives, right? All right. I'm going to put it 6 hours and good lord. All right. Gotta make a decision here. Because it's got a lot of cool shit in it. Even if it doesn't play that great. So I would say I'll just put it like right here. We've officially surpassed the Great Mario tier list, right? Oh my gosh. This is way easier to do than that, I'm pretty sure. But, oof. In terms of length, yeah. I think it's just because I didn't talk a whole lot. But with, like, nearly every game, I had, like, an entire conversation. And I'm glad I did, because I want to talk about this shit, but damn, it's taking a while. Did not expect it to take 6 hours. All right. And now, the one I saved for last. For a reason. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. This is the best game I played this year. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is genuinely one of my favorite It's up there with Celeste. It's one of my favorite games I've ever played. It has every Mario game beat, dude. Every single Mario game. It's so goddamn good. Like, the way Donkey Kong feels, the level design, the challenging level design, the all the different quirks of like the different collectibles, the different the secret exits even are really good. The different playable characters like Diddy Kong, Cranky Kong, or Dixie. Dixie being my personal favorite. I don't think she breaks the game that much. I think it's really just kind of a way to just enhance your jump. Cranky's fun too. Diddy's kind of useless, but that's okay. For most of it. Not for all of it, just for most of it. And so everyone who's ever played a platformer, you need to play this game. It's so goddamn good, dude. I absolutely love this game. It's oh gosh. The only thing I'll critique about it is that the boss fights could have been a little better. But they don't, again, like most games, they don't like take the pacing right out of its like they don't scare the pacing off, but it's like well, although they can take a while. But whatever. When going for everything in this game though, here's the thing. When I was just playing through it, I thought it was just like a nice 8 out of 10. Wasn't beating the original country. But then I went for 100% and I was like, "Oh, dude, Country 1's got nothing on this, dude. It's so oh my god." Cuz I didn't even have to replay the boss fights. I could just replay the collectibles, the levels with collectibles, and then I got to do like the final hard. The temple levels are good too. Like, oh my god, like these little platforming challenges. It, I'm gonna fucking bust, dude. It's so good. Country Tropical Freeze is. I have a feeling it's probably just gonna end up being my favorite Donkey Kong game. Honestly, I do have Bonanza, so maybe Bonanza will top it. But dude, it's oh my god, this game is such a mood, like in every sense of the word. I love it, and it is without question my favorite game of 2025. And that is all. This this tier list feels like it should be a lot bigger than it is. Let's actually do some quick rearranging before we end things off. Um, what this game did was so like I could definitely see the argument for it being above Tropical Freeze, but the amount of fun I got from this game trumps like anything that SMB Remastered gave me. So Crash 1 is probably yeah, it's probably below those two, but still very good. Crash 2, okay, we need another tier. This tier is too fucking big compared to the others. Let's do A plus. And then A minus. A plus, 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 A plus. There's got to be like a little separator. Like these are like the good ass games. Like these are like holy shit, these are good. And I think Run might be the cutoff. Pac-Man? Eh. Nah, I'll keep it down there. Run is fucking good. Yeah, okay. I agree with that. I think that's fine. Deltarune, yeah. Each hesitation builds tension you could cut with a knife. I feel like that's just tier list videos in general. It's just, oh god, where is he gonna put it? Yeah, I think I'm fine with all that. 63, R.E.P.O, Smash Slash 2. Is 63 really this? Oh, excuse me. Is 63 really this high? I think it's funny seeing these two next to each other, but is R.E.P.O better than it? I don't know, man. Hmm. Because as fun as 63 is, it's definitely got a lack of polish. Whereas R.E.P.O, I kind of just have fun with every time I play it. Well, okay, I have fun with 63 every time I play it too, but like R.E.P.O just feels more. It just feels better, I think. Above 3D Land, maybe. I just want to put these two next to each other probably, but I also think it's relatively accurate to my own thoughts and feelings. It's not going any higher though. Yeah, I think that's fine. Mario Kart World above Prism Cross, yeah, because Prism Cross just is awesome, but there's just not that much to it right now. So I feel like Fortnite would honestly go above it. Above Mario Kart World, oof, that is a question. Because like Mario Kart World's really good, but is it better than Fortnite? Dude. They both have their pace problems, but I think I'm going to say Fortnite. Because you just have more. I think the other modes you have are just. You also just have other modes at your disposal. Whereas Mario Kart World, I'm going to be honest, you have Knockout Tour, maybe the regular race, and what else? With Fortnite, you have the entire world. All right. Better than Flash 2? Yeah. Mario 63. Dude, I don't know. Dude. I don't know, man. I. Yeah. I think I have to put it above these. R.E.P.O. No. I won't put it above R.E.P.O. But I'll put it above 3D Land and 63. I think that's fair. Prism Cross. No, Plants vs. Zombies 2 needs to be above that. What the fuck? And I'll keep it like that. Prism Cross, Smash Rex. I'm okay with Prism Cross being above it. I think that's fine. It is kind of Mr. Potential right now, but I think it's already like a really interesting project. And Meat Boy and Run. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with all that. Yeah, that's fine. All right. A minus. Batman on Game Boy over Celeste. I still don't know on this one. Watching you take a second to consider if Batman on Game Boy is better than Run. Quite a question, huh? I think it's Celeste 64 has precision issues, but I think most of it is like really fun. Maybe I'll put it above Batman. It's definitely not good enough to be up here though. Run 2, nah. Spelunky, yeah, that's fine. World, yeah. Noida. FNaF 1 remake. Did I put this one too high? I might have. Above GT, huh? Nah, I'm putting GT above it. GT stay winning. GT would absolutely be up here if it was more complete, but I think it's just too short to be any higher. Yeah, that's fair. I'll leave it like that. Castle on the Coast, I'll put above. Paper Mario, I'll put above. Yeah. FNaF 1. Above Mega Man 3. What the fuck are you doing above Mega Man 3? What the hell? Crash 3. I'll give it up for Crash 3, though. I'll put it there. I think that's fine. Pillar Chase 2. Oh, wow. Wait, what the fuck is this doing so low? Well, The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. This might be a W tier list. It might be. Although I'm still ironing out the kinks. Mario Brothers on Game Boy. This is really funny, seeing this up here. But it is kind of a banger, bro. Dude, I don't know. Crash Warped is still a good game, even if I have problems with it, but Mario Brothers above Crash 3. Send it. Send text. Nah, probably not though. Probably not. Pillar Chase. Well, it has to be above Mario Brothers. Well, is it? No, probably not. That's really weird to say because this is like a 1983 arcade game. And this is a 2024 Roblox game. But I don't know. I think Pillar Chase definitely has some problems though, because Mario Brothers is just solid the entire time. This game is just, it's fun at times, but it definitely can be a little annoying. Maybe I'll put this underneath Superstar. Fine with everything else, yeah. Not above Fusion. Not above Combat 1. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Pillar Chase above Observation Duty. Actually, yeah, I would. And then above Candies. I'm going to move Tetris up to an A. Because I feel like it's just, it feels wrong to put it in B when I actually had a really good time with it. Village Chase can be above Fine Days Candies. I don't care. That's cooler than Tetris, so I'll just keep it like that. Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. Then it makes this part look less ugly. Sonic 2. Yep. Yep. I'll put that above Shipwrecked. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Donkey Kong Land. Yes. But I enjoyed it more. Yeah, I enjoyed it more. Did I enjoy Land more than Mega Man 5? That's weird. Nah. I'll keep it as it is. Doom. No, it's probably better than Shipwrecked, yeah. Yeah, I'll keep it right there. I just haven't played enough of it to rank it any higher. Mega Man 2. Yeah, I'm okay with Shipwrecked being above Mega Man 2. Those games, yeah. Should Unleashed be higher? Because here's the thing, I don't like Unleashed, but I know it's still like a pretty good game. I just don't think it's. I just think it's a good game for people who are good at games. Nah. Actually, I'll keep it down there. It's above everything else, though. I'll keep it above everything else. Yes. 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 It's a great hang out and goof off game. Oh, what, Pillow Chase? Yeah. I agree. No, that's definitely why it's up there. It's really funny. If there's Zelda 2 or any amount of Metroid on next year's list, I will have personal investment. We'll see. NES Tetris hits different. Even hardcore Tetris fans acknowledge it hits different. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I just like it a lot more than the Game Boy version, which is weird because they're basically the same fucking game, but one's on NES and one's on Game Boy. Oof. All right. We gotta move this along here. New Super U. Yeah, it's fine being where it is. Observation Duty 2. I could probably even go lower, honestly. Well. Oh, I put this above. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Okay, I probably wouldn't put. Well, would I? Actually, yeah, I would. Not gonna lie, I would. I was about to question if I would put Observation Duty 2 beneath the FNaFs, but. Or above the FNaFs, but yeah, I would. Yeah, this is fine. Mario Kart with a C. Still the funniest fucking thing ever that I'd even put it up in B tier at all. Above Amazing Digital Circus. Not so amazing now, are you? FNaF 1 is definitely a more valuable experience than fucking Mario Kart with a C. Yeah, alright, I'm fine with that. C. FNaF 3, yeah. Those two are fine being like at the top of C tiers. Like the ultimate, like, these are definitely the best of the okays. Hexa Away. Without question, the best mobile game on this list. Scrambles are fine. PAC-MAN, Halloween. It's okay being there. Virtual Boy Wario Land. Yep, it's alright. Sheepy. FNaF Beta. Yep. I'd actually play Ghostcape over Beta, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe even over Sheepy if I'm being honest. but other than that, nah, maybe not above FNaF Warriors. Maybe above Sheepy. Maybe I put Beta over Sheepy, honestly. Even though the life system sucks ass. Mario Kart 2 with a C. I mean, it's still fun. It's not like my favorite, but it's still fun. That feels so mean. Whatever, it's my list. I can do what I want. Block, fill, and line game, puzzle games. Don't you love this name? It's so good. Um, almost there. Just gotta power through. Papa Louie. No, that's as slow as I'll put it. Stickman Hook. No. Not a gram. I'll put that above Stickman Hook, actually, now that I think about it. Papa Louie. Sorry, I have to think really hard about this. I want this list to be legit, you know? What time is it? Oh my god, 7 hours? I think this might be my longest stream I've ever done. I don't think I've ever done a 7-hour live stream before. Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, focus. Papa Louie. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll put it above Stickman Hook. Come on. And Nonogram. And Papa Louie. And Sheepy. And Block Fill Line puzzle games. And Mario Kart 2. No higher. I think that's fine. Math crossword. Sure, man. I don't care. Above that. And above that. Above that, probably. That is absurdly funny. Math crossword over Papa Louie. Sheepy. Oh, man. All right. I guess I had more. I don't know. I think this is more fun to do. Block fill line. Sorry if this is really boring, by the way, but I don't know. It's part of the stream technically. I got to finalize the list. Okay, it's probably not better than that though. I'll just say sure. Yeah, I'll go with that. Bus escape. Like more than Stickman Hook. Yeah, that's fine. Mario Gravity Adventure I can put higher. Why is this hat all pixelated? I just realized, why is this like emblem all like blurred out? Bus escape. I don't know. It's a short little adventure, but it's fun. I like it. I'll put it like above Papa Louie. Above Sheepy? No. Waluigi's Taco Stand. It's fun. Stickman Hook is dropping. Oh my god. Nonogram. No. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Actually, I'll put Nonogram above it. And Bus Escape. Fuck it. All right, whatever. Final placement. Coin Sort. See, I actually still have this one. It's addicting, but it's definitely not like the greatest thing ever. Waluigi's Tacos. No. Actually, I'll put it beneath Stickman Hook. Fuck it. Gun Sprint, I'll put above. No. Actually, oh my god, dude. This is fucking mobile slop. Why do I care so much about where I place this? Gun Sprint. No. Gun Sprint is literally just you play as a fucking gun and you shoot in the direction you want to shoot, and then you get. And then, yeah, yippee, you win. At least these games actually have to think. This game is just mindless fucking. Z-Type. I'll put it, like, above these, actually. Z-Type's cool. Above Waluigi's, probably. Bus Escape, Traffic Jam. No. I'll keep it like that. Pokemon Cafe. No, there's really, yeah, it's literally just a spectacle game. You play it to get the cute little Pokemon, which are cute, but gameplay wise, there's just nothing to it. Calculate. Whoa, hey buddy. Mario Calculator can stay. Yeah, these two games are fine. Had no idea you tried Z-Type and even thought to include it on your list. Unironically, real happy about that. Yeah, it's really cool. Genuinely, not a bad time waster. Star Scramble 2. Yeah, that's probably like the best of the ones. Specials kind of weak. Multicartverse is just no polish. Well, there's polish, but just not enough of it. Wario Land 1 is a fucking scratch project. Bloons Tower Defense is Monkey Ahoy. Elf the movie, the game is a fucking meme. It's bad, but there's worse. And it's also funny as hell. I don't know, it's more entertaining than Bloons. I'll put it above it. No, this game makes Wario Land look good. Powerpuff Girls. I think eventually I'd want to figure it out over Bloons. But no, it plays like ass. I don't like it. And these games are just too annoying for them to be ranked higher than Bloons. And then, yep, all right. I agree with that ranking before I even made the list. All right. That's it. That is the ranking. I'm going to separate the C tier, actually. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm picky. I have to do what I do what I must. Yeah, yellow. Fuck it. All right. Let's actually do this. C minus, C plus. I know you guys are probably like, oh, God, just be done. All right, C plus, definitely these. These are like the genuinely not like too shabby games. Like they have an argument for being higher. Beta, Project Ultibyte. Actually, no. These do not. I would say maybe Go Escape. No, that stays, actually. I changed my mind. All right. Yep, that's the cutoff. All right. All right. Cool. That's it. That is the list for real this time. Every game I played in 2025 ranked. Ordered as accurately as I could get it. Spent 7 fucking hours on this shit. So you better be nice. That. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah. Better be nice. Alright, download the image first. And save. Alright. There you go. Final list. Overall, weird year. 2025 was a weird ass year, dude. Like, very mixed. Not even just in terms of like games, but honestly, if you even picked up on it, very few of these games even came out in 2025. Like, Mario Bros. Remastered did, but that's a mod, so that doesn't really count. Mario Kart World, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. What else? Like, let me look back through actually, because I don't know if a single other thing came out in 2025. Pillar Chase was 2024. Oh, Insane Kart Wii. That came out in 2025. Wherever I put that. I don't even remember. Oh, here. There it is. FNaF 1 Remake came out in 2025. Okay. So there's a few. I was wrong. There's a few. Sonic Unleashed Recompiled came out in 2025, but not Unleashed came out in 2008. Like the original. Latest chapters of Deltarune came out in 2025. Okay. All right. I was wrong. There's more than I thought. All right. Well, there's one last thing to do before I head to bed after this 7-hour fucking long live stream. There you go. All right. It's their problem now. All right. I think personally I did a really good job. In fact, I'm even going to give myself a smile, a heart, a laughter, and a poop emoji. Got to pat myself on the back for this one. Because I had the brains to put Maker 3DS in F tier, below 2048 in C tier. That being above, dude, that being above these is so fucking funny. All right. Anyways, I gotta end it. It's getting extremely late for me now, so I'm probably pissing my parents off for being up so late. So I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for tagging along. I think we kept at a consistent like 5 viewers for the whole thing, so that's awesome. So thank you all dearly for tagging along and hearing my nerdy ramblings on this bullshit. And I will see you guys when I see you. Sayonara.